from that of the eagle and the non-eagle. But be thou well grounded in this thesis scholarly, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any contacts to deracinate. Such is a work of long habit and deep searching darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is discreet or sublimated forever is. How then understand that all seat unto the way of nature created violence? If thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, there come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous those. If the liver be not efficient, we have melatonin. If the kidneys coma, are not truly satisfied, cometh a physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the truth. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of old time. Compare, O my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the Gnosis concern, in the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. My son, if for fast shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in where trees of delight, passive and equable, without will, contentment of weakness, little feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all fallen armaments. Such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought.
I have begotten thee, O my son, and that strangely, as thou knowest, upon the scarlet woman called Hilarion, as it was mysteriously foretold unto me in the book of the law. Now, therefore that thou art come to the age of understanding, do thou give ear unto my wisdom, for that therein lieth a simple and direct way for every man that he may attain to the end. Firstly then, I would have thee to know that spiritual experience and perfection have no necessary connection with advancement in our holy order. But for each man is a path, there is a constant and there is a variable seek ever. Therefore in thy work of the promulgation of the law to discover in each man his own true nature. For in each man his inmost light is the core of his star that is Hadet, and his work is the identification of himself with that light. It is not every man who is called to the sublime task of the ear lover, wherein he must master thoroughly every detail of the great work, so that he may in due season accomplish it not only for himself, but for all who are bound unto him. There are very many for whom in their present incarnations this great work may be impossible, since their appointed work may be in satisfaction of some magical depth, or in adjustment of some balance, or in fulfillment of some defect, as is written, sum cuique. Now, because thou art the child of my bowels, I yearn greatly towards thee, O my son. And I strive strongly with my spirit that by my wisdom I may make plain thy way before thee. And thus in many chapters will I write for thee those things that may profit thee, sis Benedictus.
Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or, and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadit. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth the less material kindlet. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman. Dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any conflicts, to the resonance such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular gurglitz is destroyed or sublimated, forever demorbus. Sanguinities. Now then, understand that all homo sitien to the way of nature created. Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is mortified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements. Erogenous thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy in the kidneys, coma in the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with inelodium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse storms of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any choice thing. And so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy. The lower dissolving in the higher. So that I'm the end of that secret way lieth, a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him who stays at thee are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar, sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention. And Cicero, with many other wise men of old time, compare, O my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the Gnosis concerned in the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. My son! It's so fast! biological being in which is a delight. Passive and equal, without will, a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements, such also is the case with the mind, having not fed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as Brad Little are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient poverty of small and unexciting value, snap reinvestment. And by these environments of free from passion, they live according to their own nature, without desire. And they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called patent. And in their way of vegetable life, it is so, for they are free of any poison.
Divita corrigenda noson that the true principle of self-control is liberty, for we are
born into a world which is in bondage to ideals. To them we are force-fitted, even as his enemies to the bed of her Christians.
each of us as he groweth learns repression of himself, and his true will, it is a lie, this folly against self.
These words are written in the book of the law. So therefore those passions in ourselves which we understand to be hindrances are no art nor part of our true will,
But diseased appetites manifest in us through false early
training thus the tablets of savage tribes in such a manner as love constrained that true love which is born in us.
And by this constraint come ills of body and mind. Either the force of repression carries it and creates neuroses and insanities, or the revolt against that force, breaking forth with violence, involves excesses and extremes
extravagances, all these things are disorders. And against nature now then learn of me the testimony of history and literature as a great scroll of learning. But the vellum of the scroll is of man's skin, and it's ink of his heart's blood. Bien di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore. The fault that is fatality in love, as in every other form of will, is impurity. It is not the spontaneity thereof which worketh woe, but some repression in the environment. In the fable of Adam and Eve is this great lesson, taught by the masters of the holy Kabbalah for love. Were to them the eternal Eden, save for the repression signified by the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Thus their nature of love was perfect. It was their fall from that innocence which drove them from the garden. In the love of Romeo and Juliet was no flaw, but family feud which imported nothing to that love was its bane. And the rashness and violence of their revolt against that repression slew them in the pure outrush of natural love in Desdemona. For Othello was no flaw, but his love was marred by his consciousness of his age and his race, of the prejudices of his fellows, and of his own experience of woman frailty. Di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore, di amore. Not the eternal.
Dear Mo.
Demotiu, vitae. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadit. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material, and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, Diana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any complex to eradicate such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. D. B. Morgis. Something is common. Something is common. Now then, understand that all opal, seach into the way of nature created violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melatonin. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also. And we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with an allonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ, and also with ether. We gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so, for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. See
That at the end of that secret way lies a garden wherein there's a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, cometh a physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and repeat fine leptical records. But on him that is bodily pure Lord, this Caracas solar or lucid sleep, wherein no visions of pure light fashioned by the true real. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry made mention, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time. Compare, oh my son, with this doctrine that which is taught thee this century, and the gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases. Amen, universal, forever.
Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material, and createth a less material complex, and this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis, Colery, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any complex to deracid such as a work of long habits and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular contents is destroyed or sublimated forever.
Timores, some units,
Now then understand that all output, seeking to the way of nature created. Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements, heterogeneous thus. If the liver be not efficient, we admit it cold. If the kidneys coma, if a testis or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with anhelonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question, and so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. Now know this also, that at the end of that secret way lieth a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of old time, compare, O my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous. And learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula.
There shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight. Passive and equable, without will or contentment of weakness, with the feeling of lightness and the parity. And this is because the blood perfects in its heat of nutriment. All
peace with the mind which unearthed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as with little are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting value, stably invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. They live according to their own nature, without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of vegetable.
For they are free of men.
The ship.
The motu vitae. London, oh my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict. Even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth the less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy.
So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman. Dhyana, or ecstasy, from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of a complex to deracinate such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. D. The Morbius. Simonus.
Now then understand that all opposition to the way of nature createth. Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements. Hilarity is death. If the liver be artificial, we have never cut it. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with an alonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, fear within the nature of the germ of the behavior. We deal with color of nothing of consciousness into its face. And even a discussion that rear will and judgment, harmony, justice. It's so many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, sense. Poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposites, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy. The lower dissolving in the higher. Lucy Doll! Lucy Doll! Now know this also, that at the end of that secret wayline of the garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee, for to him whose physical needs of whatsoever kind are not truly satisfied, come at the physical or lunar, sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But I warn that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth the solar or lucid sleep, wherein womb images of pure light brushed by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of fire. And of this God also bordering may not say. And Cicero, with many of the wise men of old time, compare, oh my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of the universal formula. My son is so with a feeling of lightness.
Timotu, Zitai, Lenden, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or in thou wilt, as the divorce of knew it and had it. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus, light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any complex, to deracinate such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever.
Understand that all opposition to the way of nature created.
Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, there come poisons in the blood. And the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also. And we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with phenolonium.
Ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of conscious being.
Gary, the nature of the germ also with ether we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and of discovering a hidden will and judgment upon any question. What all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. Then the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher.
Of the secret way, like the garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee, or to end whose visit the redeemed.
On the strongly satisfied from metaphysical or lunar sleep, appointed to refresh and radiate with cleansing and repose. But an hand that is bodily pure, the Lord bestow with the solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure life fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the covered list the sleep of Shiloh, and not this door, for say corporate men sing, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time compare, oh my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the gnosis concerned, in the depths of the righteous, and the moreover of weakness of the particular cases, in the depths of
Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or a and thou wilt, as the divorce of Newit and Hadit. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material and created a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy.
So then all high violence, that is to say,
All consciousness is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites, thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of the complex to the racinates such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever.
D. Morbius, Now then understand that all Opo, sit into the way of nature created violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious, with hashish visions, fantastic and enormous, with analonium, ecstasy of color, and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question, and so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite, and the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. Lucidor. I'm not truly satisfied. Cometh a physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, where remove images of pure light fashioned by the true will, and this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shalom. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of old time. Compare, O my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the Moses concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula.
As red little are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and of exciting value, stably invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. They live according to their own nature, without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of a gentle life. It is so, for they are free of any poison.
Demotu, Vikai. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or an thou wilt, as the divorce of knew it and had it. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any temperance, but to the resonance such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. De morbis. Now then, understand that all opal, seat into the way of nature created violence. If thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, there come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements, heterogeneous thus. If the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries loss of personality itself, also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with an alonium, ecstasy of color and what not, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question, and so for many others. But all these are
in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. No, the salso that at the end of that secret way lieth a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, cometh a physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a soul or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure life destined by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shalom. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time compare. O my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the gnosis concern in the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of a universal formula. Thee or my son, if thou fast a while, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight, passive and equable, without will, a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the blessed and ruminant existence of such persons as reap little, are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting value, steadily invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. They live according to their own nature, without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of vegetable life. It is so, for they are free of any poison.
Diamo tu fighting. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or and thou wilt, as the divorce Joseph knew it and had it. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus, light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, law from that of man and woman, Diana ecstasy, from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis scholarly, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. In the exacerbation of any contacts, to deracinate, such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is discreet or sublimated forever is. Sanguis. How then understand that all seat unto the way of nature created violence? If thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, there come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous those. If the liver be not efficient, we have melatonin. If the kidneys coma, are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the truth. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time. Compare, O my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the Gnosis concern, in the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. Ardis, my son, if of us I shall come unto thee, a certain state of physiological being, in where trees of delight, passive and equable, without will, a contentment of weakness, wit or fearing of lightness, and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind, which of not fed itself of thought, motu vitae. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or and thou wilt, as the divorce of knew it and had it. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy.
So then all higher violence, that is to say all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego.
But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time
the exacerbation of any complex to deracinate such is the work of long habit and deep searching darkness for the germ thereof.
But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. Into the way of nature, consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have never got it. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, when we poison the blood directly with belladonna, we have delirium vehement and furious, with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous, with an elodium ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ. Also, with ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others.
But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons.
That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is in ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. It's are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of all time. Compare, my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the century of the gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn more than these on the particular cases of an universal formula.
State of the theological in which is a delight. A seven-level without spirit, acquaintance, mental weakness, with a feeling of restless, and a burden behind this because the book absorbed in its need of nutriment, are born elements, such ultimate is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on fire.
Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little or removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting value, stably invest. And then, oh my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed as a difference of two equalities, or in thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadid. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material, and createth the less material couplets, and this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Driana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any comfort. To deracinates such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated, forever demorbiated.
Sanguinis, now then understand that all opposition to the way of nature created violence, if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, and come poisons in the blood and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the intelligence. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys come on,
if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with anhelonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others.
but all these are in our mystical sense. Poisons are as we take two things, daggers and opposites, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. The weapon of each marriage is an ecstasy. The Lord dissolving in the higher is omnipotent.
friendship, that at the end of that secret way lieth a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiro. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time. Compare, O my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous. And learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula.
My soul,
Through faith's to will, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight, passive and equable without will, a contentment of weakness with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little, are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting volume, stably invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. The emotive vitae.
Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict. Even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or in thou wilt, as the divorce of newit and headit. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth a less material conduct. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any antlets to the racinates such is a work of long habit and deep searching darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated, forever denounced.
Understand that all sit young to the way of nature created. Violence, a thy excretory system, to
to its function not at its fullest, become poisons in the blood. And the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver inefficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, can we poison the blood directly with belladonna? We have delirium, vehement and furious with hashish. It is fantastic and enormous with andalonium. Ecstasy of color and whatnot with diverse terms of disease. Disturbances of consciousness vary with the nature of the term. Also, with ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its plain genetic, of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question.
And so for many others. But all these are, in a mystical sense, poisons, that is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. So that at the end of that secret way lieth the garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee, for to him whose physical need,
but to him whose physical need
are not truly satisfied, comment of physical or lunar sleep, appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and coupon. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will.
This is called by the Kabbalists the sleep was right home. And of this love was a porphyry mention. And Cicero with many other wise men old time. Compare, oh my son, with this Holocaust taught thee in the sanctuary of the gnosis concerning the death of the righteous. And moreover, that these are the particular pieces of a universal formula.
My son, if thou fast a while, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight, passive and equable, without will a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind, which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the passive and ruminant existence of such persons as read little, are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting volume, sadly invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. They live according to their own nature without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of things no love. Here they soar
my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed. As the difference of two equalities, or than thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadit, so therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and createth a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy, so that all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any curvilege. To duration it such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. Now then, understand that all opposed into the way of nature created. Voluntary marriage, Kitover system do its function, not in its fullest. Become poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is mortified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. With the liver being not efficient, we have never counted the kidneys, colon, the testes are overreached, loss of personality itself. Also, when we poison the blood directly with belladonna, we have delirium, vehement and furious, with hashes, visions fantastic and enormous, with anaronium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ. Also, with ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment of God and Preston, and so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. Whatsoever kind are not truly satisfied. Come at the physical is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little or removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting value, stoutly invested, and by age and environment unfree from passion. They live according to their own nature, without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of vegetable life, it is so. For they are free of any poison. Demo 2, 5-2. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed.
As the difference of two equal ladies, or thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hattie. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material and create a less material calmness.
And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego.
But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any complex to deracinate. Such is a work of long habit and deep searching darkness
For the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever to the more beef. Now then, understand that all opposition to the way of nature creative.
Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness
is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous thus. If the liver be not additional, we have narrow heading. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also.
and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium, demon and furious, with hashish visions fantastic and enormous, with the colonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ. Also with ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite.
And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy. The word dissolving in the higher. Oh, silver. Now know this I saw that at the end of that secret way lieth the garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee.
For to him whose physical roots are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shalom, and of this doth also Porphyry make mention. And Cicero with many other wise men of old time compare, O my son, with this error curing that which was taught thee. Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula.
My son, if thou fast thou art, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight, passive and equable, without will, a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity.
And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its meat of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Motu vitae
Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effects of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or an thou wilt, as the divorce of Newit and Hittite. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material, and createth a less material compress. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of any complex to derationate such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. Dame Morbius. Woman, this thing that all oppo, seeking to the way of nature created. Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts. The marriages between the elements heterogeneous. If the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous, with analonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness marrying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. Lucido, now know this also, that at the this answer, that at the end of that secret way lieth a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, with a physical or lunar sleep, appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repentance. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of old time compare. O my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. My son, if thou fastly, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight. A contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity, and this is because the Buddha had observed in its need of such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little, are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting value, stably invested, and by age and environment is proved compassion according to the Debutu Vitae Nenden. O my son, that all phenomena, the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, and now built as the divorce of Newit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth among material, and createth a less material context. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy, So then a high violence, that is to say, all consciousness is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites, for slight and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, triana, ecstasy from that of ego that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any conflicts. To deracinate such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever demolished. Now then understand that all see tuned to the way of nature created. Violence, if fine, excretory system do its function, not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements. Heterogeneous thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, when we poison the blood directly with belladonna, we have delirium, vivant and furious, with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with anhelonium, ecstasy of color, and what not, with garish germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ. So with ether we gain the power and analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and the judgment upon any question. And so for many others, but all these are in our mystical sense poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite, and the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the Lucido, Lucido, Lucido. Now know this foresay that at the end of a secret way life a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for me. For to him whose physical needs are not truly satisfied, cometh a physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose, that on him that is bodily pure the Lord bestoweth the soul abundance in sleep, wherein move images of pure light, fashioned by the truth. Demo to vitae. Learn then, oh my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is nothing expressed as the difference of two equalities. For and thou will wilt as the divorce of new it and had it. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material and createth a less material kindness. And this is our way allowed, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus, light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation anoint her place to the racinics. Such is a work of long habits and deep searching darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, a particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. Now then, let us find that all opposite unto the way of nature created violence, the finest authority system do its function not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the confliction of narrowness. The evil and the inferior genius, thus if the liver be not at visions, we have none in common. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium, vehemence, earnest, furious, with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous, with anhelonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying, with the nature of the journal, so with ether we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any poison, and so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them so that at the end of that secret way life, a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him whose physical leaves
That summertime
are not truly satisfied, cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestow a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure life fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shalom. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero with many other wise men of old time compare, oh my son, with this doctrine, and which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an ill of my son, if thou fast, however, there shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight, passive and equable, without will, a contentment and weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind which runs not fed itself from above. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little, are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient property of small and unexciting volume, scantily invested on my age and environment, are free from poison.
Diamut.
Vitae. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or, and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and created the less material kindlets. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites. Thus light and heat result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any conflicts, The racinate such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular gurglets is destroyed or sublimated, forever demorbis. Sanguinities. Now then, understand that all homo sitien to the way of nature created. Violence if thine expiratory system do its function not in its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is mortified by the conflict or marriages between the elements and heterogeneous thoughts. If the liver be not efficient, we have melatonin in the kidneys, coma in the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with inelonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with diverse forms of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ also. With ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any choices. And so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy. The lower dissolving in the higher. So that I'm the end of that secret way of life, a garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee. For to him who spins it for thee, are you not truly satisfied? Cometh the physical or lunar, sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But on him that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention. And Cicero, with many other wise men of old time, compare, O my son, with this doctrine that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of the gnosis concerned in the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. A second state of physiological being in which is a delight, passive and equable, without will, a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements, such also is the case with the mind that has not fed itself on thought, placid and ruminant existence of such persons as Red Little are removed from worldly struggle by some sufficient poverty of small and unexciting value, stoutly invested. And by these environments are free from passion, they live according to their own nature, without desire. And they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy. And in their way of vegetable life, it is so, for they are free of any poison. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed, as the difference of two equalities, or, and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth a more material, and createth a less material comforts. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy, so that all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two grows opposite. Thus light and peace presents from their lineage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, piano ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any complex, an erosion it's such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever ete mormis. Some believe. In the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements. Heterogeneous thoughts. If the liver be not efficient, we have melanton. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries, loss of personality itself. Also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with emolonium. Ecstasy of color and whatnot with diverse germs of disease.
power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovery, a hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others, but all these are, in our mystical sense, poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher.
Secret way, lying the garden wherein is a rest house prepared for thee, for to him whose physical needs of whatsoever kind are not truly satisfied. Cometh the physical or lunar sleep appointed to refresh and recreate by cleansing and repose. But unhemmed, that is bodily pure, the Lord bestoweth a solar or lucid sleep, wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will. And this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shalom. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of old time, compare, O my son, with this doctrine, that which was taught thee in the century of the Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases where the universal formula D. These are but particular cases of the universal my son. It's so fast, yeah! There shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight. Passive and equable, without will, a contented.
Dimatu vitae. Learn then, O my son, that all phenomena are the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is a nothing expressed as the difference of two equalities, or in thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material and createth a less material combat. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites as light and heat. Result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen, love from that of man and woman, Diana, or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time the exacerbation of any complex. To deracinate such is a work of long habit and deep search and darkness. For the germ thereof, but this once accomplished, that particular conflict is destroyed, or sublimated forever deep. Morbius, sanguinens, now then, understand that all seek into the way of nature created. Violence if thine excretory system do its function not at its fullest, there come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts. All marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, we have melancholy. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries loss of personality itself. Also, when we poison the blood directly with belladonna, we have delirium, vehement and furious, with hashish pigeons, fantastic and enormous, with analonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot, with divers germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness, varying with the nature of the germ. Also with ether, we gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes, and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon each mission, and so for many others. But all these are in our mystical sense poisons, that is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together, sober air compelled to unite, and the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher. Lucido, now know this I said, that at the end of
You can't do anything with it except for lawfully defend yourself. Now, if that's what the purpose of the weapon is, why should you limit somebody's ability to protect themselves by telling them how many rounds they can have?
Look, again, I'm just gonna it seems like Marshall didn't understand, so I'll just try again, right? Like, I don't know what rights, like the question of like what rights I have over you, right, is a philosophical one, right? I'm not like, maybe I don't even have the right to tell you that, you can't launch a nuclear attack on China, right? Maybe I don't have that right at all. I don't know. But
yeah, but a nuclear attack and needing more than 10 rounds are just wildly different.
That's fascinating. I'm glad to hear that, right? But I'm just making a descriptive point. I'm saying for the set of people who think that we do have rights, right? We do have the right to limit aspects of gun ownership at all, right? It's a pertinent question to ask, what utility is served, right, by different thresholds on gun ownership. For example, if there is a threshold on magazine capacity or rate of fire may be a better one, right? If you can say that, look, if you're like there is a magazine capacity at which like we just never you never expect to need more than like 64 rounds if you're trying to stop like if you wanted to stop a mass shooter, right? Stop a mass shooter.
Rate of fire is controlled for. We have
like a mass shooter, but a mass shooter, right? A mass shooter doesn't want to stop at 64. He doesn't want to stop at 1.
So fucking what? Some people like to use their work truck to drive to work. But some people decide they want to drive their truck into a crowd and kill them. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Are we going to limit everything?
Very good. Okay, fine. Very good. The point is with the truck, right? There is a utility to having a large truck. So I'm just saying it's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off between like what utility that we acknowledge, that we think is good for society. It has to having a big truck versus the danger. I mean, there is like additional danger to a truck, right? We impose additional restrictions, right? We say that you need like a Class C license or whatever, right? So I'm saying like, you look at the trade-offs for like magazine capacities as well. It may be that there is a magazine capacity threshold at which like, the police might certainly be justified in having that large magazine capacity, but an ordinary gun owner might not be. Right?
Why is it? Because the person that's threatening, the person that's trying to kill them is somehow, I don't know, less, they're harder to kill? That doesn't make sense.
No, it's not because of that. It's because you only have to kill one person.
No, that's bullshit. Why wouldn't you? No, that's bullshit. What if
are you imagining an army of people coming after you?
You can look in Phoenix. Just look. Phoenix Homenberg shows people kick. Actually, there's one video. They go into all armed. He ends up taking out an AR-15 and ends up shooting back at them. I don't think he hit any of them. Another one. You had men arms out. All had guns out, trying to kick in a door. He ended up mag dumping through that door. Once again, I don't think any of them got hit, but they definitely got out of town right away when that happened. I think it's just silly to say, oh, that could never happen.
This is just a bunch of relevant trivia you chose to interrupt me to mention, right? I'll just.
But it's not true.
And again, you're interrupting me, right? And
but you go on for hours.
And I will repeat.
I've heard you before.
Have you? I doubt you'd say that though. If you heard me before, I'll just repeat the conceptual point, and I'll assume that anyone in the audience who's capable of understanding has understood it, right? The point is this: a person who's intent on mass killings, right? There's essentially no limit on how many people he wants to kill. A person who is intent on stopping a killing or a mass killing, right? There is generally a lower limit on the number of people he wants to kill, right? So it just seems like there will be a trade-off point of magazine capacity, which will satisfy the second set of people and not satisfy the first. And maybe that's what we should aim for.
I just hate it when people. I'm sorry, I shouldn't take it personally, but I
don't know. The people who
give
me 2 seconds. The magazine capacity issue is a legally
Marshall, let me finish for a second.
Give me 2 seconds. Is a legally justiciable issue. The Fifth Circuit picked it up a couple of years ago, and the Ninth Circuit picked it up about 4 years ago, and it's sitting in U.S. Circuit courts. I don't think it's going up to the Supreme Court, but it is a justiciable. It is an issue which the Supreme Court does decide on. And they could decide on magazine capacity if they wanted. As I said, this has made its way through the circuit court, not up to the Supreme Court. So that's at least there. And then here's the other example for this. In Texas, when we go dove hunting or quail hunting, we have magazine capacity. So I use a 12-gauge shotgun. We are allowed to have 1 in the chamber with 2 in the magazine. So while I think it is silly to tell me how many rounds I need, it's not like there's no legal threshold for it. It's not like it's never been discussed before, right? Like, Deepak, this is something that has been chewed up by U.S. Circuit courts for at least a decade.
I just want to say, like, there's people who've heard the talking points maybe like, oh, magazine capacity restrictions. First of all, it's a very easy workaround if you have quote unquote magazine round restrictions in your state. But so if you want to do a mass killing, you'll do it anyways. But it's when people don't understand like what can happen in a use of force scenario. and they just talk about arbitrary shit that really does not matter. Almost all of the people that want to put restrictions on magazine capacity, these are people who just are anti-gun for the most part, or just very ill-informed. I mean, and there's only so many, and there's also a threshold of how many rounds any given magazine can hold. You're not gonna walk around with a 200 round drum, attached to your gun, and like even if you had it, it's likely your rifle's not going to really be able to eat through all of the ammunition.
Isn't this where states' rights just sort this out, right? If you like gun control, you can live in a state. I mean, look, states with more gun control laws have fewer gun deaths. If you think that's oppressive, you live someplace where they're more permissive.
Let's look at Nations Apart real quick in its interview of gun violence, right?
Great
like the most
Marshall, plug my podcast, Marshall. Plug my podcast.
I had to chime in to Scott's podcast where he interviews Colin Woodard. I don't know what the podcast is called, but you got to subscribe to Scott's podcast. But in this book, Nations Apart, it does an exploration of gun violence. And it finds that Yankeedom, which is like New England, Pennsylvania area, has less gun violence than, say, the Deep South, which has a lot more, versus in Norte, where Pepe and I live, which is a little bit different. Guns are seen more as tools where we live and less as appendages. But Scott's right. If you want to live in a safer place, right, there are parts of the country in which gun violence really is not as big a deal as it, say, is in the Deep South.
And it's not even about gun violence, right? The reason why this conversation gets so convoluted, especially when people from liberal areas or who have this liberal ideology about, about guns or ammo limitations, stuff like that. I don't want a person that lives in goddamn Manhattan trying to tell a person in Texas, you need to have restrictions on your AR-15, because a person that lives in Texas have a vastly different view for an AR-15 than a person in Manhattan. Texas, they have a feral hog situation, right? AR-15 is the common weapon that is used to solve such issues for people who live there. That's not a situation for someone who lives in Manhattan. So the usage of an AR-15 for a person in Texas is vastly going to be different from your use or your ideology, what you think about AR-15.
Yeah, the use case for
come on, dude. The
like
vast majority of
it ain't no come on, it's a common sense goddamn thing, right?
The vast
majority.
The vast majority of people in Texas live in the major city.
It's goddamn nonsensical because it's very common sense.
The mass majority of Texas residents live in Dallas, Houston, or Austin. They don't live in rural Texas.
Well, that's true, but you don't get the kind of density, or even close to the kind of density in Dallas or Houston that you get in Manhattan.
You don't need an AR-15 in the suburbs?
Sure, why not?
Right. Like, what are you saying? This should be a season for AR-15s?
Okay, now let's take it a step. Hello. I'll tell you what we're saying here. Let's take it one step further rather than calming it down. Let's take a step further, and this is gonna really get easy. 2/3 of states, 2/3 do not cap on magazine capacity, and quite there are a lot of 50 round magazine capacities out there. Here's your question. Does anybody really need a 50 round capacity mag?
Yeah,
For a handgun?
That's not, the right's not about need. The right's about having.
I would say for a handgun, yes. And once again, lots of police videos now that they all wear body cameras where it's just one individual that the cops are shooting at, or a cop is shooting at, and he empties the whole magazine, which is generally 16, but they usually have one in the pipe, so it's 17 rounds. And they're
right. So Pepe, and I know I'm interrupting you, but let me ask you this, and I definitely want to hear your answer. If the police regularly use a 16 round capacity mag, why does any American citizen need a 50 round capacity mag?
Are you saying 50?
50, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, the highest. Right. I think.
Well, let me repeat what I said. Maybe you didn't. Let me repeat it. 2/3 of states do not have a cap on magazine capacity.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Fact number 2: there are gun owners there that have 50 round mags. My question is, if the police only need a 16 or 17 round capacity, why does any other gun owner, not police, need 50? That's my question.
Sure. So when it comes to the 50 round magazines, like hold on, Adrian. There is so a 50 round mag. So 16 is in their handgun. Now that will mean the magazine will generally be flush with the bottom of the grip of the handgun. Anything larger than that, generally the largest handgun magazines you'll see are Stendos that are like 33s. Those stick way out and it makes the gun.
I didn't say handgun.
And the cops in their rifles and their AR-15s is 30 rounds.
There's 30 rounds. That's standard magazine capacity.
Yeah, standard.
So why does anybody need 50? Is my question.
Because I can have
Steve, it's not about me. Like this happens all the time in gun conversations. People think the amendment is about need. It's not about need. It's about ability to possess.
Okay.
I don't need 50 rounds, no, but I want 50 rounds, and the Constitution says I have every right to possess 50 rounds.
Right. And another thing, the reason why I want a 50 round magazine because I don't know the intensity of the next threat that may happen. Your ass is 4 motherfuckers right up in your home invasion. You're gonna wish that you got a 50 round magazine and not a fifth mag, right? Right. What are we saying here? It's the potential threat. It's the potential threat that's coming from around the corner that you can't see. It's better to be prepared than unprepared when the threat happens.
So I
don't know why this concept escapes people when we talk about magazine capacities and stuff like that.
Sir, the concept does not escape me. I was just asking a question. I'm a gun owner myself.
I think the argument being made about feral hogs, and Texas is an urban state. The vast majority of its residents are urban. Texas is not a rural state in terms of population, right? And so when people it's funny to say that this isn't about need, but then feral hogs are brought up and the gun is justified as a need to protect against feral hogs. But
I get that part. I'm saying the amendment itself and the current jurisprudence isn't about needing.
Yeah.
Because the current jurisprudence doesn't have anything to do with need.
I don't think
it has to do with possession.
What I'm saying, Marshall, is the vast majority of people in Texas have almost certainly never seen a feral hog, right? Like
what?
No. You have no clue about the world at all.
Adam, that was my pet name. That was my pet name for my ex-girlfriend, feral hog. I have family members in Texas. I've been to Dallas. I've never seen a hog in Dallas proper.
Check Houston.
Right.
Marshall, can I ask you a question about your view on the doing?
Yeah, dude, you can ask the question. What's up?
So like, wait, do you think, in your interpretation,
your whole opinion about the need for an AR-15 for those things? Because a feral hog, actually, in West Texas, those motherfuckers are the size of a Toyota.
Iran is the proxy of China and Russia to drain financially the United States. Back to you.
So I want to talk about the 2 points that you made, the 2 main points that you made, the first one being China. China relies on Iranian oil for cheap pricing and diversification. It is true, as you point out, it's a two-way street because Iran is completely dependent on China for its economic survival. Under this unilateral announcement by the president, China would be required, quote unquote, by the United States to not purchase oil from Iran. Now, there has been some reporting that during the blockade, they kind of looked the other way when tankers were heading to China. I don't know how often they look the other way, and I don't know if they would look the other way here as well. But we have been at times threatening and have imposed tariffs against China. The United States and China are great trading partners. And when it comes to the tariffs, we know that it's disadvantageous, really, to get into a tariff war with China. But this is throwing down the gauntlet, and they're saying in strong terms that if anybody purchases oil from China, the full weight of the U.S. Treasury will be placed against them. That kind of like opens up an economic war on several fronts. Do you anticipate that this relationship, it's a very symbiotic and important relationship between China and Iran, can be severed by this kind of unilateral action announced by the president? Alan?
Well, it's possible if there was something going on in the back and United States have a winning card in his hand. But as far as the surface, I don't see that. Our economy extremely tied to this. The Timo and then Amazon and the rest of these things that come from China. And tariff is not. Tariff, we paying it. I already said it many times. There's one company called Altadis USA, and they are bought by the China. 60% of the market of the cigar in the United States belong to that company. And the tariff, which they call it port charge, it's extremely higher than any other cigar company, the establishment like Artefuentes and Dominican Republic made, and they go to a distributor from Florida. But I pay $15 for it's called port charge per box of cigar, plus with the shipping, it's about $25 went up. China won't pay. Individuals, they come to my cash register, I'll collect that money, and it's already paid ahead, and get paid penny by penny. I'll pay a whole bunch for it, and then I collect individual, they come in. I don't see anything, and I see it in the similar other companies. And there's a reason for the jack up the prices and everywhere, because if they have in one item which I serve, and then grocery store and this and that, we know the tremendous amount of things come from China. And that's what the whole thing is. I hope United States have a winner card in its hand, they can put a restraint on the China to control some of the financial, our cash money goes to Iran. Hopefully they break them back, and they I don't know. And they're not going to give up. I know that. They already said it loud and clear. They said if we go, the whole Iran will go, the whole Middle East is going to go. And then the propaganda and the people, they already have in the higher level in the United States, it blow up my mind. How did they get to that system? What they said is they're doing the same thing. They said if Iran regime goes, if the Islamic regime goes, and then they're going to be an extremely mess in Middle East, and they're scaring the people. They're using that scare tactic, and seems to be working, because that's what they do. They say the same thing to the Iranian. They say if you leave, you just don't want us. If you leave, Al Qaeda and the other group, they're going to come in here and they're going to rape your daughter, they're going to rape your children, and they're going to steal all your wealth while they are doing the same thing. You know, that just was a couple of days ago, news came in, 23 years old girl. She got raped by 20, 30 people, and at the end, they hanged her. So these are the things. I'm hoping, Gary, United States have something in the back pocket and they demolish this regime. Back to you.
So let's talk about that, the demolishment of the regime. We already know that the regime, as I mentioned in the opening salvo, has sustained both economic and military squeezes without falling. Will this, A, cause the regime to fall, B, if not, cause the regime to give up the nuclear dust and end its nuclear program? Will it cause the regime to backtrack, open the Strait of Hormuz? And now on the proxy issue, there are indications that there's been reporting out of Israel that the Israeli intelligence community believes that already Iran's ability to fund their terrorist proxies in the Middle East has been degraded. I can see that happening and continuing with greater intensity through this effort. But explain to us, Alan, whether or not this could actually result in the demise of a regime that doesn't have to answer to the populace, and absent that, taking care of the nuclear problem and the Strait of Hormuz problem. Will these economic sanctions potentially do all that?
I don't think so. You said the key is they don't have to answer to the populace in Iran. They don't have to answer. There is no resistance from inside. So they don't worry about that part. And it comes to the outsider, and what are you going to do? 47 years they are saying death to the United States, death to Israel, and we have to have the nuclear power. We have a right to make it. And then all of a sudden they back up. We saw the sanction is not something very new. The sanction, they've been under the sanction, extreme sanction, for at least 10, 15 years now. But they survived in spite of all these things. Still, they doing them killing, they doing them shooting rocket at the, Dubai and Qatar and Israel and any place they can get handled.
Yesterday at UAE, and yesterday they fired missiles at the
There
UAE.
you go. Yeah, I missed that one, AAE, and that's what they keep doing it. I don't know what exactly it's gonna do unless they power the people, and the people, believe me, they're ready to pull this thing out of the ground. The only people they can deal with these mullahs is from inside, from the people, and they need help. They need to be, weaponized, and they have some training. I heard in the south of Iran there are a lot of pockets, especially Baluchis. They are very good at these partisan fight, and they are training, and I don't know, but it need to be a more individual be involved, and they are the one. The last ultimate rule is Iranian. They pull this regime down. That's the only way I look at it. There won't be any attack from outside. There won't be any boot on the ground, because that's going to backfire in the future. And the Iranian, they don't want it. We're still paying the big price of 1953. Everybody said, CIA put the Shah back in. CIA put the Shah back in. It's all false. Shah never left his power. He just fired Mossadegh. The cause of all the problem, they said, oh, we war. But anyway, I hope it works.
We all hope it works. We all hope all these tactics work. Thank you, Alan. There's another thing that I didn't mention in the opening salvo that we should consider, and that is the president's ability to sustain this policy long enough to see it reach its conclusion, because whether it's positive or negative, because he changes his mind so often on strategy that this is a major strategy, but so was the decision to engage militarily. That was a major strategy. And now he's backing off on that for the moment. So I'm sure the Iranians are assessing his will to sustain this as well as they try to determine how much of an economic hit can they take from the United States. Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Scott, followed by Murat.
Yeah, I don't know, Gary. I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say with it other than this is really unusual and that usually you do economic sanctions first as pressure, and then kinetic warfare is the last resort, as opposed to starting with kinetic warfare and then going to economic sanctions. I think it's unusual, but it's an unusual president. So we'll see. There you go. Uncharacteristically brief.
Do you think that any of the goals can be actually met, Scott? The degrading of their nuclear capabilities, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know about the toppling of the regime. That's a lot to ask for or wish for. But do you think that any of these goals are achievable through this strategy?
Yeah, I don't know, Guy. I don't have any idea. I mean, I guess this is the sort of the spaghetti and see what they do, right? I mean, I don't know that there's. I don't know. The supporters should tell me there's method to the madness. I'm sure. It seems a little haphazard. It seems like not incredibly well thought through. And I think part of that is that it seems like every president of both parties has been plagued by Iran, but like this, there's just been this sense that their first move will be to close the strait, and it seems like we missed that. So I don't know, Gary. I don't know if we'll be able to open it. We'll see.
And then, of course, as I mentioned in the opening salvo, which I think you may have missed, and that is that the full weight and force of the United States Treasury is being pledged against those who don't comply, both adversaries and allies alike. We're already in a very tenuous relationship with both. I suggest that this is part of the president's overall America First strategy. Building coalitions is not at the top of his list of priorities, pretty obviously. But, I mean, does this not put even greater strain on these relationships? Are these relationships as important as we have traditionally believed them to be, or can they be easily discarded in the manner in which it seems we are discarding?
Well, I don't think so. But I mean, of course not. But I'm not Donald Trump. I mean, I don't think Donald Trump thinks in terms of traditional alliances and strength and things. It's just not how he processes things, right? So, yeah, I think and how are you going to, in a global economy, anybody that deals with Iran is going to face it. Like, are we going to start a trade war with everybody? And the people that are most likely to violate it are probably China. And we're dependent on China. I mean, I don't see how any of this works, but what do I know, Gary? I'm just in Philadelphia.
Well, if that assessment is accurate, and I have no reason to believe that it's not, this takes us to the overall question of the room, Scott. Is this an actual strategy, or is this just bluster on the part of the administration?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's it's an unusual order to do things in, right? I think you would do stuff in a different order than this. To kind of follow up kinetic stuff with this kind of economic pressure is just unusual. So I don't think it was thought out. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Who knows? But I don't think this is sophisticated strategy. I think this is somebody said, why not try this? And Trump is impulsive and this sounds great. Let's do that. I mean, I think that's simplistic, but I think that's what this amounts to.
I want to make one other observation before going to the others who are patiently awaiting their opportunity to speak, and that is the president frames this as an economic D-Day. So he is comparing this to D-Day. I would just like to point out that that's an absolute mischaracterization. They can call it whatever they want. He has the prerogative of doing so. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this is a unilateral move by the United States. And while we herald for great reason and honor on an annual basis the sacrifices made on the beaches of France by American troops on D-Day, let's not lose sight of the fact that at least 13 allied nations provided troops, ships, aircraft, or direct operational support for the D-Day landings. So there were 14 nations involved, one being the Germans. But on our side, there were 13 allied nations, the United States and 12 others. It was not unilateral, D-Day. So I don't know. There are not many of those guys around anymore. But I would like to hear, if I could, from somebody who was involved in D-Day on whether they feel this is a fair characterization of this strategy. Not arguing for or against the strategy, but whether it troubles them that that was the way he is framing it. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Murad, followed by Brent.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm speaking on this at this stage. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, to begin with, trying to answer your question straight away, strategy or bluster, going by what has gone on in the past, it looks like very much a bluster rather than a strategy. I don't really see much of what Trump has done or said about Iran following a particular strategy. If he wanted this strategy, it was Israel during the war and targeting the top military and the leaders of Iran. That was the strategy. What Trump did really was, from an Iranian point of view, who wants this regime gone, was outrageous. He stopped Israel from carrying on with their plan, and in place of it, didn't really offer a plan, a workable plan at every stage. It's just like him calling this, Trump calling it economic D-Day. A lot of the stuff that I wanted to talk about, you've already touched on. I think even the name that he has come up with is another sign that it's a bluster. Also, when you mention the fact that the tariffs and the foreign policies that he's come up with have been challenging more the allies of America than the enemy, let's not call them enemies, adversaries of the United States, China and Russia. If you look at what his comments about NATO, at every stage, it seems like the allies are the ones that have borne the brunt of his attacks. The one thing that I wanted to ask you, when I look back in the past, presidents have had advisors, like I can think of Kissinger or Brzezinski or people like that who have been involved in formulating the United States foreign policy. But this administration seems to be a one-man show. Is that how you people see it in the United States? Is that how Who are his advisors?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you reframe it and I'll try to.
Okay. Who are his foreign policy advisors? Or is Bush
right? So this is a very good question. So it's been reported that there's a very close circle of people who he actually listens to, and whether he follows their advice or not is another story. But it doesn't appear from the reporting that there is a broad spectrum of input. Famously, and I don't think it was unique, but famously, Obama would bring everybody in and listen to all points of view. And at least the way it was portrayed, he would studiously listen to what they have to say. And then he would make a decision based on the input from a lot of folks. I am told from somebody who was in a position to know that from day one, his very first Oval Office briefing, and once you're elected, you are, even before you've taken office, the daily intel reports that are published are presented to the president-elect. They start bringing that person up to speed. But his first Oval Office meeting with his advisors, the way it was described, and this may be hyperbole, was that the hairs stood up at the back of his neck because he had no idea how difficult the global situation was. He had an idea. That's not a fair characterization, but he had no idea of the nuances and the intricacies of it all. And supposedly he listened to everybody and then made a decision. George W. Bush, he would listen, and then he said, "I'm the decider." The impressions that we get here are that the president he acts impetuously. A lot of times it's based on the last thing that's said to him by the last person who he trusts. It's not the same kind of process. At least that's what's been reported. We're not there, of course, when these discussions are being held. That's how this takes place. So you mentioned, and I think rightly so, that initially in the campaign against Iran, it was hand in glove with the Israelis. The Americans were degrading the conventional military apparatus and the ability mainly for Iran to respond to the sorties that were coming in from Israel. And the Israelis, both on the ground with Mossad, which had been embedded in the community for a long period of time, to the point where they were actually manufacturing drones right there in Iran under the nose of the regime, to the other attacks that were made by the IDF. There was a unification between the two nations and a strategy, as you put it, to decapitate the regime. And the Israelis have shown that this is their way of handling these things. They are doing it with Hamas. I like to use the term whack-a-mole, which is a boardwalk carnival game here in the United States. I don't know how prevalent it is elsewhere, where you hold a mallet in your hand and the head pops up and you knock it down through the hole, and another head pops up and you knock it down through the hole. It's called whack-a-mole. And that's basically what Israel was doing, and quite effectively, I think. And then suddenly the brakes were put on. And we know that there were contentious phone calls with regard to Israel and Iran's proxies, where the president, on several occasions, and he acknowledges the reporting, He seems proud of what he said to Netanyahu when he said to Netanyahu on at least 2 occasions that we know of, what the fuck do you think you're doing? So I'm wondering what you think about had that strategy been allowed to continue. Do you think we'd be where we are today, or do you think that they'd be degraded to the point where even if the regime existed on paper, its effectiveness would be paper?
Well, I can't really say how things would have turned out otherwise. But what is clear to me is that the regime in Iran only changes its behavior when faced with force. The only language they understand is force. These sanctions, etc., they basically, because they don't have to be, as you've already mentioned, and Alan mentioned as well, because they're not answerable to people in Iran, they can withstand economic pressure and put down any kind of resistance that may happen in Iran itself. So, and that's why targeting the heads of the government or the important people in the IRGC seem to be more effective than any kind of economic pressure that America may be looking to put on Iran. I don't know whether I should say America or Trump. Basically because one of the things about the economic pressure is that there are always, Iran has got a lot of resources. It's not only oil, it's got a lot of minerals, etc. And they can always find buyers, and they can always reduce the price so much that those countries will not be able to resist the temptation of dealing with Iran, like the way they have done with oil and China. So because of that, I think if Trump if his heart was really in for getting the Iranians to change their behaviors seriously, considering it, or even regime change, the only way to go would have been to follow the Israeli strategy in Iran. I don't think he's serious about it. I don't think he really thinks things through, and he doesn't have a proper understanding of the Iranian politics and the nature of the regime in Iran. Whereas Israelis have a very good understanding of it, and they have a very good understanding of the nature of the regime, and they understand that the consequences of allowing this regime to do what it wants.
Thanks. That was very insightful contribution today, Moran. I appreciate that. Marshall, followed by Ed.
Can you come back to me, Gary?
Abby, followed by Marshall.
You might have to come back to me also.
Brent, followed by Abby, followed by Marshall.
So I would make a few points. The first point is, this is what a administration looks like when it's going between two choices it doesn't like. It's got the choice of capitulation, which is represented by the MOU Vance signed, and which doesn't deal at all with their nuclear program, doesn't really offer a pathway forward to the strait, or it can escalate in a way that's eventually unattainable. The only real way to secure the strait is, frankly, again to secure the other side of the strait with boots on the ground. So the reality is this is going between bluster and accepting the actual thing that has occurred here, which is the United States has just lost a war. And, that's politically untenable for the Trump administration, and that's something that they're going to resist, admitting for obvious reasons. Lots of voices from the Iranian diaspora about the solution is the Iranian people, etc. I would invite everybody to kind of take a look at the funeral for the supreme leader. Millions of Iranians came out in a crowded streets where you would have to think that there's a possibility of danger or some sort of strike occurring for that funeral. The thought that this regime, as terrible and as awful as it is about to fall, was silly. Our national security apparatus thought it was silly when Benjamin Netanyahu briefed the president that it would fall quickly in the Situation Room, and it remains silly now. All these strikes and all this so-called Israeli strategy of taking out leadership is failed. The Iranian regime is still there. It is actually more hardline.
Let me just interrupt you and ask you this question, because that's not what Murad just said. Murad said that it was successful, but it was stopped. So how one could argue that it failed when the plug was pulled by the president, I don't know. So you're right, it has not succeeded, but does not succeed really mean failed since it was not followed to a conclusion?
Yeah, if you're not going to continue and you didn't have the political will of your ally to continue to do it, it is a failure. I think it's a failure either way if you continued. The
and why do you feel that? I'd like to know why you feel that if they had continued it without the president telling them no, it would have been a failing strategy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Israelis and you don't look at the political will of your main ally and don't understand you have to maintain it, it's a
no. That wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you that if the ally, the United States, had continued to support the strategy that the ally, the United States, obviously had initially agreed to participate in, had they been allowed to continue, you say that it would have failed, and I'd like to know your reasoning for saying that it would have failed.
I mean, I've seen no evidence of success. I've just seen Iranian leaders be replaced, and I don't understand.
Right, but you're not answering the question. I know that there hasn't been success.
I am trying to answer
because they stopped, and I'm asking.
I'm trying to. If you let me get out 3 or 4 sentences, I will answer the question. I don't see why if that so-called strategy had continued, you wouldn't have just had more of the same and more Iranian leaders be replaced by whoever's under them, and that pattern continued, because that's the pattern we saw. We saw a leader get killed. I mean, as you say yourself, whack-a-mole, right? There's always somebody else, and it's not like this is so-called Israeli strategy, if you can call it that, has worked in Gaza, because guess what? Hamas is still in Gaza. It's not like it's worked in Lebanon, because guess what? Hezbollah is still in Lebanon. So, I just want to get to my final point, please. So I would.
Wait a minute, Brent. It's Hezbollah. It's in Gaza. I mean, Lebanon, and Hamas is in Gaza. Are they as strong as the first 12 days when they were demolished? Are they strong as?
They've dismantled Hamas.
I just want to think.
Armed wing of Hamas inside
Why are we? Why are we?
They've reduced the rocket threat by a large margin.
Well, that's
good.
That's good. That's great. But we're talking. We're talking about the Iranians, right? We're talking about the Iranians, right? So when we go back to the Iranians, are they weaker than they are now?
What's
are they
Iran?
stronger?
They are a lot weaker.
Brent, you were the one that made the comparison. Hold on a second, guys. I just want to do a little moderation here. Brent, you were the one who made. Wait a minute, Brent. I want to do a little moderation here. Can I do that? Can I do a little moderation here, Brent?
I just want to finish my
Wait a minute. I'm trying to moderate and resolve this. I'm going to let you finish. I always let you finish, don't I? Have I ever not let you finish?
No, actually, you've kicked me off stage before. If you want to.
Well, I'll keep this up and I'll kick you off stage again. How about that?
Of course.
Let me moderate the room. I'm the moderator. Can I moderate? Do I have your permission? Not that I need it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do your spiel, that's fine.
It's not a spiel. I want to point out to you that you were the one that made the comparison to Gaza and Lebanon. And then when Abby and Alan point out the successes of Gaza and Lebanon, you said, but we're not talking about Gaza and Lebanon. You opened the door. So I think it's fair for them to challenge you on your proposition. That's the moderation I am trying to make. That's my ruling as the moderator. Now you can continue.
So the key point I was making was that comparison is that they're both there. The way it's different is because the Iranians are actually in a better position now. They control the strait. We have no means really to get them out of the strait besides escalating to a land invasion. This is what it looks like when your enemy has you by the balls. And our enemy has us by the balls because of absolute mismanagement by this administration.
All right, I want to look at a timeline with regard to what you just said, but thank you, Brent. We'll go to Abby, followed by Marshall.
Well, just to follow up on that, I think it's important to define what Iran is and its tentacles and its proxies. And when you ask this question, do you ask it just within those geographical borders of that country or its proxies of the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and probably Islamic Jihad as well? And then look at the dismantling of its proxies, the lack of funding now into its proxies, the pretty much devastation of Hamas, other than they exist there, but their whole military wing, political wing is gone. So, just essentially, maybe part of it is defining what Iran is. And I agree with you, Gary. I think had the brakes not been put on the situation, you would have seen a different outcome by now. The Israeli strategy and their intent was regime change. It was to, for us, we were targeting the nuclear issue. The Israelis were going after the regime. They were going after the delivery systems, the launching systems. There were different objectives, and I think they were reaching, and also not just reaching those objectives more than we're realizing. They were also working a lot internally with the majority, not, as he says, the millions and millions of Iranians, that are against the regime from a grassroots standpoint, in getting them armed and in place to ultimately make a change. But the brakes were put on. So whether the Kurds were armed or, what the process was, I think we won't know unless, it goes full steam again. But I think that's important to also question when you're talking about Iran, define it a little bit.
Thank you, Abby. Marshall, followed by Tim.
So I'm not entirely sure whether the strategy is bluster or actuality. History and politics are my strong suit. Economics is my weak part. So I'll give an opinion that probably doesn't sound very informed. If we can make the Iranians hurt economically,
without having to use military power, that's what we should do. We should make them hurt economically. We should make the regime get that much more unpopular, so that the regime continues to weaken itself. And I'll leave it there because I don't.
Well, let me ask you this.
Economics is my weak suit.
Let me ask you this, however. Scott points out that typically you try economic pressures, you try diplomatic pressures, and if they fail, you you step it up and go to economic pressures. And then if that is not successful, you consider kinetic military action. In this case, while there were economic pressures prior to this, including during the JCPOA days and before, but in this case, they went to the military and then they stopped the military action and they went back to economic pressures, which is not the logical course of action. And I wonder your thoughts about that.
Doesn't sound logical to me. Sounds to me like we should have continued with the economic pressure, and then if the economic pressure didn't work, then we should have turned to hardcore military pressure. But it sounds like they've used it in the exact opposite way as it's intended.
Thank you, Marshall. I will say, I've been doing a little research on this, that the people who study these things about the decapitation strategies, and this is from the standpoint of academia, there's division in the analysis about whether the removing of dictators or government heads creates more favorable governments or not in the long run. So there are two issues here. One is, had they been allowed to continue the decapitation campaign, would it have successfully resulted in the crumbling of the regime? I think that we can say, based on the examples that Brent himself raised, it has degraded the ability of the Iranian proxies when Israel has done this. It may not have removed them from the stage completely, but it has degraded their abilities to where they are relatively impotent. I mean, we're not seeing Hamas attacking Israel mainland any longer, are we? Now, that's not just decapitation. That's also the IDF going with boots on the ground and setting up a huge buffer zone. So Hamas is physically backed into a corner, nowhere near the border of Israel. They've had to take over territory to protect their homeland after October 7th. And they've done it. And it is a defensive move. I know the detractors say it's an offensive move, but it's clearly a defensive move.
Gary,
people can argue that.
I'm going to add that Israel's economy is continuing to show strength, by the way. The GDP grew over 15% in the second quarter of 2026, exceeding expectations. I'm going to put in the main chat the Bloomberg article of the economy there, but not only have they pretty much decapitated their enemies on their borders, but the country also is rebounding.
Thank you, Abby. The other issue is that if the regime were to be successfully brought down, who would fill the void? That is a big question. There is a possibility that some elements of the regime might fill the void, but the elements that filled the void would agree to be, acceptable in the sandbox, no longer sent home because of their actions. Anyway, I don't think it's absolutely straightforward, but we have seen successes since the caller brought him up with regard to Hezbollah and with regard to Hamas in Gaza. And with regard to Hezbollah, by the way, the Lebanese government and military is getting stronger by the day. They've not had control of their own country for a long time, and they are slowly but surely gaining control of their country thanks to the actions of the IDF.
Exactly, Gary. The Iranian regime got the most hit when IDF hit the leader of Hezbollah in Tehran in the hotel. Precisely, him and his group got. When they get that, the whole thing is almost fall apart. That's the whole point. And Brandt is missing it. Right when things were getting done, I cannot still think why President Trump came in and it says ceasefire. What the hell the ceasefire was? They were getting left and right. The regime got caught with them pants down. They never dreamed in a million years the Hezbollah leader get hit in the center of Tehran, where all the revolutionary guard there's all the Basijis, there are, the civilian troops with the civilian clothes is all over the place. But I can't understand.
Well, the thing is about the whack-a-mole analogy that I use, and that is, do you want to be the next mole that pops up? There's a psychological element to all this. Do you want to be the one to step up to the plate? It's like the old line where they line up the soldiers and the officer says to the enlisted men, I need a volunteer to go on this mission. The volunteer take 2 steps forward, and the entire line takes 2 steps backward, and the poor guy who can step backward is the one who volunteers, right? And I know that's like a cartoon-ish way of looking at it, but nobody wants to be that next guy. And maybe that next guy will temper his actions because he knows that at any given time, he may be the next mole to get whacked. It's just human nature. So, look, you can argue that it is unethical, immoral, maybe even illegal to conduct a campaign of decapitation. That's a fair argument to be made. I'm not so sure I agree with it, because I would rather see these heads of government who are ordering the killings of their own people by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, and who are paying for terrorism around the world where innocent civilians are killed. I think it's more ethical to go after them individually than it is to go after a populace. But the argument can be made. But about the effectiveness, I think it probably is an effective way of at least holding the regime in check and possibly resulting in its collapse. Tim, followed by Tiger.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy that she's not more here, and gentlemen. I jump into this room at the opening and I will answer to the object. And sorry for not jumping on last comments who really enriching my reflection and open new windows of my reflection. All my respect for them, but but legitimate patience due to human senses avoid reflection and most important, I think, comprehension. So I come back to the objective of the room, strategy or bluster. I will give you my opinion from a 51-year-old binational Moroccan French broken and sick brain due to a brain stroke at my 48. Who spent half of her existence doing business worldwide in HR for an American company. Rest in peace, Monster Worldwide. My first point is you cannot manage a country like you manage a company. For me, it's the most important statement. And my second point is you have to heal the trauma of all business partnership, forgetting human lives who just grow into hate against the country to first create a new stability, to just start to talk about a new I don't know why, what. Finally, regarding your dimension at the beginning of this room, the will of a man to be an hero cannot be the point of a national policy. And most important, a worldwide stability. I'm very sorry. I know I will not be upset if you send me back on backstage, but if I am out of subject. But thank you, gentlemen, for your welcoming in this room. Thank you.
No, you're fine. No worries. Thank you, Tim. Tiger, followed by Andrew.
Hello, everyone. I mostly came up here to respond to some of the things said in the past and to give a different perspective. First of all, on the Iran-China connection, Iran is not an ally of China, not a military one. And Iran is an economic partner of China. But specifically, the things people have mentioned, right? In terms of military, China recently sold Iran about 300 or 400 manpads. Those are human-operated surface-to-air missiles that's going to be used to target perhaps Israeli jets. But that's a very small arms sale in the grand scheme of things. And the last major arms sale that China made to Iran was back in 2005. You could look it up, get a GPT summary or something. So militarily, there's collaboration on dual-use material exports, but there's no real collaboration in terms of the actual equipment and the armies from the two countries. Economically, 4 years ago, China and Iran signed a memorandum of cooperation suggesting in the next 25 years from then, China is to invest up to 400 billion, I'm not sure dollar or yuan, into the Iranian economy. But that's only a memorandum of cooperation. Exact deal have to be negotiated on a case-to-case basis. And up to today, no real deal have been signed between the two countries. Recently, the Iranian Foreign Administration have raised to China that they would like to continue the negotiation of the collaboration under this agreement. But the Chinese response, which has already been publicized, is that regional stability is a prerequisite for Chinese investment in Iran. So as long as this war is waging, there is no real Chinese investment that can go into Iran. With that said, Brent was on the stage and he categorized the current affairs as a defeat of the United States military and also a defeat of United States strategic planning. That is a conclusion that most of China agrees. And China is very happy to see United States exhaust its resources and attention in the Middle East. But someone mentioned earlier that Trump is threatening China nominally, that Chinese entities cannot deal with Iran or will face the weight of
all, not just China, all entities, all
Yes,
government. Yes, right, and that would have obviously
I think
theoretically include China. Who knows? But that, at least as stated, it would. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to clarify on that. Similar sanctions have been ongoing on Chinese entities. In fact, this is why the Huawei executive was arrested on America's behalf in Canada, illegally, by the way, under the same sanctions, because Huawei was suspected of dealing with Iran by exporting them personal computing devices. So, similar measures already exist. But I can tell you that China does not intend to comply with this, nor China will be intimidated by this, because first of all, China had a history of dealing with sanctions such as this. Secondly, recently China has rolled out domestic laws preventing any business entities in China, whether foreign or domestic, to comply with foreign sanctions. Investigation pertaining any of these sanctions, including 301, 223, all the kind of investigations done by the state or the Commerce Department of the United States. So actually, there's domestic laws in China preventing anybody from complying with Western sanctions.
So how does all this affect Tiger? Potentially, the relationship between the United States and China. Does it reset things?
It doesn't, because it's already stable in a way, right? Chinese major corporations in China comply with U.S. sanctions because they have more business in the West and in the United States than with Iran. However, there are minor companies, and some of them are shell companies, specifically set up so that China could transact with sanctioned countries such as Venezuela or Iran. And that has been operational. In fact, there are foreign entities that are helping China trade with Iran. For example, Iranian oil are often said to be there's a swap of origin by transferring the oil from tankers in the Sea of Malaysia.
Right, they launder it so they're not buying it directly from Iran.
Yes, and those trades have been ongoing. And I don't think anything that Trump says now will change that. Adding to that, I do think it's Trump is playing an interesting game with regards to Hormuz. What we know is that, militarily speaking, the United States is not in its best position to open the strait and regulate the traffic through the strait. But it is true that by closing the strait, it's a very interesting game. Because the United States understands the Iranian economy depends on the strait, even though this closing of the strait will hurt American allies in the region, but also America itself. So it has become a waiting game of patience. Each side is seeing which will balk first in this shutting down of the traffic. Though, at least on the Chinese side, there's still Chinese tankers going in and out of the Gulf. And I believe there was an exchange that's publicized. I don't know how real it is because I haven't verified the truthfulness of this. But there was supposedly a radio exchange between the U.S. Destroyer and the Chinese tanker. And the Chinese tanker basically refused to comply with the U.S. request to not go into this region. Of course, the Chinese tanker is also not going to be attacked by the Iranians or the Houthis. So, recently, I think a few days ago, China announced there's going to be some escort missions by PLAN, Chinese Navy, to escort the ships in the region. This time, I think they announced it in the Red Sea, but it's very easy to see that such escort mission could happen for Chinese vessels going in and out of Hormuz as well. And then the dilemma will be on the American side to see if they are ready to attack Chinese vessels, because if they do, it's going to be an escalation that is beyond the calculation of most strategists, I believe. So I think America right now is stuck in a very tough position. And I do agree with Brent that this is about the time that United States maybe will not, nominally do so, but will have to admit a strategic defeat. That's my assessment. Thank you.
So I don't think there's any appetite for the United States to take on a Chinese vessel in an aggressive military stance. So I looked it up. The Rich Starry, a medium-range tanker owned by Shanghai Zhuangrun Shipping, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, and already under U.S. sanctions, became one of the first ships to successfully slip through the Strait of Hormuz, carrying 250,000 barrels of chemical cargo. Chinese state media initially praised the transit as a successful bypass. That's not the one you're referring to.
It's not the specific one. My information is that there have been, a fleet of tankers going in and out.
Right, the retreat of 3 tankers. There have been 3 separate Chinese-linked tankers attempting to approach the strait that retreated. They executed sudden U-turns in the middle of the strait rather than attempting to force their way through the U.S. line. So thus far, the Chinese, the one you're referring to, I can't find. But thus far, the Chinese have also shown a lack of an appetite to have a direct confrontation with the United States. But I can say this much, and I think everybody would agree on this. This is a tinderbox situation. All it takes is for one miscalculation and one military confrontation to cause an extreme international crisis. Would you not agree, Tiger?
I will agree, but perhaps not the military one, because one of the other things I have to mention, is that I think in the past year, especially the second administration of Trump's government, China has been basically honing its skills at inflicting damage at the United States as a retaliation of U.S. measures, right? We see that in the trade war. In the first Trump administration, the Chinese side have always shown like a reconciliatory tone and is very willing to sit and negotiate with the United States. But things definitely changed in the second administration, that every time the United States applies some kind of economic pressure on China, the Chinese move not only against the US, this is also happening against the EU, is that the Chinese side are far more assertive and usually up the ante in the counter, sanction or counter restriction of some sorts. So even if there is a military altercation, maybe a tanker gets attacked by US military in the region, my guess is that China might not escalate militarily. And if China were to escalate militarily, China will prioritize escalating it in East Asia against, the province of Taiwan or Japan, perhaps. But China probably doesn't want a full-on military confrontation in a kinetic war against the United States, but is more likely to apply pressure in other ways, especially in economic ways, because another thing to put into the context is that the U.S. economy is experiencing something that it hasn't experienced in the past century, which is, if you keep track of the yield of the 30-year bond of the U.S. Government, is at a historic high. It's almost as high as around the time of the Great Recession back in the 30s. So I think
depression back then. It was a full depression in the 30s.
Yeah, the depression. So the way for China to apply pressure on the United States at this particular junction of history is many fronts. So I don't think the military one is the one that China will pick, but I don't think America is in a very good position if it needs to confront China when it comes to the Middle East either.
Well, it's a lot easier to blow fishing boats out of the water off the coast of Venezuela than to attack a Chinese tanker, because the repercussions are greater, whether they are military or economic, if we were to do that. Thank you, Tiger. Andrew, followed by...
Hi, Gary. Good afternoon. Some of the points that I was going to raise, Tiger has just raised, some of them. I might disagree with his...
I mean, like the reference to Taiwan as a province?
Well, I didn't hear that actually, but that's, another thing. But in terms of this reference to Huawei and then the illegal abduction of 2 Canadians in retaliation, one was a diplomat and the other was a businessman, trumped up charges, spent 2.5 years in jail in China. However, that notwithstanding, certainly China does have some leverage in terms of, I mean, if you even look at some of the previous tariffs that Trump was throwing around, and they threatened to withdraw the rare materials from China, which they produce quite a lot of right now at this point in time. But I would also point out that China has some restrictions of its own in terms of getting their navy out. They are in a narrow seaway. They don't have open seas like Europe and the United States, 2 coastlines, etc. Get our ships out quite easily. However, is there force enough? I don't know. But certainly, I think it is a strategy. I'll say that. But I wouldn't use the word bluster. I might use fluster a little bit more. I think Donald is a little bit flustered at this point. It hasn't gone the way that he was told it would go by whoever told him that. And this is, I guess, his response. But again, the order of the battle order, economic first, then perhaps kinetic, I think is something to consider. But these efforts by Iran to, they've been under sanctions for ever, since I can remember, in one way or another, in one form or another. And they're quite adept at maneuvering around them. You have these teapot oil refineries that are accepting oil. You got ships changing their flags at sea. And again, as Tiger pointed out, the oil moving from one vessel to another, laundering it, as you pointed out. So these are all things that have been going on already. And I don't know that this particular declaration is going to change those efforts, because they're dark already. And so countries that are not trading with Iran right now are going to continue not to. But those that are doing it surreptitiously and will continue to do it surreptitiously. Very hard to control that and end it. So I don't think it'll be entirely successful, but it may hurt somewhat by forcing them to be a bit more surreptitious and less open. But I don't really see it. So thanks.
So it's interesting, since you're speaking from a Canadian perspective, when you were talking about changing the flags at sea, a lot of Americans on private yachts in certain areas of the world drop the stars and stripes and raise the Canadian flag. So that's kind of interesting. I don't want to get off topic, but
European backpackers too.
Yeah. Backpacking as well. They put the Canadian flag on their backpacks. So all they have to do is to remember to say A and don't say Z. Always say Z, and they'll be fine.
Toronto is not the capital of Canada.
Oh my God. There are people who actually believe that. It's just disgusting. But I don't want to get off topic, but since Tiger mentioned it and you responded to it, there may be people who don't know. So I just want to explain what you guys were talking, or what you were talking about. 2 Canadian guys. One is a former diplomat, the other a businessman. They were detained by China in 2018. It was hostage diplomacy, no question about it. It was linked to Canada assisting the United States by arresting the chief financial officer of Huawei at the airport in Vancouver. And it was based on an extradition request from the United States Justice Department. So here we have two Canadians who were held in captivity in China for 2 years in retaliation for the Canadians assisting the United States in arresting and extraditing this guy from Huawei.
Actually, it was a woman, and she was held in a
woman. I'm sorry, Meng is her name, right? Meng Wanzhou, right?
And she was held in a $10 million mansion, as compared to a Chinese prison.
Yeah, house arrest, right? But it's interesting now that the president refers to the Canadians as bad people or whatever the terminology he used. Nasty. I can't remember.
Nasty. We're nasty.
Nasty people.
Yeah.
But nasty. Just remember this, Andrew, you are now in the same boat as me, because all these reporters are nasty, 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 nasty. So you and I, we have a kinship that goes beyond
hockey. Yeah.
You knew where I was going with that. Steve, followed by Amir.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, I think one of the things that that really are variables in this that I'm not sure that we have a complete handle on. Number one, Iran's inflation rate, depending on when and whose numbers you look at, run anywhere from 60 to 80%. And inside the country, with the war going the way it has been, and the amount of damage that they've been taking, and the ability to carry on normal economic operations, coupled with the reduced economic output that would normally come through the Strait of Hormuz. Do we really know what kind of damage that's going to do? And there's
by the way, Steve, you underestimated. It's closer to 90%. It's just below 90%. The inflation rate in Iran. It's worse than you just.
Right. So there's a lot of things that play, and then the question becomes, how long? Because eventually the people that has to buy the goods and services to like eat and carry on a normal life, how long and how much pressure can these people take before it starts to become untenable? I don't know the answer to that.
Well, the problem is, yes, the Iranian people are suffering. I'm looking this stuff up right now. Because I wouldn't know the figures, but the core grocery, the prices for the average food and beverage prices have skyrocketed year to year, from 130% to 164%. This is according to Al Jazeera's reporting. The hyper escalation on staples up about 400%. 400%. Also right. Al Jazeera, but I have no reason to believe that it's inaccurate. The IMF projects that Iran's average year-end inflation rate for this year will settle around, as you said, about almost 70%, a little less than 70%. That's probably the figure to which you were referring. But the question is in an a-democratic society such as Iran, whether it matters to the regime, to the people in power. And thus far, it apparently has not mattered to them. The only thing that has mattered to them was when they've been targeted for assassination by the Israelis. That's the only time it's mattered to them. Any of this.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the things that when we're talking about this type of action against another nation. It's not like, you're going to launch a military operation and you're going to see dividends from it, pro or con, good or bad, probably fairly quickly. We're talking about a slow contraction of everything it takes to run a country. So time and the amount of time would be based on what is the current situation in Iran with getting staples into the countries, getting money to flow out of the country because of the different things that they have going against them. And I would argue that I've heard it said previously, well, Iran's had sanctions put on before. That's true. But the scale and scope coupled with the reduced or the loss of economic output from what they moved through the Strait of Hormuz, I would argue it's an entirely different ballgame now.
So do you think that these goals, Steve, any of them can be achieved through this strategy, presuming the strategy is sustained, which, of course, none of these strategies have been sustained, any of them. But let's just give the president the benefit of the doubt and say he's willing to go, to the mat, to however long it takes to resolve this. Do you think that forces the Strait of Hormuz open? Do you think it forces them to turn over their nuclear capabilities? Do you think? I think it probably does degrade their ability to pay the terrorist proxies in the region. That's a good thing for sure.
Well, at some point, it may even start getting to the point of even paying the regular grunts in the IRGC. I mean, it could contract to that point, but we don't have a good analysis on when that point could come. And my problem with the whole thing, that as I've watched this thing unfold, is there doesn't seem to be an articulation. Okay, if I can define something, and if I define that something that I say is in our national interest, then I have all the cards on the table to play them as I see fit. But it's like we went back and forth with this in a way that we hit one area, we hit another area, and it's not a coherent, applied, constant pressure. And I think part of it is the political nature of what the war's become, and part of it could just be leadership. Now, where those two intersect and what part is greater than other, I don't know. But I do know that we've took this approach to war for a long time, where we kind of play at war. We say something's worth going to war, but we're not willing to fully commit to a war. So I don't know. And like I say, I'm not sure that I know what the conditions on the ground are. I don't know how the foot soldiers are being paid. I don't know how much reserve is left to keep giving them money. I don't know what the foot soldiers' families, when they're sitting at the house, hey, we can't buy a loaf of bread because it's X number of dollars, and how this all plays out. So I think there's a lot of variables involved in this whole thing that we just don't know. And speculation's fun, but, I'm not sure. But I do know one thing, that given the nature of Iran, if you're going to go to take them out, you better be committed to it. And you can't change course every other day on it. You gotta get a coherent plan, military, economic, whatever. It's got to be applied, and they got to know that you're committed to the long game, where there's no way out. We're going to do this. And I keep hearing this stuff, well, the Americans are going to take a loss. Yeah, we did. Vietnam was classified as a loss too, but we didn't lose because we didn't have the military capability to execute. We lost because of political will. And if it occurs here, it won't be the ability of the United States to execute a war against Iran. We could, if we wanted to and was fully committed, we could take them out. It'll be a matter of political will. And that's what it becomes in a lot of these issues. So I'll leave it there, Gary.
So you bring up a really great point that up to now we haven't discussed, at least not today, and that's the IRGC. And if there's one thing that is a close second to their own mortality that these mullahs are concerned about, that's the ability to pay the IRGC. The populace, they don't care whether they can put food on the table, but the failure to pay the IRGC probably would result in a military mutiny, and then they're screwed. And that's why the Treasury Department has, it during this administration and in previous administrations, focused as much as they have been able to on the IRGC's economic monopoly. Because it's not just a military branch; it's its own economic, it's its own infrastructure. They're doing very well, thank you, as compared to the government of Iran. They operate, as best as I can suss out from fairly extensive reading on this over time. They have a pretty extensive black market operation. They have exchange houses offshore, mainly in Turkey. They have crypto networks, which, just like we discussed yesterday, the president and people in his orbit are making millions of dollars on the cryptocurrencies. It's been reported that the IRGC is making tens of millions of dollars. That money goes directly into their coffers. So, we know that what's happening here, what I just described, is like a decoupling. The regime in the IRGC is an entity over here, and they're not suffering economically. The rest of the nation is an entity over here, and they are suffering economically. This is a very important nuance that a lot of people, they're just unaware of it. It's not that they're unintelligent. It just hasn't been presented to them in a manner in which they can comprehend it. But it's good that you brought that up.
Yeah, Gary, I think there's one other intricacy to the point that you just brought up. Let's say the IRGC is making the kind of money that you was just talking about through crypto or whatever nefarious kinds of economic activity it got. The question becomes at that point, the leadership of the IRGC and the top people, how much are they keeping of that profit and how much is actually filtering down to the foot soldier, the guys actually out in the field? And
they're getting paid. They are getting paid. From as best as the reporting has suggested, they are getting paid because they know if they don't pay them, as I said, you're going to, potentially have a military mutiny. And this speaks to the larger issue, which has been referred to many times about who are we now? We're not supposed. This is all because supposedly we're not negotiating, but who have we been negotiating with? Who's really in control? And Alan has articulated this very well many times in the past for our benefit, if anybody's listening, and that is, it's not like the United States is one entity, one government. Who's really in control of Iran? On paper, there is a civilian government that is answerable to the supreme leader, who is the ultimate authority. But the actual power really is pretty much in the hands of this Revolutionary Guard organization. It's something that, God forbid, ever happen in the United States, and we have guardrails to prevent something like this. But it makes it exceedingly difficult, I am certain, for the United States to negotiate, because they could get some kind of a deal that's ratified by their parliament that's ignored by the IRGC. So in form, you have a deal, but in substance, you don't. I think that's the simplest way I could put it. And I'm glad you brought up the issue of the IRGC. Excellent observation, Steve. Now, the next caller will, if there are holes to be put in what I just said, will correct me. Amir, followed by David.
Good afternoon, Gary, everyone. Well, I'm not sure there are any holes in what you say, Gary. But in terms of who you negotiate with and who's in charge, I think in Iran, God is in charge, to be honest with you. And you can negotiate with God if you want, or Allah. Because the person that's the leader is now not present. Nobody else, can hear him or see him. There's not even pictures of him. And he's only a
So Amir, let me, if you don't mind me, I apologize for interrupting me, but I just want to paint a picture here and help me paint it. So you're saying that the people who have been shuttling back and forth to, say, Turkey to meet with our delegation, or who have been negotiating on behalf of Iran back channel with the United States through the offices of the Oman government, they're not really the people in charge?
Well, I don't know whether they have the sort of legal authority from the leader to say what they're saying. And if the leader doesn't like it, then obviously it's not going to go. Remember that there was the agreement that was signed by everyone, and they just the following day they went and did the shit. So, where did that?
And then the leader acquiesces to the guard, right? The leader needs the at least the approval of the palace guard. That's basically what we're talking about, right? Without the approval of the palace guard, there is no leader, supreme leader.
True, yes, but they have a sort of a mutual and interactive sort of, bi-directional, if you like, role in the IRGC and the leader. And if you look at the actual theology aspect of it, the leader is only accountable to the 12th Imam. And the 12th Imam is the person who's been missing for 1,200 years. This is Imam Mahdi. And he only is accountable to Allah. So, I'm not joking about this, by the way. If you did study the actual, theology of this, what's actually behind it, you will see that it's all related. So, I don't think you're going to be able to determine who is in charge and who is the person that you need to negotiate with. But the point I'd like to make about the sanctions being followed by the kinetics, which was basically Scott and Marshall made those points. I think that we've already discussed that it's been sanctions been there all along, and basically what we had June 2025 was the kinetics following a long period of sanctions. And after the 12-day war, we had even more stringent sanctions, which again followed by sort of kinetics of war in February. Now we have more sanctions, and I'm sure we're going to have more kinetics. And every time this level of sanctions and the level of kinetics is going to be sort of a few notches higher. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if this time the kinetics were actually initiated by Iran. I really wonder what should the U.S. response be? Let's say if there is a major vessel is hit and lives are lost, because if you're putting a lot of pressure on Iran with regards to sanction,
say for example, if they struck and sunk Arleigh Burke-class missile destroyer or greatly incapacitated one of our aircraft carriers, for example.
Exactly, yeah, or the support ships or something like that. Or even, to be honest with you, Marshall, it's not beyond IRGC to be able to mount an attack against one of the major bases in Iraq and capture a whole host of Americans. I mean, they would go in there with Hashd Shabi. It's not beyond them. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you tell me if that's going to be not possible at all.
Do I think that is beyond the Iranians? No, I do not. I agree with you.
Right.
I think the Iranian mosaic defense and where the bases are structured, some of them are in the southern part of Iraq, and they can depend on similar religious tendencies, similar cultural practices. It's why the southern part of Iraq, for such a long period of time, worked as a smuggling corridor for the proxies, because they were similar. Yeah, in southern Iraq, because they were so similar, and because during the Iraq War, the Iranians brought some of their proxies in to fight the United States.
100%, yes. In fact, Iraq, to be honest with you now, is Iran's backyard. A big chunk of Iraq. I mean, forget about the Kurdistan. But a big chunk of Iraq on the southern side, Basra is 90% Shia. So, and they're in the same ideology and the same thinking.
Well, not just that, they also solidly control Karbala, which, for those who are unaware, in Shiite Islam, one of the holiest sites of the entire religion is in this place called Karbala, Iraq, where I think it's called the Battle of the Camel, where Muhammad's grandson, Hussein, is murdered by this general named Muawiyah and his forces. And Karbala is solidly held by the Shia in Iraq, and they can be depended upon by Iran to acquiesce. I hesitate to say Iran owns Karbala, but I would say they can greatly influence the goings-on around the side of Karbala, which is, as I said, is the most sacred site in all of Shia Islam.
And the Ayatollahs in Iraq who are controlling Karbala and Najaf, Najaf is another very important center in Iraq, they are not necessarily, in the same line as they are, as the Ayatollahs, some of the Ayatollahs in Iran were in line with IRGC, but there is absolutely no way that they're going to stand against Iran. Absolutely no way. They would be shooting themselves in the foot if they did that. So they are, as you say, and the Karbala is very important because of Imam Hussein. He fought with 72 people against 30,000, army of 30,000 of Yazid. And this goes back about 1,290 years ago or 1,300 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, it's at the end of the rightly guided Caliph period and the beginning of the Ridda Wars, RIDYA. Read that.
Exactly. I'm quite impressed with your knowledge of that, by the way, Marshall. Well done on it.
When I was in school, before A&M asked me to come back when I had better grades, I studied Middle Eastern history, Islamic theology, and counterterrorism. And so I am very well acquainted with Muslims and Islam and the differing versions of it. So,
but next time, you're in Texas, right? Next time I'm over there, I'll look you up.
Please do. I'd love to take you to dinner.
Thank you.
Oh my God! We have to take him for lunch.
You know, this is really BS, because Marshall, when I talk about going back down there to the valley where he lives, and I'm familiar with it because my parents were winter Texans. They spent 6 months of the year within 10 minutes or so by car of where Marshall is right now. He says, well, come back down and you could take me to dinner. What the hell is going on here?
See, I'll take you to dinner, too. It's okay. I'll take all y'all to dinner. It'll be all right.
I thought you were going to say Marshall is telling you that you can shoot your own pig. Then you can.
If he wanted to shoot his own pig, I would let him shoot his own pig.
Anyway, going back to the plot. I honestly, going back to this scenario, this nightmare scenario of taking over one of the bases, no one knows what the outcome of that would be. Now, on the other side, this naval blockade, will it bring Tehran to the negotiating table? It probably does, but Will Trump get what he wants? I don't think so. You see, obviously Trump has said it so many times that he wants the so-called nuclear dust. Now, the very first time, Gary, that I came to your room, if you remember, I said, this nuclear dust has costed Iran nearly $1 trillion. They won't let go of it. Not for the sake of the release of $20 billion of their own money, which is at the moment held because of sanctions. I mean, that is a ridiculous scenario. And Trump knows this. Surely he must know this. So, and in fact, the talk in Iran now is to rush to the bomb. Because, I mean, who would blame them? Because they would see it, that that's the only way that they're going to kind of guarantee their survival and their safety. I mean, they look at North Korea and they say, well, you know, why not us? So now put yourself in the shoe of Trump. Well, not Trump even. Put yourself in the place of Pentagon. Can you cope with the nuclear Iran? And kind of what is the consequence of that? It would no doubt be followed by Saudis and the United States. I mean, why
the
wouldn't
entire
they
Gulf
want
states
that?
would demand they become nuclear.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah.
So instead of nuclear non-proliferation,
It's going to be nuclear proliferation.
of course,
Followed by
and
nuclear
everybody
war.
knows that. Everybody knows that, including those who say Iran has a right to nuclear weapons for defense. Israel's got nuclear weapons. They know what this would result in. Exactly what the world does not need, and that is more nuclear powers. And on that, there should be no debate, but apparently there is.
So I mean, this is a question, and remember that when this war started, Iran started shooting in all directions. The countries that never even thought about firing a single bullet towards Iran. So imagine if there was a nuclear weapon there. I mean, this is just
horrible, just horrible. I want to help people understand, because you threw something out there, and it's really not the topic of the room specifically. And I'm going to try to in brief terms, and correct me if I got this wrong, explain that and let me preface this by saying that the vast majority of Muslims are Muslims. I've offended people, by the way, by saying Muslim, and I've offended people by saying Muslim. Can you believe that? Because there was actually an Islamic organization in Detroit when I was a reporter there, held a informational briefing for all news agencies, and they insisted that the broadcasters referred to Muslims as Muslims. And so, in deference to their desires, I and others, it became our style at our radio station to say Muslim, which I had never heard before. And then we were accused of mispronouncing it and being degrading to Muslims by saying Muslim. I don't know where that comes from, but more importantly, the vast majority of Muslims, 85 to 90%, are Sunni. But the people who believe in the 12th Imam, who died hundreds of years before the birth of Christ, but they believe is being hidden by God, Allah, for his protection. And they want to bring him back. It's a messianic approach. There are some parallels to some of the messianic views of Christians, by the way, but Christians are not, by and large, attempting to force an apocalypse. The Iranian regime, and it's ingrained in their constitution, divinely inspired by the 12th Imam. Their job is to, and they consider themselves transitional. They consider themselves transitional until that apocalypse occurs and the 12th Imam re-emerges. So in order to get there, there has to be an apocalypse.
Yeah,
in order for there to be an apocalypse, there has to be a global caliphate. In order for there to be a global caliphate, the Jews, the Christians, the Buddhists, the Hindus, everybody else, the atheists, the agnostics, probably the Sunnis have to be eliminated. Maybe the Sunnis can be converted. I don't know, in their mind. That is the philosophy by which the foundation of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in short. Do I have that right, Amir?
No, I'm sorry. That's not the correct narrative. Because first of all, the 12th Imam, he basically disappeared, and that's only about 1,300 years ago. It's not before the birth of Jesus.
All right.
Exactly. They copied the Christian America.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of parallels in there. I mean, there are lots of parallels in it, just about all religions. So, but the point with the 12th Imam is that it is true that a lot of corruption has to be in the world before he actually appears. So it's kind of it's slightly opposite to what Gary is saying. It's not the case that we have to convert everyone to become a Shia before this happens. It's more like there has to be a lot of sort of wars and disruptions and corruptions and everything. Dystopia, basically, before this Imam arrives. And of course, when he does arrive, then he's going to do what Gary just said, that meaning that he's going to put everybody right, and then, he's going to basically kill everybody that's not, aligned with his way of thinking. That is how it's going to work. But I know that a lot of Christians do not believe in this because, of course, Christianity has had its reformation, which obviously Islam hasn't, and that's one of the major issues that we are facing. So I'm conscious of the time, Gary. That
I just wanted to say, I may have gotten it a little wrong, but the point is that the regime is not based on diplomacy and getting along or anything like that. And it's a miscalculation to think that this particular government, no matter what they say, wants to get along with anybody. It's contrary to their theology, and the government is based on a theology, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And it is a kind of a fundamental theology, and they are not going to be sort of moving away from that. This is why the whole thing about negotiation and so on is, as long as it's in line with their theology, yes, you're welcome. And if it's not, then you can bugger off, basically. It's as simple as that. So it's a waste of time. Now, I just basically want to close with saying one sentence. It's either the nuclear material leading to a bomb or what? And I wish Anson was here, because that's a question that I would have to say to him, or Marshall, if I could make a comment on that. Thanks, Gary, for the...
Thank you. And I think the most important thing that you said has to do with the fact that they're never going to give up, in your opinion, their nuclear capabilities. Never, is what Amir says. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going with all this, folks. David, followed by Soren, if there's time. David.
So I want to address some of the comments. Apparently, China has been stealthily selling parts and material used under the guise of commercial business versus military. And the United States intelligence agencies have sussed this out through various forms that they have at their disposal.
I'm sorry, what kind of you're going to go say it right now?
Stuff for drone creation, satellite imagery, technology that they use. They've been able to provide this to Iran under the guise of commercial transactions, but in fact, the material that they're selling them has dual purposes, which is also being used for military purposes, which are being used to fight us and provide the drone technology to wage war, asymmetrical war against us, as well as the Gulf allies, when we decide that we want to continue to try to bomb them. So there's that aspect.
Which is exactly the tactic that they use to arm Hamas.
And maybe along those same lines, absolutely. And then, of course, China has also been backstopping them economically in the form of their oil purchases. and they're doing it under their yuan versus the U.S. dollar, which allows them to escape the sanctions that we've imposed. So recall that Scott Bessent in this article about the D-Day, economic D-Day against Iran, is telling China to get its act together and to join the family of nations in crushing this regime economically. Well, as we heard from Tiger, that this is not an agenda that the Communist Party wants to try to help implement on our behalf. Quite the contrary. The more we saddle ourselves in the Middle East, the less military assets are in their sphere of influence in their region, South China Sea and the like, which allows China to essentially, at some point, realize, hey, we're out of bullets, figuratively as well as.
They must have been celebrating when the decision was made to move the Washington Carrier Group to the Middle East. They probably were celebrating in Beijing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, President Xi is probably, toasting and celebrating, the fact that,
do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible that things may not be as bad on the Lincoln as portrayed, and that the story was leaked by China?
No, I absolutely believe that the military situation for those soldiers and troops is accurate. The families have been reporting that. The parents of the family members that are on the ships have been coming out in the press. So that's not a Chinese fabrication. I think that's an absolute real situation that our troops have been facing. Gary, I love your use of the word whack-a-mole, but President Trump is playing his own form of whack-a-mole. He's playing whack-a-mole with the U.S. military, the families, and the optics of how badly managed our military is. He's playing optics with the markets, with the bond yield and the rise in our bond yields, which is affecting borrowing costs, gas prices. I mean, he went to war, Gary. He went to war against the green energy. All the green energy policies that Biden's tried to put in place, the contracts that have made with wind and solar, he's gutted all of those, right? And he's made us wholly beholden to this petrodollar situation where, most Americans, Gary, don't understand policy. They don't understand the budgets. All they understand is when they go to the gas pump, more money is being siphoned out of their credit card or their debit card than they used to have to pay at the pump. And that's all they care about. So, the whole thing here, Gary, is this D-Day, this economic D-Day is actually coming home to roost on our shores versus going home to roost on the Iranian shores. I mean, it can't be a zero-sum game with this. So, at the end of the day, I think the economic approach is the better one versus the military one. But I don't know that we can run off the clock in time before the midterms. And I land there.
I don't think they could do it before the midterms either. Sworn, I apologize. We're out of time. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Bluetooth.
Is about now how do we have responsibility if we lack freedom?
Yeah.
Can you just acknowledge that we don't have freedom, and then I'll address your point about responsibility?
I can't because I think we all have freedom.
Okay, but you've acknowledged you haven't demonstrated that, right?
To a certain extent, we do have freedom.
Okay, but you haven't demonstrated that, right?
You know, well, here's a simple one. I can choose to hit the snooze on my alarm 15 times or get up the first time.
But you don't choose that. That's the point.
Yeah,
you
I
hit it or don't hit it depending on how tired you are, depending your mood of the day, and depending on a million different things.
Yeah, there's a lot of different choices throughout the day. That's right.
Okay. So
I mean, I could choose to jerk off for that period of time, or I could just get up out of bed.
You could, but jerking off is going to depend on like your hormones and all this other stuff. Like
no, it could be me thinking about the checker at the grocery store.
Okay, but why did you think about her or him?
I mean, this is such a circular argument. I mean, you know, I understand your position and James's position, and I appreciate it. I don't see it that way. I think everyone.
It's not a matter of seeing it. It's a matter of we're talking about the laws of physics as they're currently known.
Yeah,
as the laws of physics are currently known, it doesn't look like there's any free will.
Okay.
So what you'd have to do to demonstrate.
So why are some people adjudicated guilty then?
I'll tell you why. I will absolutely tell you why. Number one.
I'm listening.
Number one, the justice system has nothing to do with what we're talking about, philosophy or morality or anything, or science. It has to do with a very simple thing: convicting people in a barbaric, archaic system. So that's why we do that, because it's a barbaric, primitive, ignorant system.
Oh, okay.
Number two, we convict people because most people are delusional. They believe in free will. So you get a bunch of crazy people in a room and say, oh, let's convict this person. He has free will. Oh, yeah, I believe that too. They're playing off each other. It's like the inmates running the asylum.
No, I hear what you're saying.
To be clear, your opinion is that all of the justice system is just an abuse of automatons?
Essentially.
Stop it.
It's not as reductionist as that, but yeah, essentially. The vast majority of things they think people are convicted for are not moral or not agents. They themselves were victims of their circumstances. And for the part, like I said, the amount of people you have to actually put in jail is little. You can put in jail people who are serial killers. You don't need to put in jail people who are smoking weed.
Well, that doesn't really happen that much anymore. So in your opinion, then everyone is equally noble.
No, they're not equally noble or equally vicious. They're just neutral.
Okay, so everyone is equally neutral. No one is more noble than anyone else or ignoble than anyone else. They're all neutral. And if that's true, Abe, why would you prefer to hang out with one person over another? Or do you have that choice?
Yeah, I was going to ask about loyalty. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
No, well, I don't know if he's getting a phone call, but I was just going to ask, if he thought that you could be loyal to the person or, what he thought about.
I think his general opinion about loyalty or anything that a person chooses is just antecedents, right? Why do you select this person? Oh, because your genetics are predisposed to liking that person. You had no choice in the matter. That's what he's trying to say every time.
But McZed, you don't believe that, do you?
It's also the case that that person behaved in a manner that convinced you to like them, right? So you didn't just choose to like them. There was something that occurred through your experiences that convinces you this person is worthy of your friendship. It's not that hard. And that's not free will.
If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
I love Rush. Yeah, choice is not free will.
JCC, could you say you love Rush, please?
No, Rush, the band Rush.
Yes.
Canadians. Although the new drummer Annika, is she Canadian? She's awesome, by the way. I'm looking for tickets to go see them with my daughter.
Yeah, but JCC, look, I think that, look, there definitely is the argument about free will, right? But the thing is that you, and I think, Abe, to a certain extent, you don't live your life like with this at the forefront of your mind, right? Because I have witnessed both of you get really annoyed and have heated discussions and arguments with people, even on this app.
Yeah.
And
okay.
the idea that if you think that no one has free will, then they're definitely just going to articulate the things that they articulate. And there is no reason then to get annoyed at people, right? If you think that they don't have free will to think or speak otherwise, then why would you get pissed off at someone for articulating what they were always going to articulate if they don't have the will to do otherwise?
I get annoyed at the stupid shit people say, like someone like Mikhail or Rabbi or Hans. Yeah. So, okay, judge me for that, whatever. Do I care?
No, but I'm saying why do you get? It's not.
Why? Because I'm a reactionary individual. I'm an outspoken person. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with sharing. I don't have a problem with, like I said right now, like muting this dumbass for interrupting me. I don't have a problem with being true to myself and exposing my emotions and my feelings at that moment in time.
I will say
my point
is he's an automaton according to his.
Please.
I didn't call myself an automaton. I don't necessarily agree with that. Maybe there's a little, issues with it, whatever.
Well, I will say this, James. Over the years that I've been interacting with you, I have noticed that you're far more deferential to women on this app than you are to men.
Well, that's probably based on the epigenetic antecedents.
Yeah, it's because we're hot.
Hang on. Regardless of their biologics, if someone is behaving badly and it sparks reaction from me, I'll go off. I'm male or female, so I don't care what you're saying.
I never noticed you do it with a female.
But Jason is not making the choice. It just happened. That's what he is, the thing that responds in this way.
Yeah, I'm presented with a situation, and my reactions are my reactions based upon all the antecedents and epigenetics that lead up to this particular moment in time. I have no control. I can control them within certain limits, but deep down inside, if I bite my or mute myself, I can be screaming, and then I can come off mute. So yeah.
Okay, well, I beg.
I was in the military for 8 years. You think I didn't hear something from a dumbass higher up in the military that I bit my fucking tongue?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. So yeah, I have the ability to control my emotions. However, when I'm in an environment where I can, let shit fly, hell yeah, I'm gonna let it fly, baby.
Yeah, but my point is, right, like you verbalize and you're using the vernacular like people don't have the ability to do otherwise to what they're doing, and then you get pissed off for people are doing and saying the things that they're doing and saying. And it just seems fairly counterintuitive. If you believe that they don't have the ability to do otherwise, then you get pissed off at them for doing the things that they are destined to do under your view, right?
Sure. And I'm destined to say my commentary because they say something stupid, it doesn't make sense, I'm going to call it out.
Yeah, but it's just really counterintuitive. If you truly believe that they do not have the ability to do otherwise, and you still get pissed off at them,
okay,
it doesn't quite make sense, right? Can you see that?
It does make sense because I can be reactionary to something that I'm exposed to that is nonsensical.
Why should it make sense if you're not choosing to do it?
Oh, okay. I don't understand
what the fuck is going on now.
Because he's basically saying like, if you understand that like this metaphysical free will is not really a thing, you should basically be a Buddhist monk. You should be the Buddha or something.
And people have feedback coming from the mic. If you don't hear it, we do. Can you mute?
Mickey. So yeah, just because. So obviously, and so if somebody does piss you off and you do react, I mean, it's obvious we come from fucking apes. We still have monkey brains.
We are apes.
Are reactive and stuff. We didn't evolve to like figure out the truths of the universe or to the laws of physics or whether this metaphysical free will shit makes any sense. We didn't evolve for that. So we're still gonna have our ape brains. That's not gonna change. But
see, if we evolved from monkeys, why is there still monkeys around?
We didn't evolve from monkeys.
We evolved from sperm. Why is there still sperm?
Oh my gosh.
Actually, I kind of, in a way, I kind of agree with you guys. Like that's, I don't know. I think that your chemicals, your environment, all this stuff can affect you. But the difference is, I think once you're aware of it, is when you start to change it. I think you can change it, but you have to be aware of it, and you have to constantly remind yourself.
Yeah, is that these guys think? Like basically you cannot like I don't know you cannot improve yourself or something like that. Of course, that's not at all what we're saying. It's just
to what you said. If we evolved from sperm, how about if we evolved from babies? Why do we still have babies? I think that makes sense.
Did you actually say that?
Did you have the sperm part? So I have to respond with that. I have to respond with that. You know,
evolve from babies. What does that mean?
It's okay. The evolve from monkeys. Why they're still monkeys is as stupid as what he said. It was a funny joke. I got it. But so yeah, it's just you can improve yourself, but like yeah, probably within some limits. You will be limited. You will be restrained by your biology, by your psychology, by your culture, your society, just pretty much everything. The point is this idea that like you can just ignore biology, ignore psychology. That's what we're saying doesn't happen.
Well, see, that's
you can't just make free choices, like free of all of that. That's never gonna happen.
But you're talking about nature versus nurture.
The constrictions of the biology and the physics, there is some small measure of choice that you have. Sounds like you're saying that. I'm not sure.
I mean, this becomes like semantics really fast. In one sense, yes. In one sense, no. Like, this is a difficult conversation, and that's that I've had it with you. So, the most free choice you think you will ever make. Make that, bro. Your static is crazy. Okay. If I put chocolate ice cream and vanilla ice cream in front of you and tell you to choose. In the moment, yes, you think you are making the most free choice. I mean, you're not gonna win anything. There's no gun to your head. You think you're making the most free choice, and you're saying, if I have this free choice, then surely I can freely choose whatever I want. Like, what you don't understand is, even in that moment when you choose vanilla, you don't really know why you chose vanilla. You can justify it to yourself, kind of, even before or after the fact. But let's say if you're more, what's the fucking word? Not destined, of course not. It's just if you're just a person that likes vanilla ice cream more. I mean, you didn't choose that. Like. Everything that you're not aware of all the influences that's going to make you choose vanilla ice cream. It could be everything from just the way your taste buds are, which obviously you don't choose those. You don't choose how sensitive they are to chocolate versus vanilla. All your memories in the past. You could have on your first date with your girlfriend, you went out for vanilla ice cream. And your whole life, those memories make you just want vanilla ice cream more. So you're not noticing all that stuff in the background as you choose vanilla ice cream. Sure, you're going to be like, in the moment, you're going to say, I can choose either one. This is as free of a choice as I'll ever make. I choose vanilla. But you're not aware. This is the antecedents that JCC keeps talking about, that you're not aware in the moment. And the point is, you cannot get away from that. You cannot ignore your biology, your
psychology, your culture, you cannot ignore physics, you cannot ignore any of that.
Are you trying to make an argument that you're limited to the choices of your confinements of each scenario?
It sounds like you're saying that when I say select vanilla over chocolate, I know that I want the vanilla more than the chocolate. But you're saying, even though I know that, and it sounds like you're saying a little bit, I might be making a choice there. I don't know all of like the evolutionary and antecedent history that resulted in me knowing that I wanted vanilla. And like, I'm not so sure I need to be aware of like all of history to know that I want the vanilla.
You don't, or you're not. Yeah,
but I'm trying to say is like, why isn't my selection of vanilla simply like the final result, the final calculation of all the antecedent stuff, like what I ignored, what I paid attention to, what affected me, what didn't affect me, and then the final result was vanilla. I didn't calculate it, and like I couldn't prove all of.
I don't think that's what CM means, right? When he says you can't ignore, and yeah, he's just like misspeaking. He means like you can't escape, right? Like all those antecedents. He doesn't actually mean you can't ignore, because he thinks you do ignore for the most part all those things.
And he's also saying that you didn't have the ability to do otherwise. So you didn't have the ability.
Yeah,
to not
CM's a determinist, right? So yeah, he doesn't think you decide anything really.
Well, so the thing is, the free will. People like Rainbow also in the comments was saying, "Oh, if you make a choice, that's what free will is." Well, I've tried explaining this to some extent. I couldn't do it before. I'm not going to do it now. But making a choice, we're not saying like, so even if you believe in some self-determinism, making a choice, that's not what's in question. You can believe in free choice or free action or free, I don't know, even the word free is still a little bit problematic here, but we're not saying there's no choice, there's no action. Of course we make choices all day, every day. It's the like background influences which ultimately determine the choice that you make. I cannot be more courageous than like my psychology and biology allow me to. I cannot be smarter than my psychology. You are limited by your choices, and all these things basically determine your choices.
But still make choices.
Of course, you still make choices.
You're limiting the potential for like an area like, let's say, strength or wisdom or whatever. You're limiting that based on like an objective future result that you don't have access to. You'll never know how smart you could be. Like, how is that not then? One second. If it's true.
Cap on how smart I can be.
Okay, CM, I agree with you. I know that there's a cap on how smart you can be. However, you don't know what that cap is. None of us do. So I don't understand what the limit. I'm trying to finish the question or the statement. I don't understand what you're trying to say is limiting your capacity for wisdom other than you, and then this other artificial, like hypothesized cap on your intelligence that you admit you'll never have access to. So like, it just seems like it's you deciding how smart you're going to be based on your own commitment to it.
Well, obviously I went to school. I am trying to be as smart as I could possibly be. I don't need to know why. I don't know why I need to know that cap. I just know that cap exists. I don't. Of course I don't know what it is.
You're trying to be smart. You came to the right room.
If you know that the cap exists, and I agree with you that the cap exists, but you also don't know where the cap exists, then knowledge of the cap seems irrelevant to you. Like, you would simply go as high as you could. And in terms of like possible alternative realities, it does seem like you would be able to cap out higher or lower because you don't know what the actual cap is.
Sure. And if I can live my life over again, maybe I could go higher or lower. That is also going to be determined by my environment, my culture, my biology. That's also going to be determined by that. That's the point. You put me, no matter how high my cap is, you put me as like a slave in the Middle Ages, it's not going to go very high. Point is, people pretend like these influences or these things that are, you're basically conditioned by your everything, right? All the things I'm mentioning, your psychology and biology and culture, you are conditioned by that. I know it doesn't feel like it. Everything you guys are saying is completely consistent with the illusion of free will. Every single thing you're saying.
Yeah, but CM, everything you're saying is equivalent with the illusion of no free will. Like, it's unprovable either way. We're all talking about, could you have done otherwise? And you'll never know. You have no proof that I couldn't do otherwise. I have no proof that I could do otherwise.
Sure. Yeah, well, I don't see the problem. So this is what Sutra was talking about like in the moment or just on a day-to-day life, even the people who acknowledge, again, all these background influences and that are determining 99, if not 100% of actually everything, they don't act like it or whatever. Yeah, they don't. Again, we have monkey brains. We're going to react. We have, we can't, that's part of it. We cannot get away from our biology. That's part of it. And we didn't evolve to think like this. I mean, he was basically saying you should be walking around like the Buddha or Jesus if you recognize there's no free will. Like, that's not the case. Yeah, and so in the moment, like I said, so yeah, just because I acknowledge this stuff, yeah, doesn't mean I limit myself. I don't. I do basically, I live like I'm making choices, like I am choosing the choices that I make. I completely live like that. Everybody does.
Right, but isn't that like for you irrational? Like, shouldn't you actually be just...
No, should I be
not, meaning not, you know, what I mean is like not striving or reaching the confines. You just say like, I am, and then you just keep choosing and doing stuff. Right? It wouldn't be a rational thing because you're not choosing it or selecting it. It's not like a choice you're making. And then any amount of quote unquote rationalism applied to it is just your like narrative explaining what you were always going to do. And I'm saying, why doesn't that change your perspective on how you live your life? Meaning any consideration is a waste of time. You're just going to do what you do.
Correct.
Including that consideration.
This is back to the sutra point, like Alex in the comments just said, the illusion of free will makes people choose not to participate. I don't think that's the case at all. Nobody lives like they just say, I don't have free will. I'm just not going to get out of bed today. Like, nobody does that. And so that I agree with. I do live like I am making choices. Of course I do. But this other point that I should be like the Buddha and somebody cuts me off in traffic. And what it does allow you to do is kind of look back and understand. It just gives you more empathy, more understand that like people just, aren't like these moral monsters. Like, I don't know, this idea of like complete judgment, like just retributive justice, things like that. It will give you more empathy towards those things, that to know that that is just, like Abe was saying, an archaic way of that we formed our society thousands of years ago, and we're still living with it today. So yeah, if I join a race and I don't win, like some people will be like, oh well, you know, I didn't work hard enough, or it's all my fault. This is in what I'm talking about. You would just know, like, no, is really I was limited by all my biology, and no matter how hard I've worked, but this doesn't mean I'm not going to work hard, and I'm not going to work as hard as I not only want to, but like am able to. That you will still do that. You're just not going to like. Well, judgment is going to be. It becomes completely like reinterpreted. The reason is, like I mentioned about we're just stuck with this kind of system that we have, like of justice and all that. And to change it would be a gigantic paradigm shift. But I don't know. We're talking about it because we think it's possible. It's not going to be possible in our lifetimes, or who knows how many hundreds of years. But I don't think it's impossible either. We've done it before. So yeah. So just because you know that, like we did, I said we didn't evolve to know the laws of physics or any of that. Yeah, we didn't evolve to like recognize these metaphysical claims or whatever are false. We pretend they're true, but they're not true. That doesn't change. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of people think just knowing this should change everything. And it really doesn't. It just changes how you see things, not actually what happens.
I was wondering, a sort of a different question that popped up as I was thinking about free will. If I choose to think of an elephant, is that a choice, or is that like a result of antecedents causing my brain to create firings that I convince myself that I'm thinking of an elephant when no physical result occurs that anyone else can observe? Is that like a choice?
Again, the whole thing of choices does have to be reinterpreted. Why didn't you choose to think of a leopard?
No. I'm saying like from a
giraffe
thing, right? If we're saying like physics and antecedents and epigenetics, then like what are we saying then on a physical level is happening when I think of an elephant?
Well, again, why didn't you choose to think of a leopard or a giraffe?
I can't give you an answer, man. I just thought of an elephant. So like, I'm just saying like, I'm take it as a given. I thought of an elephant.
No, I didn't thought of an elephant. But yeah, but obviously, you know a lot more animals than just elephants.
That's true.
You know, panthers and giraffes.
Right, but the main point is that nothing happened in the world. Electrons fired in my brain. I told you that it was me thinking of an elephant. But what is that?
You cannot think your thoughts before you think them.
Okay.
So that elephant just popped in your head. You cannot think your thoughts before you think them.
Can I?
There was no control over the elephant. I can't decide to fantasize about an elephant.
No, yeah. I'm saying, yeah, you didn't choose, really. In that moment, you didn't choose.
You want to say that, like, all daydreams are, like, mental compulsion from antecedents, something like that?
Yeah, of course. Oh, just this
so I have, like,
around in your subconscious, and
but then, like,
pops into consciousness.
But the thing is, like, if it's in my imagined space and I'm creating things, like, let's say a building, right? Like a building. We've built buildings. Starts with an idea on paper with a guy with a pencil, right? Was that like a force that that the sperm and the egg had to get together to create this architect who would go to this school and have to create this building so that the minerals that were mined in this part of the world would be put together and then turned into glass, and then there's the skyscraper so that the Empire State Building stands because of a dream that some guy was forced to have when he built the building.
Well,
it's like,
I don't get it.
I'm not sure what you're even saying at a certain point, Sam. Like, you clearly have control over your own mind, like your thoughts, right? Like, if I tell you to think of an elephant, you can...
Depends on what you mean by control. You have what control did you have to say the elephant in that moment? That just pops into your head.
I was thinking about when you were talking about how, like, it seemed to me that you were consoling yourself on a potential failure, like say running the race and losing, by imagining an objective truth that you would always lose. That it was beyond control and there was no actions you could have taken. And, you know, that seemed to me weird because, like, you're inventing a fantasy, like this imagine.
You agreed with me that you're
love
physical.
No, I said to you then. I said I agree with you that there is a cap, but I pointed out that you don't know it, and any like reference that you're making to it is like a fantasy. So you never know what your actual cap is. You could have won the race. You don't know that you had to lose, but after you
can still work as hard as you want.
There's no way I could have won, or yeah, I could have won if I did this and that and this and that.
No, see, that idea, I don't think I agree with.
And then after I thought about you fantasizing to console yourself over losing a race, I realized that was all going on in your own head. And I wondered whether or not you were making that choice, or whether you were forced to console yourself to losing a race by imagining that there was some cap that you were incapable.
That's me reflecting on the reality and the facts of the situation. That's not...
But I'm saying, why are you reflecting? You have no choice. You're antecedents. You're just like plagued by all the previous things. And I'm saying that like those are all just thoughts that pop into your head without any control of yours. To what degree are you controlling your thoughts? Which is why I asked, like, I'm thinking of an elephant. I just like decided I'm going to think of an elephant right now. You tell me, was that like compelled upon me? Did I have to be part of this conversation and all of the atoms of the universe so that I would then think of this contrary point of an elephant that, again, doesn't change the world except for this conversation, which I guess you'd say physically has to happen. But like in the purity of the question, you just think of a thought in your head. You don't talk to anybody else. You just have your own thing. Here's what it would look like with a building or planes or wings. You just think it. And you never change anything of the world around you. And I'm saying, what in your like basis for determining
that point was separate.
The world,
you cannot,
what allows
you cannot think
that those thoughts are not choice.
Do you agree with me that you cannot think your thoughts before you think them?
Yes, yes, we heard that one, CM.
All
right. So, I mean, yeah. Same thing if I took take a city.
Why do you think
like the thought of a city coming to your consciousness is just gonna pop up. You don't know all the reasons why, but I'm saying there is reasons why. If you said Paris, it might have been.
Yeah, and go ask the guy creating it. He has as much reason as we will ever find because he's the only one fantasizing about the elephant or the building or the plane. You're saying don't go to that guy. He's not a good source. You got to go to antecedent causes. I'm saying that's the guy with the pen in his hand. What are you talking about?
I don't understand this point.
Can you guys play with this for a second? It's the same thing. It's just a little separate. So, CM, don't think of a rabbit.
Okay.
Were you able to not think of a rabbit? Or when I said that, did you think of a rabbit? Don't think of a rabbit.
I thought of the word rabbit when you said rabbit, and then I thought to not think of a rabbit, but if you're going to consider that thinking of a rabbit.
It's play with that. It's play with that one. It's like if you're told not to think of something, can you not think it? If you're told to think of something, if you think of it yourself, so where's the free will in those two?
Well, that's what he's arguing.
Kind of agree.
There is no free will. But I have a quick question for you, CM. What's the difference between your brain and an animal brain? Because I bet you can see that an animal does not have free will.
Of course. I mean,
okay.
You think animals
have free will? How is your brain different than an animal's? Because what you're saying is, just like an animal, you don't have free will.
I do have an animal brain.
What?
do you mean? My brain is an animal brain. It's obviously bigger. It's obviously...
No,
it's like saying,
okay.
What's the difference between the original Game Boy and a PlayStation 5?
Okay, well, I never played those, so I wouldn't know. So the
just a cheap computer from the 70s and a MacBook from today.
Okay, so you think that your brain is just as sophisticated or the same as a dog's brain?
Yeah, except for the frontal cortex.
No, a dog's brain.
Okay, that's
way
good.
tinier.
Yeah. So you have a frontal cortex. How does your frontal cortex change from a dog's brain?
The mass of that part of the brain allows for that type of thinking. Different parts of the brain do different.
Or I meant, how does it manifest itself? Like, how come you don't think like an animal then, CM?
I have a different brain than a dog. Like, are you saying I have a dog brain? I think I have a dog brain.
Well, we agreed that animals don't have free will, but I actually think they do to some extent. So,
you think dogs have free will? Wow, that's funny.
Do you hang out with animals very often?
Okay, that they react and they kind of seem they appear to make a choice. You put two different snacks in front of them, and they seem to make a choice. That's not free will. Actually, if the dog could freely choose, he'll choose both. But just because he has to, just physically, he has to eat one before the other.
Have you ever heard the parable of the logical jackass?
No. I'm interested.
Funny story. There was once a perfectly logical jackass that stood perfectly equidistant between two perfectly good bales of hay. So he starved to death.
Sure. Okay, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that obviously doesn't happen, right? That's never happened. There will never.
That's why it's a joke.
I know. But I'm still confused as to what Hans is saying. I mean, so I think my brain is also an animal brain, of course. It's obviously a way more evolved. The range of possibilities, I could do literally millions of things dogs can't do. But so I mean, yeah, 'cause I don't know if he was saying if I have the same brain as a dog. Of course not. But I also have just a more evolved brain, but it's still an animal brain. So
I mean, it's a human brain, right? You'd have to distinguish it from
humans are animals. Humans are animals.
I think that the human brain is a type of animal brain, but you'd still have to distinguish it.
Yeah, I have a human brain. Humans are animals. I have an animal brain. But I want to talk about what free will do you think a dog has, Hans? You there? Mr. Hans.
Sam, did Hans ever demonstrate his claim, or does he just constantly go back to saying, well, you could?
To some
extent. Well, the last thing he said was, you don't think dogs have free will? I'm like, obviously not, right? And his last question was, like, what differentiates, I guess, your brain from a dog's brain? And I'm like, really?
What differentiates your brain? Nothing. Nothing differentiates your brain from a dog's.
I mean, obviously, our brains are way more evolved to do way more things. And so, like, our range of possibilities are bigger, but ultimately...
And the dogs can do a lot of things we can't do, so we're just...
The physics and all that stuff going on in the dog's brain is identical to the one going on in my brain. It's just my brain is bigger and more evolved and just can do more things.
That would be cool if the laws of physics somehow were bent in the minds of highly evolved animals. That'd be cool.
No, so I talked to T about this. This is what some people think. People who believe in this, like libertarian free will. I mean, some of them will even agree. I mean, you look out in the universe as far as we can see, and all they see is, just nature chugging along in this deterministic way or whatever. And everywhere in space, everywhere in the world, it's all determined, it's all whatever. But magically, when you enter the space in between your ears, now there's like magical stuff going on in there. Like the laws of physics just apply everywhere in the universe, but magically just stop working inside your skull, and in there it's like different laws.
It sounds silly. You I said it only sounds silly when you call it magical. if you said that there was some biological mechanism that found a means of bending certain rules of physics, like let's say a bird flying, you wouldn't be so like against it.
Birds are not bending rules of physics. They're using
Birds do not defy laws of physics. They use the laws of physics.
Mind, it's possible that there's some technology biologically accomplished that results in the laws of physics operating differently in the mind than out of it. That's a possibility. It doesn't have to be magic. It could just be a function, a processing. Now, it could be, I don't know.
Hold on, that's literally not a possibility. Wait, Mized. Yeah. Even in things that are extreme in nature, like black holes don't even defy the laws of physics. Okay, so certainly our brains are not doing that.
I mean, like black holes break different laws, but like
they don't break laws. That's what I'm trying to say.
They break models.
But even black holes don't break laws of physics, so therefore our brains certainly don't.
Why should that be true?
It just is true. I'm not saying why should it be true. It is true. Black holes don't break the laws of physics.
Black holes are physical phenomenon.
Let's listen for a second, T. I'm accepting your evidence that black holes do not break the laws of physics. Why should that then indicate that a mind cannot?
Because black holes are far more extreme. And if they can't break the laws of physics, certainly our brains with like a couple neurons can't.
It's a dumb argument, dude.
Okay, so you think something...
Brains are also evolved within the laws of physics.
Right, that's true. So are black holes.
Yeah, none of them break nature. I mean, they only exist within nature. They can break our models. Yeah, black holes break Newtonian gravity, but
so then maybe the same.
Say what?
Maybe the mind does something similar.
No, so it can break a model that we make, like some.
Okay, so then maybe the mind breaks the model of general biological minds.
But if it breaks the model, doesn't mean it's like breaking nature. It just means we don't know all the laws or whatever that is. Doesn't mean it's breaking nature.
Again, I agree that black hole breaks nature, and apparently nature can be broken, and the mind could do it in its own.
Black holes don't break nature. What are you talking about?
Great. So then nothing.
They are
breaks
nature.
All natural.
They are nature. So they could break again.
It was your mind.
You see that Pikachu?
I think we've actually been too gratuitous to this idea of breaking nature. You cannot break nature by definition.
Like you can think supernatural things exist.
Yeah, you can not know. Just mute up for a sec. Your mic is. You can't break nature because everything is natural. So no matter what happens here, right? There are just deeper nature that we learn about. Nothing breaks nature. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't even know what you mean when you say maybe it breaks nature.
I'll elaborate on what I mean by break nature. I use break nature because, what's it called? Sam was saying like break the models. But you could simply say weirdness, right? I'm not saying anything breaks nature. Nature always happens. It's all natural. But some things in nature are weirder than others. And in fact, we look for the most common things in all of nature. And then when we find truly underlying common things, we label them laws of physics. And that's fine, which is why you're trying to say you can't break the laws of physics. But again, those are just things we discovered. But even with all of those laws that you identify, they can still be applied in weird ways.
Yeah, just like black hole. Weird doesn't
mean...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But the mind couldn't organize physics in a weird way.
No, that's fine. But saying weird, we were talking specifically about whether we have, like, quote, freedom. So I don't care whether they're made in a weird way. I would agree with you on that, maybe. It's just that it still doesn't prove free will. No matter how weird it gets, it doesn't prove free will.
Weird doesn't mean unnatural.
Right? The freedom, you could manipulate physics better than the other creatures around you. seems like you'd be very free.
Well, I am. Depending on how we
free,
define
you just have you'd have a niche of like an evolved adaptation that's highly useful. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how we define free, I can, in a sense, agree. I am more free than a fucking dog or a frog or anything like that. But I'm not. There is nothing unnatural going on in my brain that's not going.
Even that, I know what you mean when you say you're more free than a dog. But even that is highly subjective. Like you're not as free to smell like a dog does. You can't know all the things that a dog knows by smelling. So you're not free in that sense.
Yeah, that's what I said. It depends on how we define it. Just how we define it.
You probably mean like freedom to do stuff I like reading books. But like dogs don't even like reading books. So it just depends on what you value.
Yeah. So even when I said like my brain is more evolved than the dog's, in reality, a dog is just as evolved as I am. Everything alive today is equally evolved to do whatever it's doing. And people think like evolution is like this, like this thing, this process. Like I don't know. They think that humans are more evolved than than animals. Right now.
Correct, 100% correct. And that's just crazy because like if you look at a little pug dog and you think, oh, I feel so bad for it. It's so weirdly evolved and like its tongue is hanging out and it's getting a heart attack. I can't walk up the stairs. Like, look at humans. Feel sad for humans because this is not like our final form or like some like amazing form. Like we are in many ways handicapped just as much as bulldogs. Richard did that thing on his PTR.
We just need like a whole new language to be able to talk about this because like people like Zed he's really smart, but it's just same thing with Rainbow. Like she's like they get stuck on like, oh, if you make choices, that means there has to be free will, and like no,
that's my free.
Yeah, language. I think we should wage like a war against language because all the language we're using was made up by like dumb, superstitious religious people for like thousands of years. It really fucked up our ability to like talk, and we need a new language. Seriously.
Well, you could always just stick with Esperanto. That was
I don't mean switching like the language in like Russian versus English. I mean like we need better words that are highly specified.
I don't think you the original Esperanto.
Why don't we just like learn telepathy?
I would love to learn telepathy. I don't think it's a skill that can be acquired.
Hey, Rainbow did say something pretty interesting. Yeah. What was it he told me? He told me like, don't think of a rabbit.
Don't think of a rabbit.
And then like asked, well, did you have the free will to not think of the rabbit? It's a little like murky, like just by you saying the word, or even if I think in my head, don't think of a rabbit, are you going to consider that?
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
by the way,
thinking of a rabbit.
This is the reason also religion is stupid. It's why repression doesn't work when they say like, don't think of sex, don't have sex, don't ever think of sex, don't do anything with sex. By just saying the words, you've already made the people think about it. So every time Jesus said, like, if you lust after a woman, you've committed adultery in your heart. You're literally making them lust. It's so stupid.
I took your free will away from you when I said don't compare.
I never had it for you to take. So
that's true. But yes, you're a robot because I know, again, these are just horrible words that we're using.
Yeah, they're horrible words. We need better words. And what's crazy is, I was doing my research on like this TikTok phenomenon. And it's just concerning, like I said, that I see conversations losing more and more of their substance and getting more and more like empty rhetoric. So this is the way that religions, like if you listen, you said you went to Catholic Mass, right? 98% or 99% of like a Catholic Mass speech is just fluffy words. Like they don't mean anything. They're like, and God told Abraham, sacrifice your child. And Jesus tells us that if we sacrifice our desires and, cleave unto him. Like, what are you saying? As a logical positivist, right? These are not analytic or empirical. So what are you saying? So that's the point. I think if we I
mean, I guess I could say, even we could say, they're just telling stories.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's all it is. But, dude, I heard the funniest joke. I saw some comedians say this. He was saying, I really kind of respect, these preachers that, these guys that decide to be, I don't know, preachers or priests today. Because of, and using the Bible to try to help people because, so I don't know, the example he gave was, so there's some dude who's telling all his problems to the priest. And obviously a bunch of modern problems. It's, oh man, I don't know, I'm going to make it up right now. I was on TikTok and my girlfriend didn't add me and I don't know, just the most modern shit in the world you can imagine. And he's the priest was then forced to say, well, that's sort of like Abraham when he did this and that. And, it's just, they got to try to adapt these stories for today. It's pretty funny.
Also, first world problem.
Bunch of first world problems, and they gotta they're gonna tell them a story about Job or something, and that's supposed to apply. Obviously, some stuff you could say some stuff in a sense will kind of apply, but the majority of it won't.
But like you said, you can always just interpret it. So technically, yeah, you can interpret. I could literally make a church based on Lord of the Rings, and when someone came in, I would be like, oh, you're like Frodo. And, you're going on a big journey up a mountain. It's difficult. Come on. It kind of applies.
Yeah. Well, but maybe that is the power of stories. We won't be able to get away from we are storytelling animals or whatever. Stories are a big part of us.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, what they find so useful.
Yeah. But why is it why can't we just enjoy stories without thinking they're fucking real? I can really enjoy Lord of the Rings without thinking it's real.
Exactly. No, exactly. The point you just made. All these stories in the Bible, you could find parallels and tell similar stories using Star Wars or Lord of the Rings.
It's arguably better. It's actually kind of funny that you pick both of those examples, but more Lord of the Rings. Star Wars, first of all, technically, is placed within this universe as a narrative. And Lord of the Rings,
Star Wars and Lord of the Rings are both epics in the sense of their character development and the amount of backstory lore.
Past of the present world we're familiar with, both of them.
Well, I mean, it's.
I mean, the point is you could do it with either one.
Very much.
Star Wars,
it's unclear.
Fish are the evil ones. It's still light versus dark.
I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's clear in Star Wars whether Lucas intended them to be in our universe in another galaxy.
A long time
ago. In a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, but it doesn't say. The reason I say it might be another universe is because it might be a universe where the Force exists.
Well, no, it definitely is. I mean, that's true.
Yeah, so I think it's another universe with essentially the same laws of physics, just added in one other thing, which is the Force. And of course, the ability to have lightsabers.
That it's within this universe. But again, my focus wasn't on Star Wars as much as Tolkien, because you were saying why couldn't a person simply enjoy a narrative and not attach it to the world? When the example you gave, Lord of the Rings, he was very committed to attaching it to this world. Yes, it was ancient, distant, imagined history, but he connected it to our history in his conception.
Well, again, but this is my issue at first, right? I was saying, why does it have to be looked at as real? Tolkien was a real god believer, so of course he tried to connect to the world. I'm arguing it doesn't have to
actually believe in hobbits. Exactly.
What was it?
I'm saying, yes, he believed in God and Christianity, but he didn't really believe in the hobbits. He knew he was inventing all that stuff.
Yeah, correct. But I'm just saying people don't like get radical about hobbits existing.
Can I just prove to you guys that you guys are undercover believers?
Yeah,
sure.
Brilliant stuff. So,
wait, hold on. When you say undercover believers, do you mean that atheists are really theists?
No, he's going to prove to you that you are underneath a blanket.
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. But
He's not doing any of that. Let's talk.
Yeah. Okay. If you're going to make this argument, though, what if I came up to you and I said, "Can I make an argument that you're secretly an atheist?" How would you react to that?
I would, right after I finish my one, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I want to hear
Go
it.
ahead.
So my point is, I guess you guys don't believe in the existence of Christ, yeah?
We believe that some people believe that Christ actually existed as a man, but we don't believe that like he walked on water or did miracles, nothing like that.
So you believe that there's a person called Christ and he existed. He's a real
maybe.
person.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
He was a Jewish apocalyptic preacher, like a person. Yeah.
So you believe he existed? Okay.
He was a regular guy.
It's more about the people that believe that he's not real.
You don't have to be a mythicist to be an atheist.
Well, I just
You have to be a realist.
I just think that you guys are undercover believers because
You have to be a realist to be
Believers in what? Believers in what? Number 9.
in God and Christ. And
Okay, let's hear it.
story, the entire
How are
story.
we believers? Go ahead.
I believe.
Bro, how can I put it? Like, what year would you say it was, CM?
2000.
God didn't create us, we created God.
What year would you say it is, CM?
2,000 years ago.
What year would you say it is?
Oh, now?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yes, it is AD.
My boy, CM. I love you. I like you, CM, because you're always looking for where I'm about to trap you, and you try and you try and stay 2 steps ahead. I like you, CM. If you guys believe we are in 2026 AD,
Holy shit! I used 2026 AD. I'm a theist. Fuck.
Yes. Well, welcome, guys. Welcome to Christ.
Well,
you guys are believers. It's in your life. It's woven in your calendar. The entire world.
Hey guys, wait. I have a question. Number 9. Can you name some planets?
Jupiter, Neptune.
Jupiter. Oh my God! You believe in Greek mythology? Look at you talking about Jupiter.
Wait. What's so funny is I don't
These are
necessarily.
Roman gods.
No, but wait. I don't necessarily.
You're Roman.
They're
You're
not Roman.
The
They're not
Romans
Roman.
killed Christ.
They're not Roman. They're Greek.
The Romans killed Christ.
They're Greek.
Roman
They're
name.
Greek, CM. They're not Roman. They're Greek.
They're Greek gods, but the names are
Greek, CM. They're not Roman. They are Greek.
names are Roman.
Aries.
Okay, but I didn't mention Mars. I didn't mention Mars.
First of all,
anyway, if you know anything about mythology doesn't mean made up. It means to some degree based on facts, based on some sort of truth.
You're the guy that thinks Kitover.
So I'm not gonna say that all the Neptune and this, that, and the other is not real and XYZ.
Jupiter is literally Roman.
But it doesn't matter. The point stands. Okay, you can't say.
Yeah, but it's even better.
It's in the Gregorian calendar. That means you're believers. Like what?
You believe in the God that killed your God. You're actually an atheist, honestly.
In the God that killed my God. For instance, I wouldn't say, oh, I don't believe. I wouldn't say that. Oh, I don't believe in Zeus. I believe Zeus is actually Satan.
Okay, but number,
See what I'm trying to say?
but you get the point, right? If let's say if someone says to me, if in the same way CM just showed you, you use the names of the planets, right? You don't really believe in Roman gods or Greek gods, but you use the names of the planets because this is the way language evolved.
To a degree, I do. So to a degree, I do believe in that. I don't think that mythology.
Hold on.
Wait,
You believe in multiple different gods because you use the name of a planet?
No, I don't call them gods. And what I'm trying to say is I'm not saying that these things do not exist. I'm not telling you.
You think Zeus exists?
Zeus is Satan. So yes, I do think he exists.
Zeus is Satan. Okay, we're getting
absolutely Zeus is Satan. There's a part in the Bible.
What about Jupiter? Who's Jupiter in the Bible?
I don't know. But there's a part in the Bible.
Okay. You're just retrofitting shit just willy-nilly.
My point being is theology does not mean fiction. So I'm not gonna say that this stuff is fake and this stuff.
Dude, you have embarked on a journey with a compass, and when I say where are you going, you just spin the compass in a circle, and you're like, I'm going where I'm going. You have no direction. You don't know where you're oriented.
This is what you guys
literally just said Zeus is Satan.
You guys believe that the world is moving, so it's pretty much the same thing, isn't it?
What do you mean the world is moving? What does that mean?
He's a flat earther. You believe that?
Oh, he's a flat earther? Oh, okay, that explains it perfectly.
Is that the point that you wanted to reverse on me?
Well, the point I'm making is if I say it's 2026 Anno Domini, right? That doesn't mean I think that God exists. And if I say, if someone says to me, how are you doing? And I say, thank God, right? That doesn't mean I think God actually exists.
What does it mean? If you say thank God, okay, it's a phrase. What does it mean?
It's a phrase. The phrase thank God means generally you're doing okay and nothing horrible has happened and you're grateful to existence.
It means you're grateful to the creator for the... What are you talking about?
You're thanking
God. You're thanking God. It's a good day.
Thank God is a phrase. It doesn't mean you believe in God. Atheists can use the word thank God. Atheists can use the word God.
Oh my God.
If an atheist is having sex and he says, oh God, do you think God is real?
What does the word thank mean? Wait, what does the word thank mean?
Again, it can mean be grateful for.
I'm not
be grateful to.
I got a question for Number. If I say, your shoes are sick,
wait one
does
second.
that mean your shoes have a
Put a pin in it. Put a pin in it. I'll answer in 2 seconds. Let me just ask T this. We all know what thank means and we all know who God is. You're thanking God. That's what the phrase means. Don't try and make it seem like it's anything other than that. You're thanking God.
I guess you've never heard of like multiple interpretations of a single word.
I think you got it.
Thank God. So if I say thank CM, I'm not actually thanking CM. It's just a phrase. Shut up. I'm thanking CM.
Dude, all right, we can say
CM
thank
is not well known by hundreds of millions of people on planet
How is that
Earth using
relevant?
his name.
The phrase thank CM, what does it mean?
Words get changed the more people use them and the way they use them.
CM, if I say thank CM, what does that mean?
It
Does it mean anything other than does it mean anything other than
it could
thanking
develop
CM and CM saying you're welcome?
Look, are you going to listen to my answer or are you just going to keep interrupting? Okay, so if CM became known by billions of people and people used his name over thousands of years, it would develop multiple meanings. Right now, there's only one CM. So in the context of this room, yeah, it's very unlikely that people are going to misinterpret that or reinterpret that. But over long periods of time with lots of usage, yes, there would be multiple meanings of thank CM. So right now, I just want to thank CM. I'm a CM believer.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm not a God believer though.
So CM is right up there.
The word God
if I say, thanks
I'm
CM
basically God at this point.
Hold on. Well, wait. If CM is right there, if I say thanks CM for this, that this room is open, that's not subjective. I am thanking CM.
Yeah, but CM exists.
Yeah, and God exists.
No, God doesn't exist.
My example, if you'd have heard it, would have made you look like an idiot.
Why are you thanking him then?
Why am I thanking him? Because I'm talking to other humans that I'm conveying a message to.
Yeah, and you're conveying a message like, thank God. Like,
okay, well, Number,
come on, man. You know you sound stupid right now.
No, Number, look. Every time, really, when people say thank God, especially secular or atheist people, really what they mean is thank goodness. Even thank God comes from thank goodness. We're just saying thank goodness.
Yeah, but if they meant thank goodness, they would say thank goodness.
No, because it's longer, and people are
When you
just.
CM, you know Neil deGrasse Tyson when he said goodbye, and he said that it means God be with ye. That's how you used to say it in the olden days.
Right.
And all the atheists got on him and said, "Why are you saying God be with you when you're saying goodbye to the space the astronauts?" And he said it's just ritual, like it's tradition, that in the space programs that they said God be with ye. It doesn't mean Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking theist.
You literally just said it's ritual. What is a ritual?
It's just human patterns. We do it, it feels good, and it brings a sense of community in their tribe that they're.
Now we're gonna Google the word ritual. We need to Google it. Let's get to the nitty gritty.
I love this is like the meme with the lady with all like the diagrams and the numbers in the background. This is what Number's doing. He's like, oh, let's go deep into this. This is something to find out. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because you want to make it. You want to make it.
The
You want to make it seem
TLDR for you,
subjective when
Number.
it's
The
not
TLDR.
subjective.
The TLDR is this. Okay, humans create rituals even if they're atheists. There you go. I just saved you like 4 hours of Googling.
But man, I guess I never thought of that. AD 2026. I must be a Christian.
Clearly you are, because the numbers correlate directly. They have no other meaning other than this is how many years it's been.
You know what the numbers
wait
correlate?
one second. Let me finish the sentence.
The Roman emperors
Let me finish the
set
sentence.
a rule that everyone's gonna follow the
Let me finish the sentence.
That's what
Let
happened.
me finish the sentence. The numbers are in direct, not indirect, direct correlation to a person that you don't believe exists.
Do you know why? Again, I probably believe he existed. I don't think he was walking around doing magic. Now, and that is just complete stories made up afterwards. Do you know why the calendar we use? Like, do you think there's anything objective about where actually in the year 2026? We're in the year 13 billion something technically. Or the reason, you know why? You understand that like it was a bunch of like Jesuit priests and like I don't know.
So why doesn't your calendar say the year whatever you just said it was? It actually says 2026 years after the death of a person that you don't even believe existed. Anything before that is BC.
Oh, God bless your soul.
5,000 before this person existed. That's how you tell time.
Number. Everything has the meaning that we give it. We give everything meaning. So the calendar was given a meaning, and then we decided the meaning was going to change. We decide the meaning.
Oh, so you're God.
God bless your soul, Number.
What?
You decide the meaning. And the meaning.
I decided you're an idiot. There we go.
The meaning came into existence, and because you just decided to just change the meaning
humans
one day, that automatically means that it changed.
Look, we decide. It's not just me as a human. We humans collectively reach a consensus. It's that simple.
CM knows where I'm going to take this conversation, but I can't.
You believe in Roman gods. You're pagan.
I mean, I don't worship the Roman gods.
You don't worship, but you believe they're real. You believe Zeus really exists.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's sitting somewhere with on a cloud with a lightning bolt in his hand.
That's the devil.
That's the devil. The devil is sitting somewhere on a cloud with a lightning bolt in his hand.
The devil is in a place called hold on. What's it called? There's a place that Jesus wrote a letter
Mount
to.
Olympus?
No, it begins with P. P. And it's in Rome. And this is where Jesus.
Parthenon.
Maybe just double check it. It's a place.
You should probably know about things that you believe.
This is not my God. This is your God. I don't worship these motherfuckers.
This is your God.
I don't worship the devil. I don't worship the devil.
I don't worship the devil either.
Yes, you do.
I worship the devil. I learn something new every day.
Yes, you do worship the devil.
How do I worship the devil? Like, what do I do to signify my worship?
Well, the truth is, I do worship the devil. I just don't tell anybody about it.
Ah, okay.
He knows too, but he just can't remember the name of it.
Don't blow our cover. Number, what do we do to worship the devil? Tell me what I do to worship the devil.
More than likely, you listen to particular music that perpetuate sins. Your sin alone is worship. The attention that you give.
Listening to music is now worshiping the devil?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I listen to classical music. I really like Beethoven and Bach and like all the masters, Mozart. Is that worshiping the devil?
Absolutely.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Absolutely. Because
You got me.
the purpose of music itself is to worship.
So Bach writing beautiful
Beyonce,
symphonies that have to do with literal worship, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He literally put the words like Ave Maria, right? So Ave Maria is worshiping the devil. Is that right?
Yeah.
But what if I go in the forest and listen to the bird singing? Do I worship the bird?
Yes.
Okay. You bird worshiper.
Yeah, that's it. You're a bird worshiper.
Number, do you listen to music?
Yep.
Okay, you worship the devil.
You worship, but I repent. But I repent daily.
You repent
so I'm
daily?
straight.
Hold on. Why would you, if you're repenting is supposed to mean you're saying you did something wrong, you're not going to do it again. Why don't you repent daily and then listen to music over and over?
That's not what it means. Repent means you've done something wrong, you acknowledged it, and you're asking for forgiveness. It doesn't mean you're not going to do it.
So
again.
you listen to music every day and then ask for forgiveness every day?
I don't listen to music every day.
Okay, but you listen to music repeatedly. You listen to music repeatedly and then you ask forgiveness every time you do it?
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. That sounds sad.
I'm actually happy.
Yeah. Number one, it sounds sad because it seems like you're a little bit guilty. That you're somehow feeling guilty for doing something that's not harmful. Like it's not wrong or bad to listen to music.
Yeah, you're nearly a Christian. Carry on. Let's go. Continue.
Yeah, but number two,
we need to stab our ears with nails.
Yeah, you don't need to feel guilty for listening to music because, like I said, music is not hurting anybody.
If I listen to Beyonce, and Beyonce's
she worships the devil, so
yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. If I listen to Beyonce and
she said I can see your halo.
All right, it's blasphemy.
If I'm listening to T-Ray, do I worship him? Oh, CM's talking now. I must worship CM. If you talk, am I worshiping you? Do I need to just break my ears so I don't worship anything?
He's not made any music. What do you mean? What do you mean? If
somebody sing, so if it's not musical.
See, what has CM done that's musical? The purpose of music is to worship. The purpose of music. So depending on the context of your music, you are worshiping that.
You're worshiping me right now. La 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 la. Oh shit, you're worshiping me, dude. La 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 la.
Don't repent.
Don't worry, man. I'm gonna wash it off later. I'm afraid. Don't worry.
Hey, but Number, don't you think like you repenting is kind of empty? It's like just an empty gesture.
No. Why would
I mean, it's what he said about you should feel guilty and obviously not want to do it again.
If you upset your mom and then you say, "Oh, do you know what, mom? I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry." Is it empty? Is that empty? Empty apology?
If you do the same thing over and over every day and you have to apologize for it, yes, that is empty.
Absolutely. So therefore, you're not gonna do the same thing every day when it's your mom, is it? You're gonna say, "You know what, mom? I'm sorry, I fucked up."
But you listen to music every day.
Because you love your mom, you're gonna do your best to not do that shit again, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just not gonna do. If I hurt my mom, I'm not gonna do it again.
Thank you, and that's how I treat God because He's our heavenly Father. See my point?
But you still listen to music,
dude. You get what I'm saying, bro?
I don't. You're when you ask for forgiveness, it's empty because you already know.
I don't listen to music daily. I don't listen to music daily.
Well, you're never gonna stop listening to music, even if it's weekly.
You don't know the future, so that's not true.
Take off that devil word.
Oh, you're going to hell.
What year are you?
but with the others, Asians beat us. But
in what?
Well, generally have higher IQs than whites. They do better in school than us.
IQ is the epitome of victory.
They outbeat us.
Pepe, can I chime in for a second, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not American, so just so you guys know. So I'm speaking as immigrant Canadian. But since we share mostly the same culture, technically mostly the same economics. So the question was, will America, as we know it, exist in 100 years from now, right? As an empire, as a state, as a country, there's no clarification in that. And you, I could understand you. I'm assuming you're a white person, white male who lives in America. And
be careful to assume you'll make an ass out of you and me.
When you say Asians have a higher IQ than you, that's a little bit weird. That's very subjective.
No, it's objective.
People, if you're trying to say that they're more the immigrants, Asian immigrants.
No, it's an objective fact. I'm not. This isn't an opinion. An IQ is just you take a test and it gives you a score. They in fact have higher scores on average than whites. That's just a fact.
Okay, but you gotta remember that it's been proven. By the way, the IQ test is not scientifically. It's not a thing. One thing. I'm speaking as a black person.
It's the most accurate test in the social sciences. Literally, the most accurate psychometric test that we have.
What does it mean to prove anything in science?
So you're a white male. Do you think most Asians have higher IQ than you?
On average, they do in comparison to white people. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about the white people. I just asked you a direct question.
Okay, you don't.
My question is more important. Pepe, can you
hold on.
engage with me?
Hey, hold on, Florida. You don't need to jump in on this one.
No, this is dumb.
No, okay. So, I'm talking about group. I'm talking about group disparities, not individuals. There's smart people in every group.
I'm more interested in knowing why do you feel like the IQ is the epitome of quote unquote victory?
If you look at the standard of living in most countries, there's a direct correlation, unless you so happen to be an oil wealth country. Other than that, there's a direct correlation between the standard of living. You have to think of it like if you look at it in IQ distribution. Okay. So just to get like an
is that the only causal factor?
So
is that the only causal factor?
Florida, let him land his points. He's asking.
Why?
Again, but you're
derailing. Valid question. Let him finish.
So you can continue to spew fake race realism,
bro. It's not the Florida show.
Not your show either, brother.
I know, but then stop. I'm not the one. You keep on like interrupting. Now. If you look at something like, I don't know, an engineering degree, you generally have to have an IQ of thresholds about 120 to be able to not only learn the information, but abstractly apply it. The information you learned.
Holy shit.
Now, we have to, so for example, you have a distribution of people, for example, that will have IQs of, maybe 10, 15, 20%, I don't know, have an IQ above 125, maybe 1 to 2% above 145. You're used to having a certain level of people with the knowledge and expertise, which kind of correlates with IQ, that can keep things running. I mean, like look at everything in this country. I mean, we're a very high-tech country. There's people that are in charge of all of this shit. What happens when you have a population that produces these people at a much lower rate? How can you keep up a first world country at that point? Those are the kinds of things that I worry about.
Okay, that's a valid question. So I'm gonna try to flip the script a little bit so I can understand your point and also look at it from your point. Okay, so let's say all these immigrants, all the Asians, like you said, or whatever, Africans, South Americans, even European included, because I'm assuming you're including majority Asians and other immigrants, but also you're including East Europeans that are coming in, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, you can just include all of our immigrants. They all do differently from each other.
Okay, cool. So let's say that. How about this fact that almost every company, 90% of the companies in the world that built this great economy, not of the United States, since World War II, the world has prospered mainly because of American innovation, right? That's a fact. And a majority of it, and then it trickled down. The rest of the world caught up. China caught up tremendously. We'll know that. But that was from the American innovation, from the American education. A lot of them, all the scientists or all the innovators. If you look at Jack Ma, he built Alibaba. He came to the U.S. first before he actually went and built it in China. All the innovation happened in the U.S. The majority, all the publicly traded companies have been in the U.S., the big ones. Now they're trillion-dollar companies, but they were billion-dollar companies. The greatest economy was built in the United States. The greatest people, civilization that benefited from that economy, the majority are the American population. Yes, the world benefited from that, but the majority that benefited was the American citizens. Now, let's go down even further. What is the majority of the people that benefited in the United States? They were majority white, middle-class families. Majority of that. The immigrants, yes, came later. The Black Americans, they were there already, longer than most white people, I would say, because most white people came World War I, World War II, but there were Black Americans there. Yes, they had, like, I'm Black, but I'm African. I'm not Black Americans. I'm sure you know the difference. But even the Black Americans there, they benefited from that, even though there were a lot of, they tried, and it's still happening, where you believe in the whole race theory and all that. I don't believe in the whole race theory, but they had a mountain to climb compared to most majority white people. So when you say the IQ and all that, yes, but the world is moving at the same pace that America was growing in the last 80 years. China caught up, the rest of the world are catching up. It's not because America is all of a sudden they stop innovating. They're still innovating. The 3 biggest companies on the planet, they're still in the United States. The top 10, most of them are in the United States. So is it America or the population? If you're talking about, yes, America is, okay, now they're not at the same pace of how they were going in the last 100 years, you're right. That's just because the rest of the world, technology is becoming more distributed. If you're talking about the American citizen, that is on par. Is everybody. It's not the white population, the America that's doing poor, especially the middle class.
Do you think that's... You think that, this is where, even amongst whites, I don't think that, like, the French could ever be as innovative as the Germans. I think that perhaps they had, like, different selection pressures and that kind of, of course, their culture. How much is the culture a creation of them versus they created their culture? But if we look at, like, the vast majority of innovation, it comes from rather not too large of an area, in Central Western Europe, and then you have Jews. I guess the last 500 years, you're looking at the people that pretty much innovated almost everything, and this seems like the populations that were or the countries that were populated by these people tend to have very similar standards of living, despite, like, maybe having a bit different history. Like Canada, well, Canada's our neighbors, so that's different. But like New Zealand and Australia, like, we can go to these countries and it still feels like home compared to, like, I don't know, Belgium.
No, home to who though? See, this is what you have.
English speaking people who grew up in America or Great Britain.
Okay, all right. So if you're gonna say English speaking people, you're gonna include England, you're gonna include Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Kenya speaks English. That's the first. That's the official language. South Africa, English is the first language. What I could name you like 25 countries in the planet that English is the actual official language, right? Now,
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about countries that were like founded by the Anglos. There's no doubt they're far more similar to each other than not.
The Anglo-British, okay? All right. Mm-hmm. So United States was the first to actually be independent out of the British system. Canada is still pretty much a Commonwealth country. New Zealand is, Australia is. So is Kenya, so Jamaica until a few years ago. So the different what happened with the United States, and I'm sure you're very educated. You're more educated than me. What happened with the United States is they decided to literally be a democracy, which is great, and the whole world wants that. But more importantly, it's a capitalist society. And this is the one, a lot of people said that a long time, democracy is good. It's the best system in the planet until it's not. What happened in the United States and the rest of the Western world, which is happening right now, is not that America is going to fail or not become a country. They have to, the capitalist system has to adapt to the times. It was great at the moment. They built great empire, great economy. But what happened with AI, with robotics? How are you going to make people climb the system, give them the all the things they want to become stable enough to feed their family? Capitalism cannot do that in long term. It can build the greatest economy on the planet, which it did, by the way. But now, how do you move to the next level? We don't know what that next level is. Nobody does. There's no historian would tell you. There's no reference point after capitalism. What's going to happen? After all this technology, what's going to happen? So America is not suffering from an issue of identity crisis. It's suffering from what is exactly what we do from now on. Yes, there is issues out there, but that's on every planet, on every country, in every society. It happened 100 years ago, 500 years ago. The Romans went through it, the Babylonian, they brought in mixes of people into their civilization. It collapsed, but it wasn't because they reached a peak. The United States, back to the actual question, they'll be here. They're not going to collapse tomorrow. China is not going to take over the world and make one system, whatever it is. They say communism. China is not a communist country. This is the fact that people.
I think they're a fascist country, and I'm being honest when I say that.
They're technically a fascists. You're right about that. They are fascists because one party does run the whole thing and is run by a select group of people. They are a fascist country. But their economics is semi-socialist, semi-capitalist. They have billionaires. People keep missing that about China. When you say communism, but you have billionaires, you're not a fucking communist. So they're not a communist country. And they're not, obviously we know that they're not a democracy. So what back to the question, I'm just going to go down because I've been talking. What's going to happen to the United States eventually, they'll still be economically, they'll be top 5, top 3 for a long time. But it's the country at itself is not just going to disappear out of the system. They're still the largest economy on the planet.
You don't think that's like based on? I'd say we have like there's the racial stuff and it changes,
and that's your worry. So
no, not just
I was
that.
gonna get to that. No, your worry is this: what is gonna happen?
No, there's also
white
our political
population.
divide is pretty. It's it's nearly half and half, and anything can happen there too. I can see a lot of things that could go wrong.
No, I understand that, but that's just history. Things do happen to nations, civilization, the most powerful countries. Yeah, they collapse, they rebuild themselves. But I really think your worry is the white middle class population. That's what the actual worry is. So let's
not middle class. Let me rephrase. It's okay. So you have to work with my logic here. We've seen that when you've had certain majorities in certain countries, they seem to run. Of course, no country's perfect, but you're used to them running a certain way. When you have people that come from other countries that don't really have that proven track record, the fear is, can they maintain a first world country? I'm talking middle class, poor, and the people that can run shit, and that is so people like me. That was always my biggest concern.
So you sound like a very intellectual, fairly open-minded person to me. So let's put two scenarios. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. What do you think is the worst case scenario for a white family in the United States 100 years from now?
Well, it wouldn't just affect white people. I'd say my biggest fears would be becoming like Brazil. In other words, a very large underclass. It's violent, politically chaotic. I guess you could say like Brazil, where it's not safe. The medical care isn't the best. Now you have people with money that can get by, but it's almost like an apartheid state in a way between the rich and the poor.
So can I shock you with something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brazil's medical system and healthcare is already better than the United States, and has been better for the last 20, 30 years. I'll tell you that much. Now, if you tell a normal politician in the United States or an average person that manages middle class, they'll be like, no, that's socialism. Canada has a better health system than the United States for the last 50 years. They've been forever. Why do you think that is? Is it the country is not safe, or since you brought up the
no, I'm not. Well, hold on. I'm not blaming socialism I'm not saying that socialism could make us like Brazil. I'm talking about that was more in reference to we're getting a lot of populations from places like Brazil or worse, and then my question is, well, I can kind of predictably now. Western Europeans, for example, were very savage at one point too. They would. You could say it just a few hundred years ago, they were publicly executing each other. They were lots of bad things about them. So I'm not saying they're naturally born this way, but when you have Germany or France, well, I guess Germany's not always predictable because of World War II, but okay, let's say England or the United States. It's kind of when you're used to having that majority population. It kind of sets an expectation for largely how to expect things to run. Now, when you get people that are from countries where they don't have that track record, I question: do they have the capability, and culturally, is it going to, even degrade us? Like Latin America, they're very family oriented, right? But that's a good thing. But it also leads to a lot of problems because it leads to a lot of corruption. Their loyalty to their families and friends, leads them to always favor them over, meritocracy, for example. It's and I personally prefer our system. I don't want, to live in a granola factory like Mexico, where it's all corrupt and it's your cronies who get all the resources.
You don't want it to be compadrismo.
Go ahead, Marshall. Yeah. I was going to say something like, go ahead, Marshall. Sorry, I've been talking.
No. I was just saying he doesn't want it to be compadrismo, which is the Spanish word for like the friend network, right? They call it the compadre system.
Okay, so this compadre system that you're talking about, Pepe. So here's the thing. I don't know what life you lived growing up or where you live, but I've been to the United States. My father lives there. My siblings live there, but I lived there for 1.5 years. Then I came back to Canada. As an immigrant to Canada. My observation of the United States and Canada, and I visited Germany, France, and Italy. That's the only places I've been. And I was born in Sudan, if you know what that is.
You said Sudan?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, I know where it is, yeah.
Alright, so I'm 42 years old. I literally lived under 2 dictators, Omar Bashir, which was in Sudan, and Hosni Mubarak, who was in Egypt. Alright? Then I lived in Canada the rest of my life, majority of my life in Canada. We have issues in Canada, and major issues. Right now, what I live, the province has like and I support it. We're not going to separate. We'll never have.
Are you in Alberta?
I live in Alberta. I work in oil and gas.
Guys, just one question. Are you guys agree with my picture? Anyone agree here?
With what?
Anyone agree with my picture?
Does anybody agree or disagree with his PTR, his picture?
Yes.
So you're saying that, like,
he's gone. It's
okay. We can go back to the conversation. Thank you. I was trying to disrupt.
But you were saying that your province wanted to secede from Canada.
They want to separate from Canada.
Alberta.
20% that was
Alberta,
and the rest they don't. So, but it will never happen. So the majority of the people that want to secede from Canada, they're majority middle class white. Okay, and they have the same issue that's going on in the United States. They don't agree with the way the immigration has been handled in the last 10 years or so. Now, as an immigrant, as someone that was born in Africa, I came here when I was 14. I agree with them 100%. When I came to Canada, it took 3 years for me and my mother to come to Canada. The process was long, tedious for my mother, I'm sure. I was a kid. I didn't even know what the fuck I was doing. But we came in, it took a long time. As soon as we landed here, I went to school. My mother, she was going to school and working. She's trying to do her nursing, so she has to upgrade, learn new things while learning the language and working. After that, 10 years later, with the Kitover government, yes, people are coming here as students, and next thing you know, they get citizenship. We have housing problems. How the fuck are you having 800 people coming every year while rent is expensive? I agree with all that. I'm a physical conservative. Yeah, we have to manage the economy with immigration. That's the problem in the United States. How is it that we bring in 3 million people, 6 million people a year, no housing, no job? I agree with that. But what white America doesn't understand, white Latinos don't understand, it's not immigration, it's the policies that they're putting in. America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, all the Commonwealth countries, all the countries that came from their British Empire, they were built on immigration. but that immigration was systematically designed according to the economy. Lately, yeah, you can blame it on Obama, you can blame it on Biden, you can blame it on Trudeau in Canada or whoever else in Australia. That's not them. The system was designed, we're just not updating to the current time.
But I don't think you blame Obama. Obama had.
No, it's not Obama. I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah, no.
This thing happened since Carter years. It's not Obama.
No. The trajectory, yes. More specifically, what I meant was Obama's nickname was the deporter in chief.
No, Obama's name is what? I don't want to. I'm sorry to say this.
I mean, he was like, look, that
doesn't make sense.
The picture of what
Yeah, look, okay, yeah, there are a couple of things here. Number one, he was a Democrat, not a Republican. Number two, and most importantly, what I meant was, compared to the Donald Trump administration, President Obama was positively move them out and go. Right? He deported more people under his administration than Trump has in his first and this part of his second administration.
100%.
Right? So his nickname, a nickname he got given by the Latino community, was the deporter in chief. Because he said, if you're here and you're not here legally, you can't stay. So that's what I meant.
Thank you, Marshall. But he's a picture for all the public, for the, I don't want to say conservative, but the coolest Republican. Was the actual Republican? No. Obama has done more Republican policies than any Republican voted president in the last since Reagan.
Yeah, but here's the problem. When you say that to Americans, when you say it to Americans, we have a problem with it because he wasn't a Republican. Definitionally, he was the head of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but he has done more Republican policies than any other president.
Listen, enforcing immigration policies isn't a Democrat or a Republican. Both parties, I don't see one versus the other. Tactics may change, but I think everyone is clear on it. If you're here illegally, you're here illegally.
Obamacare was basically.
Yeah, but we're talking about him. He's talking about.
No, but he's saying in general, deporting more Republican policies. Yeah, I mean, Obama was not perfectly. It's funny, one of Obama's top advisors went over to England after he worked for Obama and worked to get David Cameron elected. I mean, that's how conservative our Democratic Party is, right? That in England it would be the Conservative Party.
Yeah, look, I get that it's that way internationally. I would just prefer people, if they meant the international standard, to say that. Right? So when you say it to Americans, it means a different thing. Right? Like, it means an entirely different thing. Like, if what one means is he is right of center for Europe and the rest of the world's parliamentary democracies, certainly, absolutely. But when you tell a group of Americans, hey, the guy's a Republican, what? In our context, it means something slightly different. It's why I like to differentiate between European and American conceptions of the two, because they are different.
And this is the problem. So back to the question about America being here 100 years from now or not. America will thrive. They will be here. The question is not the economic or the global influence that we're talking about. I I think the question was phrased specifically about society.
I was
when I phrased
I
the
was
question,
bringing up both. Like I was bringing up that demographic change was the primary fear of mine, and there's obviously there's the political, which is it's some race tied into it, but it's not. It's I don't really look to chalk that up to a race issue. I mean, those are the two big things. I mean, as far as I don't know, economically, I don't know. Which countries would actually? I mean, I think just being here where we are geographically, I don't think we would necessarily fare any worse than most countries, you know, economically in the future. So I'm not really worried about that.
And also,
that's why I brought up Brazil. It's a chaotic country.
Yeah, what were you, JJ? What were you trying to say? Hold on 2 seconds before you started talking, JJ's voice kind of got cut off the scrum. JJ, what are you trying to say?
well, I was just thinking also, do we really want America as we currently know it in 100 years? I know I don't. I want to get to a place where, you know, where we're celebrating our differences, where we have, you know, finally, if it takes us 100 years to do this, like, it is going to be ridiculous. But hopefully we will have long past, quite some time, have comprehensive, you know, immigration, you know,
reform with a path to penalty and a path to citizenship.
Exactly, and it will be expedient. It should take no longer than 6 months to decide whether or not someone should enter the country. You already have. Yeah. It's like they already have all their information. They're the same person. You can do an interview, like, and employ people. We always do this thing where, like, where's the money gonna come from? We have enough money to fund, you know, all these kind of fucking wars. We got Trump asking for, you know, $300 million for a fucking ballroom and to expand, you know, like, do vanity projects on the White House. Well, we can't fund judges and staff to, like, you know, go through, you know,
immigration issues. Do you really think that?
It's ridiculous.
Well, first of all, I think we spend a lot of military just kind of a reason. We have our status as the world's leading power. But do you really think that we could just, like, quote unquote, not go to war, and then that would alleviate, I don't know, the income disparities in and of itself?
Wait, the income disparities?
I'm trying to say, if you didn't want to go to war, you'd have more money for others. Right? Like, if we weren't so concerned with projecting our power globally, maybe we would have more money for things like judges and things of that nature. So he's asking, like, would you prefer us to be essentially less militarily dominant?
I don't know if we have that option.
Yeah, but also too, we already spend more money on our military than, like, every other.
The next, like, 15 nations combined.
But aren't they
combined?
But do you think we can live how we did without, like, America can enjoy it?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking, I feel like our military might kind of ties into our economically. It seems like if we can use that as leverage to make everything work for us.
Yeah, we have since the end of World War II. The idea the U.S. patrols trade routes is part of the reason the naval budget is as large as it is. Right? Like, it's been that way. But, like, maybe another way to put this kind of query you have, Pepe, is it still essential to be imperial? Because what you're talking about is a sense of imperium.
And that's the best question.
Well, I think
He's a new guy. He's basically his dumbest number.
What number do you think he would be upset at? Yeah, do you think he just be, like, in this whole argument here, do you think he won at the end and made a point that was not great?
there. If Will's just went now and not chill maybe with fucking medicines, I don't think it's not. Oh man.
Why do you guys like this like, what is
He doesn't exist. How can you hate something that doesn't exist?
It's like saying, why do I hate? It's like saying, why do I hate Darth Vader? I don't hate Darth Vader.
Darth Vader doesn't exist as a fictional character?
God exists as a fictional character.
Correct. It's exactly the same. I don't like Darth Vader. I think he does some pretty fucked up shit, but I don't like him. No, I mean real in reality, like in our universe. You can't like meet him.
But that's not what he's called.
That's literally the point. Anyway, Number, can I ask you a question? I'm just curious. What do you do for a living? Electrician. Okay. Where are you from? Are you from the UK? So would you? What do I do? I do a couple different stuff. Basically, I do sales online. So the question is though, do you ever talk to people about your companies? Do you have a boss or do you work for yourself?
Itself is a nothing expressed.
As the difference of two equalities, or and thou wilt, as the divorce of Nuit and Hadid. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material, and create us a less material complex. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy.
So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness is the spiritual orgasm. All the passion between two lower and grosser.
Opposites, thus light and heat, result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy, from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. The exacerbation of a complex, the deracinates such as a work of long habit and deep search in darkness, for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. De morbis.
Created violence aside excretory system to its function, not at its fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between planets. Heterogeneous thoughts, if the liver be not efficient, we have a melancholy.
If the testes are ovaries, loss of personality itself also. And we poison the blood directly with belladonna. We have delirium vehement and furious with hashish, visions fantastic and enormous with anhelonium, ecstasy of color and whatnot with diverse germs of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying with the nature of the germ also, with ether. We gain the power of analyzing the consciousness into its planes and even of discovering the hidden will and judgment upon any question. And so for many others. But all these are, in our mystical sense, of poisons. That is, we take two things diverse and opposite, binding them together so that they are compelled to unite. And the orgasm of each marriage is an ecstasy, the lower dissolving in the higher.
That is bodily pure, the Lord, best on with the soul of its sleep.
Wherein move images of pure light fashioned by the true will, and this is called by the Kabbalists the sleep of Shiloh. And of this doth also Porphyry make mention, and Cicero, with many other wise men of all time, compare, O my son. This doctrine, that which was taught thee in the sanctuary of Gnosis concerning the death of the righteous, and learn moreover that these are but particular cases of an universal formula. My son, go fast a while. There shall come unto thee a second state of physiological being, in which is a delight passive and equable, without will, a contentment of weakness, with a feeling of lightness and of purity. And this is because the blood hath absorbed in its need of nutriment all foreign elements. Such also is the case with the mind which hath not fed itself on thought. Consider the placid and ruminant existence of such persons as read little, are removed from worldly struggle by sin sufficient, property of small and unexciting value, stoutly invested, and by age and environment are free from passion. They live according to their own nature, without desire, and they oppose no resistance to the operations of time. Such are called happy, and in their way of vegetable life, it is so, for they are free of any poison.
you need a reorientation to a new set of non-Middle Eastern oil sources. So considering all this, you can't pull this off in a non-belligerent, peaceful fashion. And that's why Trump is the perfect face as the seemingly crazy guy who's going about making all these moves when it's actually well planned. So in that sense, yes, when looked at in isolation, he looks like an unreasonable, crazy guy, office handles and all that stuff. But it is not a departure from what America wants to do. It's just an accelerated version.
Would you agree with the statement that he is an imperial president in the vein of a Richard Nixon or a Teddy Roosevelt?
He's imperial.
Not in
the George Bush reign.
Not in kind of the grandiose way we think of Teddy.
Like George Bush.
That he's this like reformer, because I don't see Trump as a reformer. But the way he views militaristic power and the U.S. place in the world, would you classify his presidency as imperial?
Nah.
Well, I think presidents are, well, first of all, let me admit or confess that I don't know all your presidents, and I have never lived in the U.S. I've only come there.
And you're good. That would be like me knowing all of India's prime ministers.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for the empathy there. The impression I have is that no matter whether it's Republican, Democrat, or whatever it is, America as a country, whether you want to call it deep state or either higher powers owning it, whatever it is, there are the presidents are just phases for that phases as in your eyes, nose, whatever, phases for that phase, PHASE, of American national interest. And even national interest is, to me, it's code for the interest of the people near those power circles, or people who can, whether it's, I don't want to say insider trading and stuff, but you get what I mean.
It's a production of wealth for those that are in the inner circle and are people who get to help make the rules.
Well, this is what Marshall was alluding to earlier about the military-industrial complex. We know what you mean about.
Yeah, JJ, what were you trying to say?
No, but I'm like, the thing is, though, that the problem is that we've never seen it at this scale. So, because, okay, it's kind of like, I guess, like everything that he does, like, like it's like cheating, for example. There's a lot of politicians cheat on their wives, but they're so sloppy and public and open about it. You know what I mean? It's
so
like
they run around on their wives, and then they lecture the public on the need for decent morale.
Yeah, but it's like Trump is just like, just let it all hang out. Like he's publicly, naked and just showing everybody, his disgusting, body. Like he has made like corruption mainstream. Like he's doing it in front of your face.
Yeah,
and that's
so I had this discussion. I had this discussion with my. If you just give me maybe 30 seconds, and then I'll get it right back to you. My little brother and I. My little brother works in Congress. He works on it, and he and I were in this conversation about my dad's just like frustration with the president, and neither of us voted for him. And my mother, who is a Republican, who did hold her nose and voted for him. And my younger brother said, it's the fact that he put the government up for sale. Did you know that the NASA administratorship only cost $2.1 million?
Really?
The guy who's the NASA administrator donated $1 million to a Trump PAC.
Yeah.
And $1.2 million to the RNC. And right after he did so, he became the administrator for the National Aeronautics and Space Agency.
Wow. And that's
right. The corruption in the open.
Elon Musk is one of his friends. That's what happened.
Yeah, it's corruption in the open. right? It is a full grift in public.
But Marshall, here's the thing though. Again, we actually kind of drifted, and I'm sorry. Maybe I'm kind of off in that.
I know, man. It's okay. Take us back to center.
So Pepe's question was really about what's gonna happen to America eventually, like 100 years from now. That's what the real question we're trying to like. We're not worried about today. We know what was happening today. This next election, all that nonsense. We all agree. I think most of us agree that this is the system. But the question was 100 years from now. This is more of like, looking forward 100 years. Most of us are not going to be around in 100 years from now.
God, no, we'll all be dead.
Yeah. So the question was, he's really thinking about, he's thinking about his grandkids, if he has kids, great-grandkids, all that. 100 years from now, would the best economy that built this thing that's going on in the whole planet, globalization, all this technology, that country that built this, the question was, is that going to be around? And then importantly to him, I don't know, but I think to him, it was more of also a personal thing. Wait, I'm white. What's going to happen to the white people in the United States? This was, I was trying to assure him, they're going to be fine, like most of them.
Dude, I'll be just fine. I live in a place.
No matter which race you are.
I live in a place that's 95% Hispanic. All of the government offices are run by Hispanic folks. And guess what? I live a great life. It's fantastic. I don't give a shit, dude.
So
let him take over.
I would say that's kind of where you find like in the Southwest.
Remember though.
In the Southwest, it's a lot different.
This is the warrior. This is the white people. I hope you I wish I could stand in my picture. I'm the darkest motherfucker you'll ever meet on the planet.
That's because you're Sudanese. They're the darkest people.
Yeah, I'm Sudanese. I'm one of the darkest people you ever meet on the planet, and the tallest, by the way. Not to brag.
Nice. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm the shortest in my family, and I'm 6'2".
What are we doing?
I was just curious.
No, I'm saying,
Marshall,
I'm the shortest in my family.
asking dating. This is like a dating.
No, I'm just saying. Okay.
Oh,
so here's the thing, though. I could understand
Marshall is a
why. Like, I have a lot of white friends. I grew up with white people. Where I live, like I told you, I live in Canada, so you can imagine some.
So we're engaging this.
So here's the thing. What I'm trying to tell you is this. When I talk to my friends, my white friends, I could understand what they call. I talk to their parents, they're my friends. Some of their parents, they're little like my parents. I could understand they don't worry. They see their kids. Culturally, they're getting disenfranchised. This whole, all of a sudden, their kids cannot, they're my age. They cannot get housing. But I can't get housing either because the number of immigration has risen in Canada so far since I've been here to the point that young people cannot buy houses in Canada anymore. It doesn't matter what color you are, white or black.
Well, here's the. So when I talked about demographic change, okay, so I'm in the Southwest just like him. Now I'm perfectly fine and comfortable around. These people are. I'm just going to refer to them.
You are right. That is probably my the fact that I live here and the fact that I experience the way I do is definitely a bias I have.
But I would say that to compare them to people of let's say other populations in the United States, they're way more likely to. They're very underrepresented when it comes to being in the professional class. They're overwhelmingly working class. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but one of the questions I kind of would ask is what I see is what we need to maintain America is something where you have that same stratification of people of different abilities and for example, being in the professional class, we need our working class people. We need every kind of people. That's how our countries have always gotten along. And I do have to wonder.
Yeah, we can't succeed without everybody.
Yes, and I do, like with the Mexican population, I love those people. They're really nice people. Do I worry that they could remain, I wouldn't say underclass, but like overwhelmingly just a part of an underclass or a working class in comparison to other populations. Of course,
do we worry that probably 60 to 120 year period in which most immigrant groups end up working their way from working class up to middle class up to wealthy will not go for the rest of these folks?
Marshall, you can't do that in Canada. You cannot do that in Canada.
But no, but I'm not. No, so Marshall, before you
can't go from working class to owning a house.
What I was saying, I was
not trying to say. I was not trying to say that. I was trying to ask Pepe. I was trying to ask Pepe a question.
Break it down for me. In Toronto, how much is rent?
Let me give him clarification. One of the metrics I would specifically focus on, and that would literally gave me anxiety. You know, this is something I still fear about.
What gives Pepe anxiety?
I'm used to, for example, having this distribution that you would that we're used to in say primarily like Western European countries and America and so forth, where you would get people, a percentage of your population that would be the I guess you could say highly competent. They were the ones that you could basically overlook everything and make sure that our healthcare systems are running, our electrical grid, all of this stuff. You got them they were a specific percentage of the population. And of course, you have the people of all different capabilities. What I worry about is that, like with the demographic change, that we don't have that same distribution, and then you have a much thinner, I guess you say, professional class, and we have much less of the innovators. We have.
You're worried we ended up some sort of weird kind of
like Brazil, basically. I don't want to become like
you're worried.
Marshall.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't have to be
right.
An argument or a debate every time. So
no, of course.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Of course not.
I understand where Pepe is coming from.
You know.
So his point of view, like he said, I'm sure. I don't know. We might be the same age, or he might be younger than me.
Who knows?
I'm assuming.
We're the same age.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming. I'm 42 years, so I'm assuming. So here's the thing. I worry the same about you. I have two kids. Yeah. One is 5, the other one is 13.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I'm assuming you worry about what's going to happen to your kids and your grandkids. And also, like, let's not pretend like we don't know when people relate to their culture or their where their great parents are from, where their parents are from. We do that, yeah. Whether you're white or black, Hispanic, Asian. We also say like, yo, what's going on with the Hispanic community? What's going on with the black community or African community or the Irish community like in Boston or like 50 years ago, the Italian community 80 years ago? People do that. In America, yes, the white people do have the right to ask the question, what's going on and what's going to happen to white people 50 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now. Those are valid questions. The only problem is that where the blame goes to. And this is what me and Pepe, I'm trying to like give him that. I want to listen to your concern and see where you come from. What I was trying to tell you is this, Pepe. This is not what's going to happen to white people or I don't want to say it's traditional, but the America that you grew up in and your dad grew up in, okay? I don't know about your grandfather or great, we don't know that. They might be immigrant too, not guarantee you at one point they were immigrant. But they could be from 50 years ago or 200 years ago or 300 years ago, I don't know that. What I was gonna tell you, they're gonna be fine. The only problem is with that is what class they're gonna be in.
It's not the color that's going to determine how fine your family or your future family is going to be.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying, but I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about the state of America. In other words, okay,
does America still retain this sort of Eastern, like this kind of East Coast elitist, Scotch Irish kind of?
Yeah, I would.
Then you could answer.
I mean, I would say my fear would be literally the country becoming like Brazil, where if we're being honest, in Latin America, whites or I guess you could say the lighter skinned, the people of European descent tend to live fairly well in places like Rio de Janeiro.
Exactly.
However, it's if you look at the favelas, there are not many white people to be seen. Yet the whole country is rather unsafe. There's robberies, there's murders, it's a very unsafe, violent country. And politically very volatile. I just would worry that our country as a whole could end up, which with new technology, I don't know that would ever happen. But that was basically my fear. Is that we bring in a lot of different people. What could it look like? I think white people generally do well. I mean, if we just look at Latin America, even in poor countries, but I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to live in Latin America compared to the United States. We are far less corrupt than most of these countries. And, our standards of living, because of that lack of corruption, I think really it's something I just appreciate a lot.
Sorry, Marshals, I know you were next. So let me assure you something. Like you already said.
Is Steve Appel awake?
Population.
I'm awake. Yes.
All right, sorry. I gotta stop because there's something really funny that you're the only one that will appreciate it. When he just said about Latin American countries being corrupt, I was thinking about the scene from Bananas.
The Woody Allen movie.
Right. The Latin American country that he goes to, and the guy, everything's corrupt, and the guy says that he wants everyone to wear their underwear on the outside of their clothes. I'm sorry. I thought you're the only one who would.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And again, this thing about I've been hearing white people. Yeah.
This cannot actually. I don't want to be on the stage with the racist as Marshall. I don't like racism. End of story.
Nobody's being racist.
No, it's it.
Marshall,
racist.
Sorry, Marshall. So I'm gonna tell you something. As an African-born Canadian race, and like I told you, my father lives in the United States with my siblings.
Wow.
The United States is not gonna fail as a country. It's not gonna be Sudan or Somalia or in your case, you're worried about being a Brazil. It could be like Brazil 100 years from now. We don't know.
We also
don't know what political systems are going to be developed in the next 50, 100 years from now.
Do you think we're going to be? Do you think we're going to be people? Do you think we're going to be people? I think we're not going to procreate like we procreate now, and there's going to be robots in 100 years.
That's a different conversation.
I think our population is just going to be so much less. They're already not procreating, but in 100 years, I don't know. You know what's helpful is if you look at that on the History Channel, the show America, the Story of Us. Have you ever seen that?
I love it.
Isn't that like the best document?
It's one of the best documentaries about the American story I think I've ever seen.
Wow.
It's great. And so if you track like the 100 years in that, and then what happens, like the Industrial Revolution, go back 100 years and where we are.
As far as in 100, a lot of people are saying that in 100 years there won't be any people left, be mostly robots. I think that demographic.
Just say you're robots.
What's the word? Cycle. I don't want to use the word cycle because I want to say it goes in cycles. we are going through a period now where people are
Making
not
us a
having
dinner
children
reservation.
like they used to, and the birth rate is below the attrition or the death rate. But at some point, we'll come back, and maybe not having 9 or closer to 10 billion people, nobody knows the exact number. Maybe not having that many people on the planet is better for the well-being of the planet and those who are on it. And it will be better for the resources that are available, although we are coming up with new stuff all the time at the expense of the planet itself. But that particular piece about sort of like, just going down the hill and then the people disappearing completely down in the ravine and not coming back up, I just don't think it's going to play out like this. We'll come back. It's going to get better at some point. And like I said, I don't want to repeat the same thing, but it goes in cycles. Don't feel too fatalistic about the low birth rate and the advent of robotics. We'll compete with them. They'll beat us a little bit, and then we'll come back, and then it will balance itself out.
I'm just curious. I think your profile that's Farsi. Are you Persian?
No, it's not Farsi. I am not Persian. I am Arabic.
Oh, Arabic. That's how little I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I can ask
Where in
you a
Arabia?
question. So in the Gulf Arab states, are you guys having lower? Is are your guys' birth rates going down? Especially the Gulf Arab states.
He didn't say he's Gulf, by the way. Not all Arabs are Gulf.
No, I know.
I know a lot of people. I have a lot of relatives who live there and have been living there, believe it or not, since some of those smaller states there became independent. I mean, I'm not that old, but the people who are there, their parents and their grandparents, they went there way back in the early days of the petrodollars, which is a term that people like to use. I don't agree with it, but anyway.
But
as far as the birth rate, like you were asking, it's an interesting, in Islamic societies, there's a more emphasis on children and the family and just procreation and increasing the size of the flock or the size of the clan or the size of the tribe, if you will. So, but just like everybody else, they were impacted by, the changes that are happening, the overall sense of anxiety among everyone, and this occupation, this constant occupation with doom scrolling and multimedia.
But what about women in the workplace? I mean, places like Saudi, women have taken on a new role. Are they popping out babies as much in Saudi as they were because they're in the work?
But they are not in the workplace.
What do you mean by popping babies?
What I mean is that the women
having kids. Come on, man.
Yeah, they're having
popping out babies, like having kids. The women have taken a new role in Saudi.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm actually.
No, I'm not.
I'm popping out babies. What
Yeah,
is that?
that's how we say procreating. It's a way of saying about the birth rate is. But I'm curious with the change, the more as modernity happens for women, if that's affected. What I do know is in those Gulf states that the population is very young. 75% of the population is under 35. So someone had a lot of babies.
But that's why I was asking about Gulf Arab states in particular, because I feel like they have fashion sale often a lot more money than the Americans and Western Europeans. So I'm wondering how much that could have affected their birth rate. Because that kind of, as our standard of living went up, it's kind of like the number of children we had went down.
Can I answer that, please?
Can you let the Ahmed? So
Alma Habibi, معلش.
can you let him answer the question?
اديني فرصة.
بس انت صار لك كل وقت عم تحكي.
معلش.
I was going to answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead, answer that.
The birth rate. Well, they are doing better financially because of the oil and all the other. It's not just oil anymore. It's a lot of other activity, although the last 6 months or so affected their economy significantly. But as wealth increased, it didn't impact their birth rate the same way it did Western societies, because they really are a different society. And like I was trying to explain, religion plays a major role. You're supposed to get married at a young age over there, and you're supposed to have a bunch of children by the time you're 30 or 35. And if you don't, you are looked at a little suspiciously. So that kept the pressure on those people. But like I said, social media, the changes that are happening, the opening up of society. People, remember, women there could not travel outside the country without a male guardian. That kind of made it, now that they can travel, now that they have social media, now that they have influencers going there, and some of them living there, or at least were living there in Dubai and Qatar and other places, because that was promoted by the governments of these countries. Now that they're seeing all that, they have other things to do, and as a result, the idea of getting married at a young age is no longer there. And that was going to impact the birth rate in the future. And that's kind of my take on it.
I wonder statistically, like what the numbers. 2019, they changed the guardianship rules in 2019. They changed the guardianship law in Saudi, which is piggybacks on what you're saying, Alma. But I wonder statistically, in the different.
I wonder.
No, sir. No, sir.
So
sorry, my dog was barking. Real quick. I unfortunately need to interrupt the conversation. Please forgive me. We do have quite a wonderful person here. Her name is Mon. She held a lot of rooms with Pepe on the app. Hey, Mon. How you doing?
Platform with Mon. Hey,
Mon, you there?
Hey, Marsha.
I guess not.
Had to interrupt for that. Back to the conversation.
Oh, well, Mon's awesome, so continue.
So we need the statistics on.
So Arby, is it?
You were.
I don't want to mispronounce it.
So you were in Italy, right? Recently.
I got back a couple of days ago.
And so I look at two different populations, and they're handling it differently. Like we can look at Japan and South Korea and China, I guess too. But they kind of have the exact same birth rate problem. In fact, I think it's worse for them.
Oh my God, these people are fucking retarded. Fully retarded.
And then, oh my son, the all phenomena, the effect of conflict, even as the universe itself is enough and expressed as the difference of two equalities.
Short term.
Or thou wilt.
Oh my God.
As the divorce of Nuit and Hadith. So therefore every marriage dissolveth the more material and createth a less material cogments. And this is our way of love, rising ever from ecstasy to ecstasy. So then all high violence, that is to say, all consciousness, is the spiritual orgasm of a passion between two lower and grosser opposites, thus light and heat, result from the marriage of hydrogen and oxygen. Love from that of man and woman, dhyana or ecstasy from that of the ego and the non-ego. But be thou well grounded in this thesis corollary, that one or two such marriages do but destroy for a time. Then the exacerbation of any cause, if the worsen of such is a work of long habit and deep search in darkness for the germ thereof. But this once accomplished, that particular complex is destroyed or sublimated forever. Morbis. Sangulis. Now then understand how the opposition to the way of nature creates violence. It's not an excretory system doing
fullest. There come poisons in the blood, and the consciousness is modified by the conflicts or marriages between the elements heterogeneous. Thus, if the liver be not efficient, it might learn con. If the kidneys coma, if the testes or ovaries loss of personality itself also, and we poison the blood directly with belladonna, we have delirium vehement and furious with hashish. Visions fantastic and enormous with anhedonia, ecstasy of color and whatnot. With diverse grams of disease, disturbances of consciousness varying the nature of the germ also. With ether.
She wants to basically cut it to zero.
No, it's not her. So a few years ago, it already happened. Now they started accepting immigrants, and the kids that were born there, mixed race, whatever you want to call them, they started giving them citizens. So I'll give you 3 examples. Celebrities. Keanu Reeves, you know him.
Yeah, but celebrities are always they can probably.
No.
I mean,
listen to
I'm
me.
sure the UAE might even give us celebrities.
I'll give you an example. He was never, there was no way on hell who will ever be Japanese. It never happened. He doesn't want it.
No, I know, but I mean, I think countries make exceptions for celebrities, though. That's why I don't know.
Hey, Edward, you're listening to a group of people that don't accept personal responsibility for anything and spend all their time complaining on the social audio conference call app.
But as 10 years ago, they made a policy. 5 years ago.
You'll notice they never read the Bible, ever, because they're retarded. Pepe is retarded.
It comes back to the whole deal. Patient, living longer.
You are listening to a Sudanese immigrant living in Canada, working in the oil fields, complaining about everything. He won't stop talking. He's the new Achek!
Like you asked a question earlier. Automatically, once you have
I give you the new Achek of Clubhouse!
They will have less kids. Why? Because now the man is working, the society gets developed. Now the woman.
No, this has been tracked for because it happened with industrialization throughout the world. You saw everybody ended up kind of moving into cities. Everything's expensive. Women work, and then it's like having kids is like it's very expensive. And then whereas in the past, before in countries were that industrialized, it didn't really hurt that much to have kids. So
exactly, So it's not because of white people are not.
It wasn't that expensive to have children back in the day.
That white people are unique when it comes to
white people.
Mexico's birth rate is actually.
I also want to inform everybody that Marshall Rankin said a few minutes ago that he doesn't give a shit if Hispanics and Mexicans take over because he loves them.
There's a lot of jokes about how many babies they would have, but no, I mean they're kind of. Just like the Italians or the Polish that, they were often at the butt of those jokes. The Mexicans in Mexico, they're having far less children. And a lot of people theorized, I think even that he's more like liberal, that Peter Thiel guy, or not Peter Thiel, excuse me, what the fuck is his name? God damn, it's not coming to me, but like, the flood
not the guy that's like for techno-feudalism, not that.
No. He's a really mainstream guy. He's like is it Zion? Zion.
What's he talk about?
Just more like he talks more about economic stuff and some geopolitical stuff.
Twitter?
He might be Peter Zion.
On Twitter or on TV?
He was on TV all the time.
CNN?
I'm pretty sure he's been on there.
Fox?
I don't know.
Okay, so the name sounds familiar. There's a guy that CNN has on with the Ion last name.
No, Zion.
No, I know that. I'm telling you, I only remember the I-O-N of the name. Ion.
Wait.
That's the only part I remember. So I can't tell you whether that's the reporter or not.
Zion.
Not Dr. Peterson.
No, it's Peter Zion, Z-E-I-H-A-N, like a German spelling. Peter Zion. But he was, and he talks about a lot of things that he's interesting to listen to, but he was one of the people, for example, that was saying that, under Biden, when we saw all of the Latin Americans, a lot of them were Latin American. What we noticed under Biden is that these people are from all over the globe.
Honduras, Guatemala, Ecuador.
Yes, but they were not just
Africa.
Yes,
Russia and the former Tans.
Yes, but they were not just Latin American, even. But he was saying that.
No, that's what I was saying. From the former stands. Did you guys in Arizona ever catch anybody from the former stands? We caught.
Sure, we catch. I mean, we were one of the, just like Texas. We were.
Yeah, you were one of the hot
states
spots
where they all come through.
So,
but
they
literally found IDs from every part of the world, like on the borders. They cut them up, like right when they.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Same where they would come across the McAllen. They did the exact same stuff.
But I would say this. He was saying that could have perhaps been one of the last wave that we would see of Latin American migrants, because of their birth rates have absolutely tanked. All of those countries are becoming more industrialized. If you look at Mexican migration, for example, that's largely that was mostly in its up until the early 2000s.
It dropped off until 2005. It dropped off in 2005.
But it's kind of happening with all of the other Latin American countries. So they're going to pretty much stay where they are, and so it was kind of interesting to think about. But it tracks with how he was putting it. I mean, he's looking at the level of industrialization and basically the standards of living and how they improve. They start having less kids. And of course, since their standard of living is improved, they don't feel a need to leave. So they just, there goes all of the Latino. Maybe we'll miss them when less of them come over. I don't know.
No, it's not. You're not gonna miss them. What's gonna happen? Sorry to put it broadly. What's gonna happen to the United States? Go back to the original question. Is the same thing that happened in England? The middle class collapses. That's sad to say, because that's the majority of people, and that's the demographic that actually carries the economy. But that will collapse. What you're gonna have a bunch of rich people, the millionaire, billionaire class, and a lot of people is struggling. The majority.
But do you think that America can survive? Because I've pondered that before too. But I think that Americans were too armed and we're too, I would say, rebellious, and we would likely, if the majority of Americans were really unhappy and uncomfortable, I actually think they would, in fact, they will be violent and they will cause a lot of chaos.
Okay. But here's the question though: who are you going to fight? Even, I know American citizens are armed to the teeth. By the way, here's the thing. They did a study, I think it's 2009. Canadians have more guns by per capita. Not more guns, but per capita than Americans, right?
Abby, before you continue, how many guns per capita do they have, please?
I'm pretty sure we have the most per capita.
Because I don't believe what he's saying. I don't believe
it's around 300 or 400 million.
Until Trudeau came to power, Canadians then they did the whole bullshit. They took our guns away. That was fucked up. But per capita,
that's not happening here.
But
I still like to hear the answer. How many guns per capita does Canada have?
5.2. I'm not gonna lie to you, my brother. I can't tell you the actual data, so I don't know. But
okay, so the answer is you don't know. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
No, I said I don't know.
That's because my understanding is that the United States not only has more guns, but more guns per capita than any country in the world.
They probably do. No,
I thought it's maybe Yemen was number 2, but I thought it could have been number 1.
No, they probably do. The only difference, the study was done according to legal guns that Canadian own, which was a lot. We don't have a lot of guns in Canada, but legally, per capita, it was a lot. We were like 36 million at the time. Legally, yeah.
But hold on. I want to backtrack to your question, though. You said, so who would you attack? I mean, I think that becomes kind of obvious. So if you were, let's say you were unhappy with these mega corporations and politicians, that's who you would target. You would target anybody who supported them. You would make them feel unsafe. I mean, that's kind of what...
100 years ago, you would attack any mega corporation. They're not mega, large corporation in the US. But right now, you're not gonna attack Facebook or Google because they'll just move they'll move their offices to Argentina, to Brazil, to Norway.
Yeah, they can do that.
So there's nobody to attack.
But that's not true. But let's say, first of all, for them to have any kind of real power, they're going to have to lobby politicians. When this is super hypothetical, and this is not actually a thing.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
I don't want anybody to take it out of context, but I mean, when you literally are using terror, perfect. I'll give you the best example.
I was young. Okay, so the Wall Street protest happened. Okay, they went. Everybody, all the students in the US went middle class, fuck Wall Street. It lasted 3 months, maybe 6 months, and then it died off. What happened? Nothing happened to Wall Street.
Right? Sure, but the average American lives way too comfortably and has something to lose. Now, if you were in a position to where you really don't own much, you don't see a future for yourself. And really, I'd rather fight and even die than continue on this path. That's where things are like different.
So the average,
it's like a terrorist.
So the average American
right now, of a terrorist that wants to blow themselves up. Was that what terrorists do?
Terrorists do that too, sure.
They want to be
the average American right now
21 virgins or something like that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But but that's for religious reasons. It's totally different. If you were, we can look at our founding fathers when they revolted against the British. I mean, that was what they did wrong. They started killing. They started killing who was ruling over them and their military.
Okay, so I tell my friends this all the time. I'll give an example. Okay, you have an investment. I guarantee you, I don't know you at all, but I guarantee you invested in one of the Fortune 500 companies. You have a stock that you own. Do you think you're gonna get up today and go and attack Coca-Cola or a Facebook headquarters?
I think that if you have I don't want to stand up for communists. However, I do see that in places like in El Salvador, even Cuba, there are people that the place is so fucking corrupt. Like Allende, what the fuck was his name? The guy that was in charge in Cuba at the time, I forget. But they were highly corrupt. They didn't give a shit about their poor. It was like what we think of as the American dream is like, at least you have a fucking opportunity. They had no opportunities. And what are those people going to do? I mean, oftentimes they're going to, I guess become communists, and then, communism really fucking sucks. And they end up really taking advantage of the poor farmers and taking their fucking land, and it's really horrible. But if you look at throughout Latin America, you can't blame the people for wanting to fight because they have zero fucking opportunity.
And I agree with you. What I'm trying to tell you is this. When those people fought in in South America, they did not own houses or the stocks in the same company that they're fighting.
You're making my
That's
point
what I'm
for
trying to
me.
say.
When you own nothing and have nothing to lose and nothing really to look forward to you, fighting is often the one thing you're willing to invest in.
But the people that fight are the same people that they have that invested all
Not
their
if they
life
didn't
in.
have much in the way of investments.
Oh no, you're right about that. That means it has to go to the point where even their stocks are not worth shit. Their 401ks are not worth shit. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, when there's nothing at all, you can feed your family.
The average male is not going to leave his wife and kids to fend for themselves, and to fight this what they think is a unfair or tyrannical system. That's generally not how it's going to work. It's generally things have to be bad. Humans are, I would say, almost rather predictable.
No. If it gets to that extreme, where little like you could go with $100 to the store and you can't even buy like an apple, then I could see that happening. But like the question said, 100 years from now, we don't know. The political system, economic system might change, but for the foreseeable future, America is going to be fine.
Well, what if you had a bunch of technocratic feudal overlords where maybe you could kind of live like you live in China, but these people are going to spy on you. They were going to take away freedoms and privileges from you, harass you, make it so that you're unemployable, do all of these things to their surveillance state. I would say even that would cross the line for me, where I would be willing to, fight
So,
them.
my brother, I have bad news for you. Okay? That already happened.
Not to
I
the
have
same
really bad
extent
news.
as China. It's not.
No. We always talk about China. I live in Canada. We talk about the social credit in China. And we're like, holy fuck, we don't want that. And then we saw what happened during COVID. Our government in Canada literally controlled our economy, trying to give us money to shut the fuck up and get vaccinated. We saw that they try to do that in the West. But I have bad news for you, my brother. They already doing that. They know where you live. They know your credit. They know your paycheck. I could barely.
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but the Chinese do not have the history, or excuse me, the Canadians do not have this history of being rebellious like we do. And quite frankly, I do not. Our populations, even though, yes, you guys are very close to us culturally, I think if you look at in many different parts of America.
Did you eat the pizza ice cream?
No, hold on.
This is Misa's 420 Lounge. We got Manfinity modded up with Patty.
Yeah.
Wait, why are we shouting out Tyrone? He got a problem.
Hello?
Because Misa was her Tyrone Bigham. She's a Tyrone Bigham.
I can't argue with you.
The cruise.
You angry.
What's it called?
I'm happy.
Thing that
Leave me alone.
it's off the water. You went there?
Would you stop? Why are you doing this? Why did you ask me that question? No, why did you ask me that?
Oh, because I got the same picture that you have.
Oh, so you're looking at my profile picture. Why?
Because you can look at some profile picture. What? Because I
I'm gonna restart Clown House. It crashed.
There's no coercion.
No. You can't say they don't force you. You can't.
The government has a monopoly on violence. The government is the one that coerces.
My point. I agree with you. This is what I'm trying to say about the whole America thing. So.
Okay, but wait. Here's where you got. I think this is where I hear this like conservative bullshit, and they're always like, this like remnants of the George W. era where we would, and even what is that movie like where they're like America, fuck yeah, and it was like dolls and they were shooting everything, and they made their fucking song. It was just naming off corporations, and like there was this weird worship of the free markets and capitalism. And okay, capitalism is better than any other system we've seen, but it doesn't mean that it can't be like really fucking obscene. And to act like corporations aren't like they can't mistreat people. Like they aren't something you should be pessimistic towards and question, just like you question your own fucking government.
Hello.
I mean, and yes, some corporations fucking suck. Like just like some governments suck. Why? That
But you
doesn't
have a
make you
choice.
radical
You
to
have a
dislike them.
choice. You have the power to choose with corporations.
No
one's
shit.
forcing you to buy their products. You don't care about the shareholders if you don't.
Oh, you could have done that with Microsoft in the 90s. Sure.
No one's forcing you to deal with Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you kind of have.
You said he wants to attack Coca-Cola.
Yeah, try that for something like Exxon or Mobile Oil or Shell or BP. Try telling me our lives aren't connected to that shit.
Yeah, like with Microsoft in the 90s, it was unavoidable, and Bill Gates absolutely fucking had a monopoly. And however, he had so much money. With what he would do is he would just steal whatever it is you ended up creating, and then he would tie you up and litigate for fucking years. He has the money to do it, and as soon as that, and basically by the time the case would have gone through, I mean, nothing would really happen to him. It's his fucking money.
But actually, Pepe, I would argue that the corporations still have to answer to what's now become a lot stricter laws on the ability to go after, shareholders' derivative actions and 10b-5s. I mean, there's a lot more ability to get redress against corporations than there were before. I mean, there are still states like Delaware with very liberal laws to protect under their corporate statutes, but there still is a way for the public to get some relief from what those corporations are the damage that they're doing, and that's why there's
Edward. I think why most people here are so retarded is because they're not musical. The Bible is actually lyrics. People think it's just wisdom. No, it's lyrics to a song, Edward. And all these people who come to Clown House day after day after day, they're not musically inclined, Edward. Jesus was a musician, a politician, and a magician. I give you the world famous retard faggot pee-pee!
Power is going to be the shareholders. Then it's going to be the company, and then it's basically the person that they end up ripping off their IP or, their employees. They're kind of more or less on the shit end of the stick. And I'm not like a person who's pro-union or any of that shit, but I mean, I do think that
scab
like companies in comparison to the past, they've offered fewer benefits, like much less in terms of retirement packages.
You're overestimating the power that they have. It's a responsibility that they have. They have to face intense competition constantly. The little laundry list that Marshall listed off about oil companies, big oil, he forgot thousands of additional oil field operators, smaller operators. Getty was a wealthy family. They have a estate in California now, the Getty Museum. They were wealthy from oil as well. Oil was never really this monopoly that you're making it out to be. Same thing with big telco, like telecommunications companies. The lie is that government doesn't stop monopolies. Government creates.
Okay, Edward, I'm going to take a break from that room. I'm going to play some John Kitover AI music, and I'm going to go back to that room shortly, but taking a little break. Here we go.
God be eternal. It's not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Idiot and a soul. I adore the might of thy blood. Supreme and terrible, it's the gods and dead to tremble before thee. there I come to him anyone. Uneasy uttermost soul, I adore the might of thy grace. Supreme and terrible grace, as the gods and death to tremble before thee. Adore thee. God be eternal, He makes laws and His laws begotten. God is there, I come to Him anyone. Unity uttermost show, I adore the might of thy breath. Supreme and terrible, adore the fates, the gods and death, to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God be eternal, He is not and His laws begotten. Nor is there like unto Him anyone. Unity uttermost soul, I adore the might of thy grace. Supreme and terrible grace, the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, ever after o'er thy vigilance.
still that ecstasy prolong. Thy meditations deep and strong, saying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression true, thy gripes to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, brother of the silver Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, explode, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom ye will. By 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would forfeit his rights, the slave. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things, he rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects.
It's almost over for her.
These two flow from the same source, though differently named.
Alright, we're gonna jump back into the cloud house real quick.
Much, I don't know. But then, they would, one of them was telling me, like, his son, he injured himself and he had to have surgery, and then it's just like the medications, the surgery, everything's covered. And according to him, it happened immediately. I mean, that does.
I've heard that with Germany too, Pepe. Germany supposedly has excellent healthcare system. So maybe it is a Canadian problem.
No. Germany has the same health, what they call it, with cancer.
And both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desire, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice none of those, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It runs so sharp as ease, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all the hurts, it unites not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the roder tabernacle, lingering like gossamer. It is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sight wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit. It oozes without striving for care. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the tower. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. All in short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. It is nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always, minds manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you would cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The town is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it rends out its all tangles. It harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom a better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving within. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making moves, fullness. Far better were it to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with gold and jade, and it can no longer be guarded. Set store by your riches and
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field.
Why does that suck?
You forfeit life, the intrusion of self, and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know, embrace it all in silence.
Holy fans!
Be careful with words. COW gives no milk. MANURE has no stench. LOV knows no passion. Mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die, and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received the teaching from Shemaiah and Naphtalian. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly, fools talk, and that talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you? If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently, say little and do much. Receive all people with kindness. Make yourself a sage. Rely upon reality, not authority. Free yourself from crippling self-consciousness. Attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today you may feel generous. Tomorrow you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sages.
All my life I listened to their words, yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal, doing is. Do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach, compassion builds no house. Understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless. The silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words. Ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with the tending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other, establish peace, and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one big small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not err. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. Engrossed in study, engaged in good work, one for selfish desire. Learning without labor is barren. It does nothing to better the world. Great effort, learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world. If employed by the community, labor for people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you.
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self, and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree? How magnificent this field? You forfeit life. The intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know. Embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. C-O-W gives no M-A-B-U-R-E has no stench. L-O-V-E knows no passion. Mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received the teaching from Shemaiah and Avtalion. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive, it distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly, fools talk, and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn, cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you? If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently, say little and do much, receive all people with kindness, make yourself a sage, rely upon reality, not authority, free yourself from crippling self-consciousness, attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today you may feel generous, tomorrow you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sages. All my life I listened to their words, yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal, doing is do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach, compassion builds no house, understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless. The silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words, ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other, establish peace, and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not power. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. Engrossed in study, engaged in good work, one forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is fun. It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world. If employed by the community, labor
labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you, their righteousness will endure through you, and you will be credited with great success, as if you had accomplished the task alone. Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you in time of need. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are empty into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring only justice. When you desire only justice, the wheel of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion, there is
Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner when all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the saint manages his affairs without a dome, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying You will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The town is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose time it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heavens and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strongholds. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strongholds between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible.
Hello, Megatron. I would like to answer this question very quickly and succinctly. You are absolutely not a Protestant because you have no work ethic. You cite hiring people to watch the
There is one light of the sun, though it is distributed. Over walls, mountains, and other things infinite there. There is one common substance, though it is distributed among countless bodies which have their several qualities. There is one soul, though it is distributed among infinite natures and circumspections. There is one intelligent soul, though it seems to be divided now in the things which have been mentioned, all the other parts, such as those which are air and substance, are without sensation and have no fellowship. And yet even these parts the intelligent principle holds together, and the gravitating towards the same. But intellect in a peculiar manner tends to that which is of the same kin and combines with it, and the feeling for communion is not interrupted. Man, thou hast been a citizen in this great state. What difference does it make to thee whether for 5 years? For that which is conformable to the laws is just for all. Where is the hardship then? If no tyrant nor yet an unjust judge sends thee away from the state, but nature who brought thee into it. The same as if a praetor who has employed an actor dismisses him from the stage. But I have not finished the 5 acts, but only 3 of them.
Consider more liberal or conservative, at least in the United States, and we can see throughout the world where this is kind of worked out.
That's what
But you cannot see it with libertarians.
I am telling you.
Just like with communists, you guys have a zero track record of success.
Zero track record.
Where have the libertarians taken charge? Where do you guys literally fucking where is your model ended up producing any fruitful results? They never has, just like communism never has.
Hanson, no, don't go that far. Hanson, relax.
No cursing.
Okay, I moved him. Hello. I just wanted to announce. Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you. I just wanted to announce I moved him down to the audience. I got tired of listening to that fucking asshole. Hanson, I see you're back up again. Why don't you just chill for a few minutes?
That was my fault, Steve. I just came in and saw that. You can put him back down. My fault. That was my fault.
It's okay. It's okay. Hanson, chill for a few minutes. We'll bring you back up, but fucking asshole, no. Sorry, no.
I love Steve so much. Real quick, let me just apologize for my outburst earlier. I have strong feelings around the shit. I did not know which railway was being discussed, so I apologize for being so fiery.
No, you're cool, dude.
You know, the thing about libertarians, you've got libertarians that are big L, part of the Libertarian Party and our movement, and then you've got small L libertarians. I can talk with a small L libertarian because they have reasonable ideas and they're completely different than big L libertarians.
So I think it's interesting that property rights even supersedes free speech, right? If you're in your home right now and you wanted to, have your property respected, you wouldn't allow someone to come in and just start shouting and protesting. It's like what Don Lemon thought he could get away with, raiding that church and protesting and disrupting the church.
He got arrested,
that's a violation of their property right.
This is also the first that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
That's all that this is advocating for. It's called non-aggression principle. Don't violate others' property rights. It's essentially like.
But
don't
where
harm
has
others.
that worked? Where has this libertarian principle worked throughout history? Just like the communists. It doesn't work. It does not work.
I'll tell you this. This is the first time I've ever heard it. This is the first time I've ever heard about rights to air. Abby, are you there? Okay, well, I've never heard about rights to air before. That's
Yes,
a new
I'm
one.
here, and
Air
you'll
rights in New
know.
York?
air rights in New York
Yeah,
City.
they do it all the time.
Very, yeah.
It's a thing.
I mean,
It's a thing.
That's how
It's a thing.
City Group, the City
what's the
building was
famous restaurant that what building was it that they
Oh,
had?
yeah,
well, City Corp was pretty much the first big one that.
But that one,
really
that one
modern
building that
with the
was
church
still
underneath
there.
it.
Yeah, the church. Yeah.
Yeah,
With
and
the
they
air
built it on
rights.
stilts.
But same thing, Steve. From air rights is the same as to your mineral rights and your rights below the ground, what you own, and also your, as I was talking before about your riparian rights, you own out to the high water mark when you're on water.
Yeah,
you
but
would
it
know
sounded,
it.
Abby, maybe I misunderstood it because I specifically brought up Apple. So I have a 1-story house, and somebody comes in, buys up the property next to me to build a 10-story building. What do I do to avoid that? And he says, well, I have to buy their air rights. So it's not mine. I'm buying their air rights, even though I don't own the property. Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He basically said the only way you can protect that there's not a high rise next to you is that you buy the air rights of the property next to you. Otherwise,
yes. And so for your example, in your example, you live across the street from the beach. If someone wants to put up a monstrosity between you and the beach, you have to buy the air rights above that property line.
Yeah, or if they try to put docks on the water,
Yeah, I've never heard that.
I can explain a little more depth for you, Steve.
Air rights tend to be, at least in Manhattan, tend to be just on commercial real estate, not on residential.
But how? What I don't get is how can you? So if the person who bought the property in front of you who wants to build this taller structure, I'm guessing they just bought
next to you,
and
you get a certain number of floors per square feet of. So if you have a city block, you get a certain number of floors that you can build, right? A certain number of square feet. If you want to go higher than that,
they have to buy the air rights too.
Correct. So then you buy someone adjacent to it, and you buy their air rights, and then you can cantilever over it or do all sorts of interesting things. So if you look at the pictures of the City Corp building, the one with the big sort of chunk taken out of the side, it sits literally on top of a church that they built over it, and they use these angled girders to center it in the middle, and then the building goes around. It's kind of really interesting.
But the neighbors to that City Corp building don't have the option to buy those air rights, right?
They could have, but City Corp bought the rights.
Oh, okay.
the rights are very valuable, by the way, Steve.
Usually they go for auctions.
But to give some argument to what he's saying, it can get extreme. I mean, obviously, if you live in, for California, I'll use where you are, you have, homeowners associations and, you have villages. Let's say you're in a beach community, a gated community, and you're going to have restrictions that are HOA restrictions.
Yeah.
That was that law that happened in California to be able, what's it called, the accessory building.
ADUs.
Oh, ADUs.
Yeah.
Auxiliary dwelling units.
The law was drawn the way the legislature passed it, that it overrode HOAs. So if you paid, $20 million beach view, someone could build that accessory building in the house in front of you and block part of your view.
Yeah.
Where it may.
A lot of red tape to get this system to work faster. That is what I want. And the companies that, want to hire illegal immigrants and all this other kind of stuff, people say, well, then instead of taking the immigrants and shipping them out.
Fuck with each other, we don't fuck around and down up over here. And play that.
Killing each other in Atlanta like Iraq. We're okay.
Yeah. Maybe y'all Chicago niggas came down here.
Atlanta is doing the same thing.
That's not
Niggas in the same gangs is killing each other. Right? Look, now they no gangs in like that. Wait, Nathan, you said it's no gangs game?
I was gonna say, man, I'm surprised Atlanta still has sports teams.
You see what happened?
He's talking about a light strip, bro.
In one corner.
Keep it culture. Maybe I'll do Muta.
Rabbi converted to Islam. He's a Christian Muslim.
Never. I never did the Shahada. Never. Oh my goodness. Princess, how you done?
I'm alright. I'm getting banned on TikTok. It's weird.
40 months out.
What did you do? Or what are people are conspiring against you?
Who's Bruno? No, I don't know. I don't know what happened on my TikTok. It's being weird, and now I can't even go live. It says I'm live. Why is it saying that I'm live when I'm not live?
Did you try re-downloading the app?
I don't know. It's weird. No, I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I would probably do. Just delete it and re-download it.
Alright, now it's working.
Otherwise, if that doesn't work, you can just FaceTime me, do the regular things that you've been doing.
We lost everybody. They all left. No, I can't move anymore. I can't dance like I was dancing. Not that I was dancing great. Where did Pearl go?
4 to 10 miles at the area.
Shoot, Michaela, you wanted to get a place in New York, you and Pearl?
Oh, so it's over. Gotta be like the gym, keep digging.
Hey, Kale, we're going to move over near me. We can grab coffee every day when we're in town.
Soon, sure. Yeah, I think it would be hard to sort of, from the libertarian perspective, build anything. But it's something that you can abstract back once you have society built. You can try to retro.
Boy, but what did they find on Austin? He had homicidal, racist remark. He went away to juvie for a year, bro. He had to go for the year prior, he had to go for multiple anger management sessions. 5. He's been arrested for he fucking assaulted a girl to the point of hospitalizing her. He has videos on his cell phone of dehumanizing and throwing at black kids. I mean, come on. The evidence is exactly as I fucking said in the beginning. Jeff Metcalf is a fucking racist, raised racist. As I fucking said, when you know, you fucking know. We don't need to prove to you white fucking supremacists anymore. We fucking know. Once you got that lens, once you got that clear, it just takes a moment. It takes a moment to assess the situation, and you fucking know.
You know, Bama, I was really hoping this. You would. I thought you would come to your senses now. This new information has come to light about how, Austin or Carmelo was a thug looking for danger, looking for trouble, bloodthirsty with his knife, and now you're doubling down, tripling down. This is unbelievable.
It's even worse than that, because before I was like,
shame on you.
We can't say Austin was a racist. I said we can't say. I don't think that's what changed, because before that I was looking at just what Austin and what Carmelo did at the time under the tent. I wasn't considering anything else. And anytime I didn't think that it was racial. At the time, I thought it was just a overly truculent boy fucking trying to bully somebody else. I didn't think that it was racial. But now, fucking racial, absolutely.
He's a woman beater, too. He's a woman beater. Like, what the hell did he do to that young woman like that to put her in a hospital, right? That was new. I never knew that. Thank you, Bima. Damn, that shit is crazy. In a juvie institution for a year? Wow. Wow, that is crazy. That's when it happened.
The things he wrote was KKK, kill all black people.
Wow.
Okay.
I didn't know about that. wow. And you know what's crazy? Something disturbed me when it happened. I'm talking about the second day or whatever. When I heard his father reaction to it, it was like he wasn't shocked. Like he was not like he felt like his son did something wrong, and he ended up dying because he was attacking somebody. That's what I felt from the Metcalf father when it happened. So now I understand why. Because he how the hell you? This shit is crazy to me. Man, thank you, Bima, for real. Thank you for telling the truth. Push back against these liars.
I am very confused, and I just gotta say that, you know, the things that Bima is saying versus the news article that I've read, can maybe you pin a link, because I am a little confused with what is being said here. And the truth is, no matter what Bima, and Bima, this is not personal. Like, I think you're probably a fine person to a certain extent, but I honestly don't care about what you have to say, in particular with regards to this young man who murdered another person. Your belief about structural white racism and these white racist assholes. I don't know any white racist assholes on this app. Like, Pepe is about as retarded as it gets. There was one guy here, a fucking trucker, loser, Nazi. He's gone. There are no white racists. You live in a delusion. I am here to bring you back to reality, to rationality. Black people are more racist than white people. I don't know any racist white people. I know a lot of racist black people. This app is full of racist black people. Hundreds of racist black people. Like you. Maybe you. The point is, thank you for creating this room. And I hope everybody has a great Thursday night. You may not like me. I may not like you. It doesn't matter. But I'm live streaming you all to YouTube. And I pray you guys have a great night. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. Improve your lives. You know, take personal responsibility. If Mr. What's-his-face, blackface Christian guy was here, he would say none of you accept personal responsibility for anything. Hello?
See it, lying doesn't exist anymore. Lying doesn't exist anymore because I said so. It's not real. People don't lie anymore. Brother, people do effed up things. That's the world that we live in. People are going to be racist, they liars, they cheat, they kill. I mean, the fact that people try to act like something doesn't exist because they got their head in the sand is hilarious to me. It's face reality. That's what humans do. Humans been at war with each other. We blow each other up because we don't even like another person from another country in the same race. This is crazy, man. But of course, these type of people exist. But again, if everything what Bima said about the Metcalf brothers is true, I mean, man, he's gonna walk. He's gonna walk free from this thing.
We can only hope. We can only hope. Free Mellow.
That's pretty bad. They put all that racist stuff. They wrote all that racist stuff.
Why for him saying anything racist is the penalty death? Free Carmelo? No, fucking fry him.
Well, but my thing is, yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible that if the Metcalf brothers did say all that stuff and do all that stuff, yes, that's terrible. But my thing is, what does things they did in the past that has nothing to do with the case, what does it have to do with that case? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It has nothing to do with the case.
It shows motivation. It shows motivation and intent. That's what it shows. Why did he commit a crime against Carmelo?
But it's like me saying, but it's like me telling someone.
Wait, are we talking about the same case here? Because the case about Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf was degree of force utilized. It had nothing to do with the fact of, yes, everybody agrees Austin Metcalf shouldn't have touched Carmelo Anthony. No doubt about it. But there is a proportion. According to law, you do not get to stab somebody through the chest because they grab your arm or they do a gentle bump on you. That is no warrant for it. You can try to justify it, and as far as all the claims that are being made, all the claims that are being made. What's funny about it is they're being tweeted about, but there's no actual report. They even say it's reported that this, but what's ironic is there's actually no official reporting.
Yeah, I'll let you land.
And why, I have one more further, why didn't the defense bring all of this up during the trial?
Because that was the whole point. That's what they're hoping the retrial. Why they're asking for the retrial, because of the gentleman's agreement. There was something that the prosecution had gone back on, where they had agreed not to bring up those histories, and then there was a violation of that by the prosecution, and then they wouldn't let Carmelo. They added something outside of the argument, and they said, "Well, if you do this, then we're going to bring this up," and then it would have changed all the time evidence, the time, everything. So,
Bima, you're so heavily invested in all this. Would you want to free Mangione as well, Bima? Should we free Mangione, Bima, as well as free Carmelo Cotton Candy? I mean Carmelo Marshmallow.
does it list that is the major primary reason that they're asking for the retrial, is because of the primary. Did you read the motion?
Citing an elementary altercation.
Did you read the motion?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
citing an elementary altercation has no bearing on the court. That wasn't.
That was. I'm not going to argue it.
Again,
I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to read it alone.
Just everybody read the motion.
I've read the motion. And he'll probably still go to jail for 35 fucking years. He should have got the death penalty.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
So here's the thing
that's
about
ridiculous.
Why?
Because that's self-defense. That's
you know what? I can willing to bet, Bima, if Carmelo was white, you would have been advocating for the death penalty.
Well, that's because you're not very smart, Brad. That's because you're not principled.
Different skin colors on each of the characters.
I'm sorry.
Yes, there's nobody in this room. Even people that are pro Carmelo would agree with me that you would advocate for it.
It doesn't matter. I think Bima knows what Bima would say, and I'm telling you that it's
anybody disagree with that statement in this entire chat?
Nobody can tell Brad. Is it reasonable to think that somebody
Carmelo was white, would just sit here and go, "Oh God, he should be fried."
If Carmelo was white, I would be saying the exact same thing, because I would look at Metcalf is this. I remember
Brad, what do you think my position on Chuck the Builder is, Brad?
See, but my argument or my thing that I was
physical contact are both charged under the assault statute, Texas Penalty Code 2201. People circumvent the initiation. It wasn't a gentle push because it was an assault. Therefore, it put the whole everything in motion. The first initiation. It wasn't like a gentle.
It was a gentle push. No, literally. Yes, it was. Wait.
No,
Nathan, it was a gentle push. Literally, even the defense's witnesses testified to that.
So let's be honest. Let's be honest.
You see the video. He didn't move from the seat. So where are you getting from? Again, I can't wait till this is getting butt fucked in the shower.
See, I'm like, that's just ridiculous. I mean, like, you're angry. I'll tell you why. Because I'm
not angry. What I'm angry about is retarded people that are fucking sitting there advocating for a kid who committed murder. And you're like, oh, in 4th grade elementary school, he said some racial slurs. He did this shit.
He was sitting. You were right, Brad. He was sitting the entire time. He was sitting. The man that committed quote unquote murder was sitting.
He did commit murder.
Everybody, do you hear that? He said he wasn't. He didn't approach anybody.
Commit murder sitting down.
He sat down. He was sitting the entire. He was approached. He was aggressive, but.
Well, see, my thing is my argument is that okay, so he had a group of people that approached him and told him multiple times. Even his own witness agreed, saying that he was told multiple times to leave. He didn't leave. He sat there and agitated them. And got them mad, and
again, that doesn't even have
to agitate by not leaving.
Mr. E, that has nothing to do with the case. The case is about the degree of physical force used by Carmelo Anthony in response.
I'm getting to that, Viking, because
but none of that precursor, none of this bullshit actually has anything to do with the case, which is why people who are like Bima are just ridiculous retarded. You're going to bring up a kid's elementary fucking thing, but yeah, this is why he should be murdered. You know what? I'll tell you what. So the next time some of you say something on Clubhouse, should you be murdered? Is that the standard?
Okay, so just for clarity, nobody is suggesting that anybody should be murdered. What we are advocating for is for everybody to be able to defend themselves without having to be obviously called murder. For us to be forced to offer a severe protection to aggressors.
So Bima, I believe you. Everybody has a right to defend themselves, but everybody should have the.
One mic on my nigga Skrilla, man.
Y'all in here repeating the same shit. Y'all in here saying common sense fucking talking points. Let me ask Viking a fucking question. Viking, understand. Carmelo definitely didn't have the right to stab that boy. But you, like, Carmelo stabbed him to death, bro. Like, I can. I'm listening to what you saying, bro. It's not like Carmelo violently stabbed his fucking boy repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? He poked the nigga and he fucking died. Sorry, but that's clearly a self-defense. Fucking, I done been stabbed and I've stabbed niggas. Okay, all right. And when you stab somebody, bro, all right, a murderer, you stabbing them repeatedly. Okay, that calls for the death penalty. Okay, but he poked him a little too high, whatever, and the boy bled the fuck out. Okay, maybe he should keep his fucking hands to his goddamn self, and his buddy shouldn't be. Because if I got a bunch of white boys hovering over me and I'm by myself, somebody's getting fucking stabbed, and that's just
and
what it
you're
is.
going to fucking jail.
But listen to me, listen to me, brother. If 4 black guys, and I know your white ass, if 4 black motherfuckers, if 4 black motherfuckers was hovering around you, if you got,
why would I stab 4 black guys hovering
listen to
around?
me, brother. If you have 4 black motherfuckers being aggressive, coming at you, and one's really coming at you, and you got a knife on you, you bet your white ass he's getting fucking stabbed.
Okay. So is he going to punch me? Is he going to put my body in harm?
Let me say this. I repeat this. Carmelo did not mean to kill that boy.
Doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter.
I got a group of fucking white boys.
It wasn't even a group. It was one fucking kid. It was one-on-one. You can see it.
It was a few of them.
No, it wasn't. It was one fucking kid. And every 21 witnesses testified to that. Even the defense witnesses. The ones called for Carmelo, you're wrong. It wasn't a group of them. It was one kid.
A group, okay?
But no, it wasn't, dude. You're lying.
Really aggressive with Carmelo.
You're lying.
Carmelo, watching the scene, it's 4 or 5 white boys.
Again, you're fucking lying.
Hold on. Skrilla. Man, I fucked with you, man. You for your black advocacy, man. But I gotta call you out, brother. Come on now, man. He at the school, gang. He had a few options he can do, bro. You can right. So you can't stay. It can be 10 white boys, bro. You supposed to either get the fuck on, nigga, or catch the fade, bro.
You're a child. When you're a 17, 16-year-old child full of testosterone.
Nah, we don't want to hear
He brutally stabbed and murdered him. He didn't poke him. Yeah, he brutally stabbed him.
He was first degree
murder.
Man.
Do you understand the difference? And he would not have taken the stand, by the way, Bima. Bima, by the way,
you guys live
Bima, I don't think he would have taken the stand anyway, just based on that he probably would not have been a good witness. And about 50% of those cases, you don't put them on the stand. And I mean, if you look at historically, brutally stabbed him.
He's about to walk free. So what kind of murderer has to be okay?
Wait.
But
He's not
do you
walking
under-
under
do you
rules.
understand the character?
Hold on. I cut off Skrilla to make a statement. I'm gonna let Skrilla finish, man. But wrap it up, Skrilla.
I'm about to finish it up because this is a bunch of bullshit going on. Carmelo stabbed that boy one time in the chest and stabbed in the fucking face. At 7 years old, somebody stabbed him in the face. Okay?
And what happened to them?
They no longer with us. So, moral of the story is...
Wait. Who put him down?
Listen to me. That's not important. But when I got stabbed, okay...
I've been shot.
I think context does matter, though, Skrilla. Was it in the streets? Was it at school?
No, it was by a family member. It was a family member.
And who took the family member out?
So, bro, anyways...
It does matter.
When I got stabbed, bro, somebody who was trying to harm me. Okay?
He's a piece of shit. What do you want me to say? If I'd have been there, I'd have killed him for you.
Stabbed in the chest? That's a self-defense stab.
That's not a self-defense from a sitting position.
It's a murder.
It's murder.
It's murder.
It's a first-degree murder.
It's murder.
It's premeditated first-degree murder.
Premeditated?
Absolutely.
I'm about to pull up a song for you, Skrilla. I'll be back.
Definitely not premeditated.
It's premeditated. Black, do you understand how premeditation works?
Yeah, I
You
have a
don't
question.
need to have
In
weeks
Texas, that is premeditated.
seconds to premeditate.
One second,
You don't
everybody
understand
plan a story to go kill that guy.
You don't understand
It's not a
premeditation.
story. You're planning the story. The degree of force and the use of the weapon is premeditation.
Premeditation.
Hands off.
He brought the
First degree
weapon
murder. It's murder.
under Texas law. And Rayaba, you're an idiot, and nobody's listening to you. But Black, he brings the weapon to the school. Wait, hold on. Black, he brings the weapon to the school. First and foremost, it's simple. Then you know what? Take fucking accountability. If it's as simple as that, oh, you touch me, I'm gonna fucking stab you in the arm. Then your ass is getting butt bumped in the showers. You belong to groups or fucking whatever. Maybe you can become Caitlyn Jenner in the fucking showers, and you can be that bitch boy. But here, take accountability and don't say you're innocent.
This happens all the time with kids.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't happen all the time.
It happens all the time with kids.
No, it does not fucking happen all the time.
What life you guys looking at?
Dude, it does not happen all the time.
Especially small
And the perpetrators are sitting in jail.
Kids stabbing kids doesn't happen.
To school, all kids from all fucking ages.
You are fucking retarded, dude. Like,
no,
beyond
you're
retarded. I put you and
I've never heard of kids stabbing kids.
Yeah, that's such bullshit, dude.
Bring knives to school. I don't know what.
It doesn't matter if they bring them to school. They don't stab fucking kids in the chest, you dipshit, you fat fuck, you overweight.
I have heard of kids bringing knives to school, but they've never used them.
All kind of names like that. That's
why this is Rayaba. This is this motherfucker who cries all the fucking time.
Brad thinks
I'll ping Jazzy in here and Shy, and you can listen to them go off on him and see how he really acts.
And they're not going to do anything. They're going to sit up here. They want to argue.
No, this guy just doesn't shut up and say dumb shit. Thank you. Motherfuckers believe in flat earth.
Premeditation is and how it works in a crime.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I don't. Go ahead and tell me.
So premeditation is your mental state, and it's whether you're considering doing the crime or not. It's the conscious choice rather than a sudden impulse or an accidental impulse. And that's the concept. That's the legal concept of premeditation. You can form premeditation in seconds. It doesn't take, you don't have to have an hour, or even you can in a very short period of time make that conscious choice to commit the crime. And that's why he was convicted of first degree murder, it's not an act of passion, which sometimes would mitigate the murder if you caught your spouse in bed with someone, which is can I finish without this idiot?
Yeah, that idiot thinks he's a player.
Let Abby finish. Let Abby finish.
Black, do you understand what I'm saying? You can look this up, but when you study the how crimes work and your mens rea to commit the crime, and you look at the levels of your what your thought process is, that's where you rank a murder. So when it would be an act of passion would be when it's an impulse, and that's a different type of murder. He was not convicted of that, and his conscious choice was to commit the crime at the time. That's how it's viewed. And by all means, go Google or read it or look at Black's Law Dictionary. I don't mean Black as your name, but that's the name of the law dictionary that will define it. That is standard that we use, but that's why I said it's premeditated.
So I have one question. First of all, welcome everybody. Make sure that you give Matt Cool a follow. Thank you, Matt Cool and Beaver. Okay, excellent, wonderful. I'd like to hear what everybody thinks about this new update with this information. We got a bunch of new people here. We have Infinite. We have Mr. E. Make sure you turn in your pink tickets. Do you guys want to go around the room and then give a quick 1-2 minute just give us your thoughts on this? What do you say? Everybody up to that? Yeah?
Exactly,
Yay!
it's a new.
No.
No. What exactly
Why
is
are you so
the information?
I got something to say after you.
Okay, so Abby, I just have a question before we continue. When we're talking about the mens rea, we're talking about murder, we're talking about intent, we're talking about premeditation, specifically, what is the element?
Israel, the PA, and Jordan that lays out it lays out exactly what I'm telling you.
The woman was in imminent fear of her life, and could show and could testify that fear, and that's always going to be a fact-based analysis that a jury is going to do, and they're going to hear the fact pattern and also where that occurred, what state it occurred, and what the law is in that state. But in this scenario, again, you can form the mens rea in seconds. You just have to make it's that choice that you're making, that you reflect on that choice again, even if it's briefly, to make the choice to commit the crime and to have the mental the mens rea to commit it. So it's always going to be nuanced to the facts of any particular case, but in this one, it was definitely a disproportionate amount of force. And, you're going to go around the room and talk to people. I mean, my point on this case is I don't think he would have testified regardless of the alleged, gentleman's agreement. In a lot of these circumstances, he did not seem like someone that would have helped their case if he took the stand, and he would have been destroyed on cross-examination. Not only on the character issue that the door would have been open to and all of his past behavior, but just generally as a witness. That always has to be considered. So that's just my take on it.
So thank you, Abby, I appreciate it. So just to be clear, so you're saying that proportionality is what is going to differentiate whether somebody's defending themselves or they intend to actually want to murder somebody.
No,
so if
I said in this case, the proportionality is very important, because if you argue self-defense, then the proportionality has to be looked at. But I believe the judge gave instructions on the self-defense.
Don't you think these girls are making a scene?
Continue, Abby, I apologize.
I think the judge did, in his jury instructions, give the self-defense argument to the jury. I thought that he did. I have to read it again, but I think that was something that was questioned, whether he had to give that instruction or not, and I think he did. But again, it's even if it's in seconds, that he made the conscious choice to commit the crime, and the amount of proportionality is what you look at in this one.
Right, and so what I'm trying to figure out is, if they decided that it was murder, they're saying that in that moment, in those split seconds, right before he decided to stab Austin Metcalf, he became intentional with, I want to stab him because I want him to die, versus I'm going to stab him to get away from him because he's attacking me. And what I'm trying to figure out to make clear is, in that moment, how do we? What evidence?
And you're lying on facts not in evidence, facts not presented. The case is out there. He was not attacked.
He was approached. He was pushed. There were multiple different
Was he in fear of his life?
Of how he was being approached and pushed,
He
and
was being
found, whatever it was.
He was pushed once, and he stabbed somebody.
Sure. Well, you know what? Guess what? Somebody who just had shoulder surgery a couple months before and has
give the right
and has epilepsy. I'm not saying give the right. I'm saying how are you? Hold on. I'm not saying give the right. I'm saying
it has nothing to do with the case.
Hold on. I'm saying, how do you know that made him in that moment, those seconds before he stabbed Austin, that he said, I want to stab you because I want you to die, because I hate you, versus I'm going to stab you because you're attacking me.
Or the fact that he said, come on and find out, and hot motherfucker is basically what he said to the other kid. So clearly his shoulder wasn't bothering him. Clearly he wasn't in fear. Clearly he was looking for the aggressive. But none of what you said is actually fucking evidence against the proportionality that he used and the claim of self-defense. Again, you're adding shit that is not relevant, not part of the trial, not corroborated, nor any of the witnesses on the defense's side. Fuck the prosecution. The defense's witnesses don't corroborate your own bullshit. Get it right.
Yeah, okay. We've here, everybody.
See, Brad, you got to realize that Bima believes that we live in a structural white racist society, and if every day you're not fighting the structural white racism, you are part of the problem.
I think you would make that under general trial advocacy. I think you would probably make the determination not to put him on the stand and have him subject to cross. That's my guess, Bima, separate from the whole issue of the gentleman's agreement, because I just don't think that would have been beneficial to the defense.
That you could be right about that absolutely. But we don't.
See, Bima, do you hear your superiority when you say you could be right about that? She's a fucking attorney, you stupid horse breeder, you fucking idiot.
Hi, John. JJ, how are you? What are your thoughts?
I'm good. First of all, fuck all you jackasses calling her an idiot because she goes against her bullshit narrative. fuck all of you for that. First of all,
Fuck yourself back.
I wasn't saying fuck you, Viking. Like
You said fuck all of us. I take offense.
No. Well, okay. Well, it's not that deep. Like, I'm just saying. Like, I don't like Bima being attacked because what she was saying. First of all, she was asking legitimate questions, and I think that that's important here because what bothers me is the rush to condemnation of this young boy who obviously first and foremost and he was the aggressor. You know what's fucking aggressive? These fucking Metcalf twins and another boy who is apparently they were all corroborating together were harassing him.
You know who's really aggressive? When you take a knife and you just poke it in the heart a little bit. It's just a little poke. That's aggressive.
Kill all black people and hail as well as the racial slur.
What?
Yeah,
So what? So that's wait. I just want to make sure that's on record for everybody in this room. So if you say remarks such as that, like, hey, fuck Jews, fuck Israel, the Jews have a right to go kill you in the street, right? We're agreeing with that today, right?
No,
we're all about that shit, right? Because I'll go hunting today. Like I can get a free body count from fucking ever, right? We can do that shit, right? You see how dumb you sound?
No, I know I don't sound dumb because
we got an NFR alert!
Stabbing him.
NFR missile has been detected.
Which is the whole reason why Bima was asking those questions because you're assuming intent. And
it's not intent. It's proportionality of force. That's what he was.
Oh, really? So proportionality of force. I like how. Let's keep that same energy with Renee Good and Alex Preddy and these fucking
it's
ICE
pretty
agents.
good. You're going to get fucked up if you go interfere with a federal investigation. It's a complete different case.
What happened to the First Amendment?
It's a completely different case.
When you call interfering, I call First Amendment. I call
you. It's not personal. It's actually the law. Using your car to block federal agents is a crime.
Oh,
that's not true.
Terrible sketch.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. And even if it was, to what Brad was just saying.
Keep the facts on this case.
Hold on, Abby. Even if it was, the point that I was speaking to Brad's argument that we're talking about proportionality and escalation of force. That was the intention of me bringing up Renee Good and Alex Preddy, because even if they did commit crimes or blocking a federal agent, so blocking a federal agent committing a crime, just like these Metcalf boys who pushed Carmelo, which is it is comparable because they pushed him.
They pushed him or one person? Was it they or was it one?
Y'all is so. Yeah.
Those are two different crimes.
Silence.
Nothing to do with each other.
They have very, very strong parallels, especially to the criticism of them, because we're talking about the escalation of force.
So aiding and assisting a criminal is the same thing as a young kid stabbing another young kid in the chest.
So he just stabbed them out of nowhere? No, he didn't do that. He was pushed. He may have antagonized him, but he has a First Amendment right.
It doesn't have a First Amendment right to murder.
And then he was pushed, which is an assault, unconsented. He was assaulted.
So you murder someone
I didn't push. I didn't stab anybody because
maybe first of all, there were two of them against him. He didn't know.
There was one. There was one.
Look at the
confirmed by 24 fucking witnesses, including the defense's fucking witnesses. They confirmed it. It was one. It wasn't a group.